Chapters 1 to 3 of Book 2 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 2, The Labour. Chapter 1. The Resources of One Who Has Nothing. The cavern did not easily part with its explorers. The entry had been difficult. Going back was more difficult still. Gilliatt, however, succeeded in extricating himself, but he did not return there. He had found nothing of what he was in quest of, and he had not the time to indulge curiosity. He put the forge in operation at once. Tools were wanting. He set to work and made them. For fuel he had the wreck, for motive force the water, for his bellows the wind, for his anvil a stone, for art his instinct, for power his will. He entered with ardour upon his sombre labours. The weather seemed to smile upon his work. It continued to be dry and free from equinoctial gales. The month of March had come, but it was tranquil. The days grew longer. The blue of the sky, the gentleness of all the movements of the scene, the serenity of the noontide, seemed to exclude the idea of mischief. The waves danced merrily in the sunlight. A Judas kiss is the first step to treachery. Of such caresses the ocean is prodigal. Her smile, like that of woman's sometimes, cannot be trusted. There was little wind. The hydraulic bellows worked all the better for that reason. Much wind would have embarrassed rather than aided it. Gilliatt had a saw. He manufactured for himself a file. With the saw he attacked the wood, with the file the metal. Then he availed himself of the two iron hands of the smith, the pincers and the pliers. The pincers grip, the pliers handle. The one is like the closed hand, the other like the fingers. By degrees he made for himself a number of auxiliaries, and constructed his armour. With a piece of hoop wood he made a screen for his forge fire. One of his principal labours was the sorting and repair of pulleys. He mended both the blocks and the sheaves of tackle. He cut down the irregularities of all broken joists, and reshaped the extremities. He had, as we have said, for the necessities of his carpentry, a quantity of pieces of wood stored away and arranged according to the forms, the dimensions, and the nature of their grain, the oak on one side, the pine on the other, the short pieces like riders separated from the straight pieces like binding strakes. This formed his reserve of supports and levers, of which he might stand in great need at any moment. Anyone who intends to construct hoisting tackle ought to provide himself with beams and small cables, but that is not sufficient. He must have cordage. Gilliatt restored the cables, large and small. He frayed out the tattered sails, and succeeded in converting them into an excellent yarn, of which he made twine. With this he joined the ropes. The joins, however, were liable to rot. It was necessary, therefore, to hasten to make use of these cables. He had only been able to make white tow, for he was without tar. The ropes mended, he proceeded to repair the chains. Thanks to the lateral point of the stone anvil, which served the part of the conoid bicorn, he was able to forge rings, rude in shape but strong. With these he fastened together the severed lengths of chains, and made long pieces. To work at a forge without assistance is something more than troublesome. He succeeded nevertheless. It is true that he had only to forge and shape articles of comparatively small size, which he was able to handle with the pliers in one hand while he hammered with the other. He cut into lengths the iron bars of the captain's bridge, on which Clubin used to pass to and fro from paddle box to paddle box, giving his orders; forged at one extremity of each piece a point, and at the other a flat head. By this means he manufactured large nails of about a foot in length. These nails, much used in pontoon making, are useful in fixing anything in rocks. What was the object in all these labours? We shall see. He was several times compelled to renew the blade of his hatchet and the teeth of his saw. For re-notching the saw he had manufactured a three-sided file. Occasionally he made use of the capstan of the Durande. The hook of the chain broke. He made another. By the aid of his pliers and pincers, and by using his chisel as a screwdriver, he set to work to remove the two paddle wheels of the vessel, an object which he accomplished. This was rendered practicable by reason of a peculiarity in their construction. The paddle boxes which covered them served him to stow them away. With the planks of these paddle boxes he made two cases, in which he deposited the two paddles, piece by piece, each part being carefully numbered. His lump of chalk became precious for this purpose. He kept the two cases upon the strongest part of the wreck. When these preliminaries were completed, he found himself face to face with the great difficulty. The problem of the engine of the Durande was now clearly before him. Taking the paddle wheels to pieces had proved practicable. It was very different with the machinery. In the first place, he was almost entirely ignorant of the details of the mechanism. Working thus blindly, he might do some irreparable damage. Then, even in attempting to dismember it, if he had ventured on that course, far other tools would be necessary than such as he could fabricate with a cavern for a forge, a wind-draught for bellows, and a stone for an anvil. In attempting, therefore, to take to pieces the machinery, there was the risk of destroying it. The attempt seemed at first wholly impracticable. The apparent impossibility of the project rose before him like a stone wall, blocking further progress. What was to be done? Chapter 2, wherein Shakespeare and Aeschylus meet. Gilliatt had a notion. Since the time of the carpenter-mason of Salbris, who, in the 16th century, in the dark ages of science, long before Amintons had discovered the first law of electricity, or Lahire II, or Coulomb III, without other helper than a child, his son, with ill-fashioned tools, in the chamber of the great clock of La Charité-sur-Loire, resolved at one stroke 5 or 6 problems in statics and dynamics, inextricably intervolved like the wheels in a block of carts and wagons. Since the time of that grand and marvellous achievement of the poor workman who found means, without breaking a single piece of wire, without throwing one of the teeth of wheels out of gear, to lower in one piece, by a marvellous simplification, from the second story of the clock tower to the first, that massive monitor of the hours, made all of iron and brass, large as the room in which the man watches at night from the tower, with its motion, its cylinders, its barrels, its drum, its hooks and its weights, the barrel of its spring steelyard, its horizontal pendulum, the holdfast of its escapement, its reels of large and small chains, its stone weights, one of which weighed 500 pounds, its bells, its peaks, its jacks that strike the hours. Since the days, I say, of the man who accomplished this miracle, and of whom posterity knows not even the name, nothing that could be compared with the project which Gilliatt was meditating had ever been attempted. The ponderousness, the delicacy, the involvement of the difficulties were not less in the machinery of the Durande than in the clock of La Charité-sur-Loire. The untaught mechanic had his helpmate, his son. Gilliatt was alone. A crowd gathered together from Meung-sur-Loire, from Nevers, and even from Orléans, able at time of need to assist the mason of Salbris, and to encourage him with their friendly voices. Gilliatt had around him no voices but those of the wind, no crowd but the assemblage of waves. There is nothing more remarkable than the timidity of ignorance, unless it be its temerity. When ignorance becomes daring, she has sometimes a sort of compass within herself, the intuition of the truth, clearer oftentimes in a simple mind than in a learned brain. Ignorance invites to an attempt. It is a state of wonderment which, with its concomitant curiosity, forms a power. Knowledge often enough disconcerts and makes over-cautious. Gama, had he known what lay before him, would have recoiled before the Cape of Storms. If Columbus had been a great geographer, he might have failed to discover America. The second successful climber of Mont Blanc was the savant, Saussure; the first, the goatherd, Balmat. These instances, I admit, are exceptions, which detract nothing from science, which remains the rule. The ignorant man may discover; it is the learned who invent. The sloop was still at anchor in the creek of the Man Rock, where the sea left it in peace. Gilliatt, as will be remembered, had arranged everything for maintaining constant communication with it. He visited the sloop and measured her beam carefully in several parts, but particularly her midship frame. Then he returned to the Durande and measured the diameter of the floor of the engine-room. This diameter, of course, without the paddles, was 2 feet less than the broadest part of the deck of his bark. The machinery, therefore, might be put aboard the sloop. But how could it be got there? Chapter 3. Gilliatt's masterpiece comes to the rescue of that of Lethierry. Any fisherman who had been mad enough to loiter in that season in the neighbourhood of Gilliatt's labours about this time would have been repaid for his hardihood by a singular sight between the 2 Douvres. Before his eyes would have appeared 4 stout beams, at equal distances, stretching from one Douvre to the other, and apparently forced into the rock, which is the firmest of all holds. On the little Douvre their extremities were laid and buttressed upon the projections of rock. On the great Douvre they had been driven in by blows of a hammer, by the powerful hand of a workman standing upright upon the beam itself. These supports were a little longer than the distance between the rocks, hence the firmness of their hold, and hence also their slanting position. They touched the great Douvre at an acute, and the little Douvre at an obtuse angle. Their inclination was only slight, but it was unequal, which was a defect. But for this defect they might have been supposed to be prepared to receive the planking of a deck. To these 4 beams were attached 4 sets of hoisting apparatus, each having its pendant and its tackle fall, with the bold peculiarity of having the tackle blocks with 2 sheaves at one extremity of the beam, and the simple pulleys at the opposite end. This distance, which was too great not to be perilous, was necessitated by the operations to be effected. The blocks were firm, and the pulleys strong. To this tackle gear cables were attached, which from a distance looked like threads, while beneath this apparatus of tackle and carpentry, in the air, the massive hull of the Durande seemed suspended by threads. She was not yet suspended, however. Under the cross beams 8 perpendicular holes had been made in the deck, 4 on the port and 4 on the starboard side of the engine. 8 other holes had been made beneath them through the keel. The cables, descending vertically from the 4 tackle blocks through the deck, passed out at the keel, and under the machinery, re-entered the ship by the holes on the other side, and passing again upward through the deck, returned, and were wound round the beams. Here a sort of jigger tackle held them in a bunch, bound fast to a single cable, capable of being directed by one arm. The single cable passed over a hook and through a dead eye, which completed the apparatus and kept it in check. This combination compelled the four tacklings to work together, and acting as a complete restraint upon the suspending powers, became a sort of dynamical rudder in the hand of the pilot of the operation, maintaining the movements in equilibrium. The ingenious adjustment of this system of tackling had some of the simplifying qualities of the western pulley of these times, with a mixture of the antique polyspaston of Vitruvius. Gilliatt had discovered this, although he knew nothing of the dead Vitruvius or of the still unborn Weston. The length of the cables varied according to the unequal declivity of the cross-beams. The ropes were dangerous, for the untarred hemp was liable to give way. Chains would have been better in this respect, but chains would not have passed well through the tackle blocks. The apparatus was full of defects, but as the work of one man it was surprising. For the rest, it will be understood that many details are omitted which would render the construction perhaps intelligible to practical mechanics, but obscure to others. The top of the funnel passed between the two beams in the middle. Gilliatt, without suspecting it, had reconstructed 3 centuries later the mechanism of the Salisbury carpenter, a mechanism rude and incorrect, and hazardous for him who would dare to use it. Here let us remark that the rudest defects do not prevent a mechanism from working well or ill. It may limp, but it moves. The obelisk in the square of St. Peter's at Rome is erected in a way which offends against all the principles of statics. The carriage of the Tsar Peter was so constructed that it appeared about to overturn at every step, but it travelled onward for all that. What deformities are there in the machinery of Marly? Everything that is heterodox in hydraulics. Yet it did not supply Louis XIV any the less with water. Come what might, Gilliatt had faith. He had even anticipated success so confidently as to fix in the bulwarks of the sloop, on the day when he measured its proportions, 2 pairs of corresponding iron rings on each side, exactly at the same distances as the 4 rings on board the Durande, to which were attached the 4 chains of the funnel. He had in his mind a very complete and settled plan. All the chances being against him, he had evidently determined that all the precautions, at least, should be on his side. He did some things which seemed useless, a sign of attentive premeditation. His manner of proceeding would, as we have said, have puzzled an observer, even though familiar with mechanical operations. A witness of his labour who had seen him, for example, with enormous efforts, and at the risk of breaking his neck, driving with blows of his hammer 8 or 10 great nails which he had forged into the base of the 2 Douvres at the entrance of the defile between them, would have had some difficulty in understanding the object of these nails, and would probably have wondered what could be the use of all that trouble. If he had then seen him measuring the portion of the fore bulwark which had remained, as we have described it, hanging on by the wreck, then attaching a strong cable to the upper side of that portion, cutting away with strokes of his hatchet the dislocated fastenings which held it, then dragging it out of the defile, pushing the lower part by the aid of the receding tide, while he dragged the upper part, finally, by great labour, fastening with the cable this heavy mass of planks and piles wider than the entrance of the defile itself, with the nails driven into the base of the little Douvre, the observer would perhaps have found it still more difficult to comprehend, and might have wondered why Gilliatt, if he wanted for the purpose of his operations to disencumber the space between the 2 rocks of this mass, had not allowed it to fall into the sea, where the tide would have carried it away. Gilliatt had probably his reasons. In fixing the nails in the basement of the rocks, he had taken advantage of all the cracks in the granite, enlarged them where needful, and driven in first of all wedges of wood in which he fixed the nails. He made a rough commencement of similar preparations in the two rocks which rose at the other extremity of the narrow passage on the eastern side. He furnished with plugs of wood all the crevices, as if he desired to keep these also ready to hold nails or clamps, but this appeared to be a simple precaution, for he did not use them further. He was compelled to economize, and only to use his materials as he had need, and at the moment when the necessity for them came. This was another addition to his numerous difficulties. As fast as one labour was accomplished, another became necessary. Gilliatt passed without hesitation from task to task, and resolutely accomplished his giant strides. End of chapter 3 of book 2. Recording by Paul Adams. www.yawnguy.com. Chapters 4 and 5 of Book 2 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 2, The Labour. Chapter 4, Sub Re. The aspect of the man who accomplished all these labours became terrible. Gilliatt, in his multifarious tasks, expended all his strength at once, and regained it with difficulty. Privations on the one hand, lassitude on the other, had much reduced him. His hair and beard had grown long. He had but one shirt which was not in rags. He went about barefooted, the wind having carried away one of his shoes, and the sea the other. Fractures of the rude and dangerous stone anvil which he used had left small wounds upon his hands and arms, the marks of labour. These wounds, or rather scratches, were superficial, but the keen air and the salt sea irritated them continually. He was generally hungry, thirsty, and cold. His store of fresh water was gone. His rye meal was used or eaten. He had nothing left but a little biscuit. This he broke with his teeth, having no water in which to steep it. By little and little, and day by day, his powers decreased. The terrible rocks were consuming his existence. How to obtain food was a problem. How to get drink was a problem. How to find rest was a problem. He ate when he was fortunate enough to find a crayfish or a crab. He drank when he chanced to see a sea-bird descend upon a point of rock, for on climbing up to the spot he generally found there a hollow with a little fresh water. He drank from it after the bird, sometimes with the bird, for the gulls and sea-mews had become accustomed to him and no longer flew away at his approach. Even in his greatest need of food, he did not attempt to molest them. He had, as will be remembered, a superstition about birds. The birds, on their part, now that his hair was rough and wild and his beard long, had no fear of him. The change in his face gave them confidence. He had lost resemblance to men and taken the form of the wild beast. The birds and Gilliatt, in fact, had become good friends. Companions in poverty, they helped each other. As long as he had any meal, he had crumbled for them some little bits of the cakes he made. In his deeper distress, they showed him, in their turn, the places where he might find the little pools of water. He ate the shellfish raw. Shellfish help in a certain degree to quench the thirst. The crabs he cooked, Having no kettle, he roasted them between two stones made red hot in his fire, after the manner of the savages of the Faroe Islands. Meanwhile, signs of the equinoctial season had begun to appear. There came rain, an angry rain. No showers or steady torrents, but fine, sharp, icy, penetrating points, which pierced to his skin through his clothing, and to his bones through his skin. It was a rain which yielded little water for drinking, but which drenched him none the less. Chary of assistance, prodigal of misery, such was the character of these rains. During 1 week Gilliatt suffered from them all day and all night. At night, in his rocky recess, nothing but the overpowering fatigue of his daily work enabled him to get sleep. The giant sea gnat stung him, and he awakened covered with blisters. He had a kind of low fever which sustained him. This fever is a succour which destroys. By instinct he chewed the mosses or sucked the leaves of wild cochlearia, scanty tufts of which grew in the dry crevices of the rocks. Of his suffering, however, he took little heed. He had no time to spare from his work to the consideration of his own privations. The rescue of the machinery of the Durande was progressing well. That sufficed for him. Every now and then, for the necessities of his work, he jumped into the water, swam to some point, and gained a footing again. He simply plunged into the sea and left it, as a man passes from one room in his dwelling to another. His clothing was never dry. It was saturated with rain water, which had no time to evaporate, and with sea water, which never dries. He lived perpetually wet. Living in wet clothing is a habit which may be acquired. The poor groups of Irish people, old men, mothers, girls almost naked, and infants, who pass the winter in the open air, under the snow and rain, huddled together, sometimes at the corners of houses in the streets of London, live and die in this condition. To be soaked with wet and yet to be thirsty, Gilliatt grew familiar with this strange torture. There were times when he was glad to suck the sleeve of his loose coat. The fire which he made scarcely warmed him. A fire in open air yields little comfort. It burns on one side and freezes on the other. Gilliatt often shivered, even while sweating over his forge. Everywhere about him rose resistance amidst a terrible silence. He felt himself the enemy of an unseen combination. There is a dismal non-possumus in nature. The inertia of matter is like a sullen threat. A mysterious persecution environed him. He suffered from heats and shiverings. The fire ate into his flesh. The water froze him. Feverish thirst tormented him. The wind tore his clothing. Hunger undermined the organs of the body. The oppression of all these things was constantly exhausting him. Obstacles silent, immense, seemed to converge from all points with the blind irresponsibility of fate, yet full of a savage unanimity. He felt them pressing inexorably upon him. No means were there of escaping from them. His sufferings produced the impression of some living persecutor. He had a consistent sense of something working against him, of a hostile form ever present, ever labouring to circumvent and to subdue him. He could have fled from the struggle, but since he remained, he had no choice but to war with this impenetrable hostility. He asked himself what it was. It took hold of him, grasped him tightly, overpowered him, deprived him of breath. The invisible persecutor was destroying him by slow degrees. Every day the oppression became greater, as if a mysterious screw had received another turn. His situation in this dreadful spot resembled a duel in which a suspicion of some treachery haunts the mind of one of the combatants. Now it seemed a coalition of obscure forces which surrounded him. He felt that there was somewhere a determination to be rid of his presence. It is thus that the glacier chases the loitering ice block. Almost without seeming to touch him, this latent coalition had reduced him to rags, had left him bleeding, distressed, and as it were hors de combat, even before the battle. He laboured, indeed, not the less, without pause or rest, but as the work advanced, the workman himself lost ground. It might have been fancied that nature, dreading his bold spirit, adopted the plan of slowly undermining his bodily power. Gilliatt kept his ground, and left the rest to the future. The sea had begun by consuming him. What would come next? The double Douvre, that dragon made of granite and lying in ambush in mid-ocean, had sheltered him. It had allowed him to enter and to do his will, but its hospitality resembled the welcome of devouring jaws. The desert, the boundless surface, the unfathomable space around him and above, so full of negatives to man's will, the mute, inexorable determination of phenomena following their appointed course, the grand general law of things, implacable and passive, the ebbs and flows, the rocks themselves, dark Pleiades whose points were each a star amid vortices, a centre of an irradiation of currents, the strange indefinable conspiracy to stifle with indifference the temerity of a living being. The wintry winds, the clouds, and the beleaguering waves enveloped him, closed round him slowly, and in a measure shut him in, and separated him from companionship, like a dungeon built up by degrees round a living man. All against him, nothing for him. He felt himself isolated, abandoned, enfeebled, sapped, forgotten. His storehouse empty, his tools broken or defective, he was tormented with hunger and thirst by day, with cold by night. His sufferings had left him with wounds and tatters, rags covering sores, torn hands, bleeding feet, wasted limbs, pallid cheeks, and eyes bright with a strange light. But this was the steady flame of his determination. The virtue of a man is betrayed by his eyes. How much of the man there is in us may be read in their depths. We make ourselves known by the light that gleams beneath our brows. The petty natures wink at us, the larger send forth flashes. If there is no brilliancy under the lids, there is no thought in the brain, no love in the heart. Those who love desire, and those who desire sparkle and flash. Determination gives a fire to the glance, a magnificent fire that consumes all timid thoughts. It is the self-willed ones who are sublime. He who is only brave has but a passing fit. He who is only valiant has temperament and nothing more. He who is courageous has but one virtue. He who persists in the truth is the grand character. The secret of many hearts may be summed up in the words perseverando. Perseverance is to courage what the wheel is to the lever. It is the continual renewing of the centre of support. Let the desired goal be on earth or in heaven, only make for the goal. Everything is in that. In the first case one is a Columbus, in the second a God. Not to allow conscience to argue or the will to fail, this is the way to suffering and glory. In the world of ethics, to fall does not exclude the possibility of soaring. Rather, does it give impetus to flight. The mediocrities allow themselves to be dissuaded by the specious obstacles, the great ones never. To perish is their perhaps, to conquer their conviction. You may propose many good reasons to the martyr why he should not allow himself to be stoned to death. Disdain of every reasonable objection begets that sublime victory of the vanquished, which we call martyrdom. All his efforts seemed to tend to the impossible. His success was trifling and slow. He was compelled to expend much labour for very little results. This it was that gave to his struggle its noble and pathetic character. That it should have required so many preparations, so much toil, so many cautious experiments, such nights of hardship, and such days of danger, merely to set up 4 beams over a shipwrecked vessel, to divide and isolate the portion that could be saved, and to adjust to that wreck within a wreck 4 tackle blocks with their cables, was only the result of his solitary labour. Fate had decreed him the work, and necessity obliged him to carry it out. That solitary position Gilliatt had more than accepted. He had deliberately chosen it. Dreading a competitor, because a competitor might have proved a rival, he had sought for no assistance. The overwhelming enterprise, the risk, the danger, the toil multiplied by itself, the possible destruction of the salver in his work, famine, fever, nakedness, distress, he had chosen all these for himself. Such was his selfishness. He was like a man placed in some terrible chamber which is being slowly exhausted of air. His vitality was leaving him by little and little. He scarcely perceived it. Exhaustion of the bodily strength does not necessarily exhaust the will. Faith is only a secondary power. The will is the first. The mountains, which faith is proverbially said to move, are nothing beside that which the will can accomplish. All that Gilliatt lost in vigour, he gained in tenacity. The destruction of the physical man under the oppressive influence of that wild surrounding sea and rock and sky seemed only to reinvigorate his moral nature. Gilliatt felt no fatigue, or rather would not yield to any. The refusal of the mind to recognise the failings of the body is in itself an immense power. He saw nothing except the steps in the progress of his labours. His object, now seeming so near attainment, wrapped him in perpetual illusions. He endured all this suffering without any other thought than is comprised in the word forward. His work flew to his head. The strength of the will is intoxicating. Its intoxication is called heroism. He had become a kind of Job, having the ocean for the scene of his sufferings. But he was a Job wrestling with difficulty, a Job combating and making head against afflictions, a Job conquering, a combination of Job and Prometheus, if such names are not too great to be applied to a poor sailor and fisher of crabs and crayfish. Chapter 5. Sub Umbra. Sometimes in the night time Gilliatt woke, and peered into the darkness. He felt a strange emotion. His eyes were opened upon the black night. The situation was dismal, full of disquietude. There is such a thing as the pressure of darkness. A strange roof of shadow, a deep obscurity which no diver can explore, a light mingled with that obscurity of a strange, subdued and sombre kind, floating atoms of rays, like a dust of seeds or of ashes, millions of lamps, but no illuming, a vast sprinkling of fire of which no man knows the secret, a diffusion of shining points like a drift of sparks arrested in their course, the disorder of the whirlwind with the fixedness of death, a mysterious and abysmal depth, an enigma at once showing and concealing its face, the infinite in its mask of darkness. These are the synonyms of night. Its weight lays heavily on the soul of man. This union of all mysteries, the mystery of the cosmos and the mystery of fate, oppresses human reason. The pressure of darkness acts in inverse proportion upon different kinds of natures. In the presence of night, man feels his own incompleteness. He perceives the dark void and is sensible of infirmity. It is like the vacancy of blindness. Face to face with night, man bends, kneels, prostrates himself, crouches on the earth, crawls towards a cave, or seeks for wings. Almost always he shrinks from that vague presence of the infinite unknown. He asks himself what it is. He trembles and bows the head. Sometimes he desires to go to it. To go whither? He can only answer, yonder. But what is that? And what is there? This curiosity is evidently forbidden to the spirit of man, for all around him the roads which bridge that gulf are broken up or gone. No arch exists for him to span the infinite. But there is attraction in forbidden knowledge, as in the edge of the abyss. Where the footstep cannot tread, the eye may reach. Where the eye can penetrate no further, the mind may soar. There is no man, however feeble or insufficient his resources, who does not essay. According to his nature, he questions or recoils before that mystery. With some it has the effect of repressing, with others it enlarges the soul. The spectacle is sombre, indefinite. Is the night calm and cloudless? It is then a depth of shadow. Is it stormy? It is then a sea of cloud. Its limitless deeps reveal themselves to us, and yet baffle our gaze, close themselves against research, but open to conjecture. Its innumerable dots of light only make deeper the obscurity beyond. Jewels, scintillations, stars. Existences revealed in the unknown universes. Dread defiances to man's approaches. Landmarks of the infinite creation. Boundaries where there are no bounds. Sea marks impossible and yet real, numbering the fathoms of those infinite deeps. One microscopic glittering point, then another, imperceptible yet enormous. Yonder light is a focus. That focus is a star. That star is a sun. That sun is a universe. That universe is nothing. For all numbers are as zero in the presence of the infinite. These worlds, which yet are nothing, exist. Through this fact we feel the difference which separates the being nothing from the not to be. The inaccessible joined to the inexplicable, such is the universe. From the contemplation of the universe is evolved a sublime phenomenon, the soul growing vast through its sense of wonder. A reverent fear is peculiar to man. The beasts know no such fear. His intelligence becomes conscious in this august terror of its own power and its own weakness. Darkness has unity, hence arises horror. At the same time it is complex, and hence terror. Its unity weighs on the spirit and destroys all desire of resistance. Its complexity causes us to look around on all sides. Apparently we have reason to fear sudden happenings. We yield, and yet are on guard. We are in presence of the whole, hence submission, and of the many, hence defiance. The unity of darkness contains a multiple, a mysterious plurality, visible in matter, realized in thought. Silence rules all, another reason for watchfulness. Night, and he who writes this has said it elsewhere, is the right and normal condition of that special part of creation to which we belong. Light, brief of duration here as throughout space, is but the nearness of a star. This universal, prodigious night does not fulfil itself without friction, and all such friction in such a mechanism means what we call evil. We feel this darkness to be evil, a latent denial of divine order, the implicit blasphemy of the real, rebelling against the ideal. Evil complicates, by one knows not what hydra-headed monstrosity, the vast cosmic whole. Everywhere it arises and resists. It is the tempest and hinders the hastening ship. It is chaos and trammels the birth of a world. Good is one, evil is ubiquitous. Evil dislocates the logic of life. It causes the bird to devour the fly and the comet to destroy the planet. Evil is a blot on the page of creation. The darkness of night is full of vertiginous uncertainty. Whoso would sound its depths is submerged and struggles therein. What fatigue to be compared to this contemplation of shadows! It is the study of annihilation. There is no sure hold on which the soul may rest. There are ports of departure and no havens for arrival. The interlacing of contradictory solutions, all the branches of doubt seen at a glance, the ramifications of phenomena budding limitlessly from some undefined impulse, laws intersecting each other, an incomprehensible promiscuity causing the mineral to become vegetable, the vegetable to rise to higher life, thought to gather weight, love to shine, and gravitation to attract, the immense range presented to view by all questions, extending itself into the limitless obscurity, the half-seen suggesting the unknown, the cosmic correlation appearing clearly, not to sight but to intelligence, in the vast dim space. The invisible become visible. These are the great overshadowing. Man lives beneath it. He is ignorant of detail, but he carries, in such proportion as he is able to bear, the weight of the monstrous whole. This obsession prompted the astronomy of the Chaldean shepherds. Involuntary revelations flow from creation. Hints of science fall from it, unconsciously, and are absorbed by the ignorant. Every solitary, impregnated in this mystery way, becomes, without being aware of it, a natural philosopher. The darkness is indivisible. It is inhabited by the changeless absolute, inhabited also by change. Action exists there, disquieting thought. An awful creative will works out its phases, premeditations, powers, foreordained destinies, elaborate there together an incommensurable work. A life of horror and terror is hidden therein. There are vast evolutions of suns, the stellar family, the planetary family, zodiacal pollen, the quid divinum of currents, effluvia, polarizations and attractions. There are embraces and antagonisms, a magnificent flux and reflux of universal antithesis, the imponderable, free-floating around fixed centres. There is the sap of globes and light beyond globes. The wandering atom, the scattered germ, the processes of fecundity, meetings for union and for combat, unimagined profusion, distances which are as a dream, vertiginous orbits, the rush of worlds into the incalculable, marvels following each other in the obscurity. One mechanism works throughout in the breath of fleeing spheres, and the wheels that we know are turning. The sage conjectures, the ignorant man believes, and trembles. These things exist, and yet are hidden. They are inexpugnable, beyond reach, beyond approach. We are convinced and oppressed. We feel, we know not what dark evidence within us. We realize nothing but are crushed by the impalpable. All is incomprehensible, but nothing is unintelligible. And add to all that the tremendous question, is this immanent universe a being? We exist beneath a shadow. We look, we listen, and meanwhile the dark earth rolls onward. The flowers are conscious of this tremendous motion. The one opens at 11 in the evening, and the other at 5 in the morning. Astounding sense of law, and in other depths of wonder, the drop of water is a world. The infusoria breed. Animalculae display gigantic fecundity. The imperceptible reveals its grandeur. Immensity manifests itself. In an inverse sense, there are algae that produce in an hour 1,300 millions of their kind. Every enigma is propounded in one. The irreducible is before us. Hence we are constrained to some kind of faith. An involuntary belief is the result. But belief does not ensure peace of mind. Faith has an extraordinary desire to take shape. Hence religions. Nothing is so overwhelming as a formless faith. And despite of thought or desire or inward resistance, to look at the darkness is to fall into profound and wondering meditation. What can we make of these phenomena? How should we act beneath their united forces? To divide such weight of oppression is impossible. What reverie can follow all these mystic vistas? What abstruse revelations arise, stammering, and are obscure from their very mass as a hesitating speech? Darkness is silence, but such a silence suggests everything. One majestic thought is the result: God. God is the irrepressible idea that springs within man's soul. Syllogisms, feuds, negations, systems, religions cannot destroy it. This idea is affirmed by the whole dark universe. Yet unrest is everywhere, in fearful imminence. The wondrous correlation of forces is manifested in the upholding of the balanced darkness. The universe is suspended and nothing falls. Incessant and immeasurable changes operate without accident or destruction. Man participates in the constant changes, and in experiencing such he names them destiny. But where does destiny begin, and where does nature end? What difference is there between an event and a season? between a sorrow and a rainfall, between a virtue and a star. An hour, is it not a rolling wave? The wheels of creation revolve mechanically, regardless of man. The starry sky is a vision of wheels, pendulums, and counterpoise. He who contemplates it cannot but ponder upon it. It is the whole reality, and yet the whole abstraction, and nothing more. We are in prison, and at the mercy of the darkness, and no evasion is possible. We are an integral part of the working of this unknown whole, and we feel the mystery within us fraternizing with the mystery beyond us. Hence the sublimity of death. What anguish, and yet what bliss to belong to the infinite, and through the sense of the infinite to recognize our inevitable immortality, the possibility of an eternity, to grasp amid this prodigious deluge of universal life the persistent, imperishable me, to look at the stars and say, "The living soul within me is akin to you," to gaze into darkness and cry, "I am as unfathomable as thou." Such immensity is of night, and, added to solitude, weighed heavily on Gilliatt's mind. Did he understand it? No. Did he feel it? Yes. All these vague imaginings, increased and intensified by solitude, weighed upon Gilliatt. He understood them little, but he felt them. His was a powerful intellect clouded, a great spirit wild and untaught. End of chapter 5 of book 2. Recording by Paul Adams, www. Chapters 6 to 8 of Book 2 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 2, The Labour. Chapter 6. Gilliatt places the sloop in readiness. This rescue of the machinery of the wreck as meditated by Gilliatt was, as we have already said, like the escape of a criminal from a prison, necessitating all the patience and industry recorded of such achievements, industry carried to the point of a miracle, patience only to be compared with a long agony. A certain prisoner named Thomas, at the Mont Saint-Michel, found means of secreting the greater part of a wall in his palliasse. Another, at Tulle, in 1820, cut away a quantity of lead from the terrace where the prisoners walked for exercise. With what kind of knife? No one would guess. And melted this lead with what fire? None have ever discovered. But it is known that he cast it in a mould made of the crumbs of bread. With this lead and this mould he made a key, and with this key succeeded in opening a lock of which he had never seen anything but the keyhole. Some of this marvellous ingenuity Gilliatt possessed. He had once climbed and descended from the cliff at Bois Rosé. He was the Baron Trenck of the wreck, and the Latude of her machinery. The sea, like a jailer, kept watch over him. For the rest, mischievous and inclement as the rain had been, he had contrived to derive some benefit from it. He had in part replenished his stock of fresh water, but his thirst was inextinguishable, and he emptied his can as fast as he filled it. One day, it was on the last day of April or the 1st of May, all was at length ready for his purpose. The engine-room was, as it were, enclosed between the 8 cables hanging from the tackle blocks, 4 on one side, 4 on the other. The 16 holes upon the deck and under the keel, through which the cables passed, had been hooped round by sawing. The planking had been sawed, the timber cut with the hatchet, the ironwork with the file, the sheathing with the chisel. The part of the keel immediately under the machinery was cut squarewise, and ready to descend with it while still supporting it. All this frightful swinging mass was held only by one chain, which was itself only kept in position by a filed notch. At this stage, in such a labour and so near its completion, haste is prudence. The water was low, the moment favourable. Gilliatt had succeeded in removing the axle of the paddles, the extremities of which might have proved an obstacle and checked the descent. He had contrived to make this heavy portion fast in a vertical position within the engine-room itself. It was time to bring his work to an end. The workman, as we have said, was not weary, for his will was strong, but his tools were. The forge was by degrees becoming impracticable. The blower had begun to work badly. The little hydraulic fall being of sea-water, saline deposits had encrusted the joints of the apparatus and prevented its free action. Gilliatt visited the creek of the Man Rock, examined the sloop, and assured himself that all was in good condition, particularly the 4 rings fixed to starboard and to larboard. Then he weighed anchor and worked the heavy barge-shaped craft with the oars till he brought it alongside the 2 Douvres. The defile between the rocks was wide enough to admit it. There was also depth enough. On the day of his arrival he had satisfied himself that it was possible to push the sloop under the Durande. The feat, however, was difficult. It required the minute precision of a watchmaker. The operation was all the more delicate from the fact that, for his objects, he was compelled to force it in by the stern, rudder first. It was necessary that the mast and the rigging of the sloop should project beyond the wreck in the direction of the sea. These embarrassments rendered all Gilliatt's operations awkward. It was not like entering the creek of the Man, where it was a mere affair of the tiller. It was necessary here to push, drag, row, and take soundings all together. Gilliatt consumed but a quarter of an hour in these manoeuvres, but he was successful. In 15 or 20 minutes the sloop was adjusted under the wreck. It was almost wedged in there. By means of his 2 anchors he moored the boat by head and stern. The strongest of the 2 was placed so as to be efficient against the strongest wind that blows, which was that from the south-west. Then, by the aid of a lever and the capstan, he lowered into the sloop the 2 cases containing the pieces of the paddle wheel, the slings of which were all ready. The 2 cases served as ballast. Relieved of these encumbrances, he fastened to the hook of the chain of the capstan the sling of the regulating tackle gear, intending to check the pulleys. Owing to the peculiar objects of this labour, the defects of the old sloop became useful qualities. It had no deck. Her burden, therefore, would have greater depth, and could rest upon the hold. Her mast was very forward, too far forward indeed for general purposes. Her contents, therefore, would have more room, and the mast standing thus beyond the mass of the wreck, there would be nothing to hinder its disembarkation. It was a mere shell or case for receiving it, but nothing is more stable than this on the sea. While engaged in these operations, Gilliatt suddenly perceived that the sea was rising. He looked around to see from what quarter the wind was coming. Chapter 7. Sudden Danger. The breeze was scarcely perceptible, but what there was came from the west. a disagreeable habit of the winds during the equinoxes. The rising sea varies much in its effects upon the Douvres rocks, depending upon the quarter of the wind. According to the gale which drives them before it, the waves enter the rocky corridor either from the east or from the west. Entering from the east, the sea is comparatively gentle. Coming from the west, it is always furious. The reason of this is that the wind from the east blowing from the land has not had time to gather force, while the westerly winds coming from the Atlantic blow unchecked from a vast ocean. Even a very slight breeze, if it comes from the west, is serious. It rolls the huge billows from the illimitable space and dashes the waves against the narrow defile in greater bulk than can find entrance there. A sea which rolls into a gulf is always terrible. It is the same with a crowd of people. A multitude is a sort of fluid body. When the quantity which can enter is less than the quantity endeavouring to force away, there is always a fatal crush among the crowd, a fierce convulsion on the water. As long as the west wind blows, however slight the breeze, the Douvres are twice a day subjected to that rude assault. The sea rises, the tide breasts up, the narrow gullet gives little entrance, the waves, driven against it violently, rebound and roar, and a tremendous surf beats the two sides of the gorge. Thus the Douvres, during the slightest wind from the west, present the singular spectacle of a sea comparatively calm without, while within the rocks a storm is raging. This tumult of waters, altogether confined and circumscribed, has nothing of the character of a tempest. It is a mere local outbreak among the waves, but a terrible one. As regards the winds from the north and south, they strike the rocks crosswise and cause little surf in the passage. The entrance by the east, a fact which must be borne in mind, was close to the Man Rock. The dangerous opening to the west was at the opposite extremity, exactly between the two Douvres. It was at this western entrance that Gilliatt found himself with the wrecked Durande and the sloop made fast beneath it. A catastrophe seemed inevitable. There was not much wind, but it was sufficient for the impending mischief. Before many hours, the swell which was rising would be rushing with full force into the gorge of the Douvres. The first waves were already breaking. This swell, an eddy of the entire Atlantic, would have behind it the immense sea. There would be no squall, no violence, but a simple overwhelming wave, which, commencing on the coasts of America, rolls towards the shores of Europe with an impetus gathered over 2,000 leagues. This wave, a gigantic ocean barrier, meeting the gap of the rocks, must be caught between the two Douvres, standing like watchtowers at the entrance, or like pillars of the defile. Thus swelled by the tide, augmented by resistance, driven back by the shoals, and urged on by the wind, it would strike the rock with violence, and with all the contortions from the obstacles it had encountered, and all the frenzy of a sea confined in limits, would rush between the rocky walls, where it would reach the sloop and the Durande, and in all probability destroy them. A shield against this danger was wanting. Gilliatt had one. The problem was to prevent the sea reaching it at one bound, to obstruct it from striking while allowing it to rise, to bar the passage without refusing it admission, to prevent the compression of the water in the gorge, which was the whole danger, to turn an eruption into a simple flood, to extract, as it were, from the waves all their violence, and constrain the furies to be gentle. It was, in fact, to substitute an obstacle which will appease for an obstacle which irritates. Gilliatt, with all that dexterity which he possessed, and which is so much more efficient than mere force, sprang upon the rocks like a chamois among the mountains or a monkey in the forest, using for his tottering and dizzy strides the smallest projecting stone, leaping into the water and issuing from it again, swimming among the shoals and clambering the rocks with a rope between his teeth and a mallet in his hand. Thus he detached the cable which kept suspended and also fast to the basement of the Little Douvre the end of the forward side of the Durande, fashioned out of some ends of hawsers a sort of hinges, holding this bulwark to the huge nails fixed in the granite, swung this apparatus of planks upon them like the gates of a great dock, and turned their sides, as he would turn a rudder, outward to the waves, which pushed the extremities upon the Great Douvre, while the rope hinges detained the other extremities upon the Little Douvre. Next he contrived, by means of the huge nails placed beforehand for the purpose, to fix the same kind of fastenings upon the Great Douvre as on the little one, made completely fast the vast mass of woodwork against the two pillars of the gorge, slung a chain across this barrier like a baldric upon a cuirass, and in less than an hour this barricade against the sea was complete, and the gullet of the rocks closed as by a folding door. This powerful apparatus, a heavy mass of beams and planks, which laid flat would have made a raft, and upright formed a wall, had by the aid of the water been handled by Gilliatt with the adroitness of a juggler. It might almost have been said that the obstruction was complete before the rising sea had the time to perceive it. It was one of those occasions on which Jean Bart would have employed the famous expression which he applied to the sea every time he narrowly escaped shipwreck: "We have cheated the Englishman," for it is well known that when that famous admiral meant to speak contemptuously of the ocean, he called it the Englishman. The entrance to the defile being thus protected, Gilliatt thought of the sloop. He loosened sufficient cable for the two anchors to allow her to rise with the tide, an operation similar to what the mariners of old call mouiller avec des embossures. In all this Gilliatt was not taken the least by surprise. The necessity had been foreseen. A seaman would have perceived it by the two pulleys of the top ropes, cut in the form of snatch blocks and fixed behind the sloop, through which passed two ropes, the ends of which were slung through the rings of the anchors. Meanwhile the tide was rising fast. The half flood had arrived, a moment when the shock of the waves, even in comparatively moderate weather, may become considerable. Exactly what Gilliatt expected came to pass. The waves rolled violently against the barrier, struck it, broke heavily, and passed beneath. Outside was the heavy swell; within, the waters ran quietly. He had devised a sort of marine furculi caudinae. The sea was conquered. Chapter 8. Movement rather than progress. The moment so long dreaded had come. The problem now was to place the machinery in the bark. Gilliatt remained thoughtful for some moments, holding the elbow of his left arm in his right hand and applying his left hand to his forehead. Then he climbed upon the wreck, one part of which, containing the engine, was to be parted from it, while the other remained. He severed the 4 slings which fixed the 4 chains from the funnel on the larboard and the starboard sides. The slings being only of cord, his knife served him well enough for this purpose. The 4 chains set free hung down along the sides of the funnel. From the wreck he climbed up to the apparatus which he had constructed, stamped with his feet upon the beams, inspected the tackle blocks, looked to the pulleys, handled the cables, examined the eking pieces, assured himself that the untarred hemp was not saturated through, found that nothing was wanting and nothing giving way. Then, springing from the height of the suspending props on to the deck, he took up his position near the capstan, in the part of the Durande which he intended to leave jammed in between the two Douvres. This was to be his post during his labours. Earnest, but troubled with no impulses but what were useful to his work, he took a final glance at the hoisting tackle, then seized a file and began to saw with it through the chain which held the whole suspended. The rasping of the file was audible amidst the roaring of the sea. The chain from the capstan, attached to the regulating gear, was within his reach, quite near his hand. Suddenly there was a crash. The link which he was filing snapped when only half-way through. The whole apparatus swung violently. He had only just time sufficient to seize the regulating gear. The severed chain beat against the rock, the 8 cables strained, the huge mass sawed and cut through, detached itself from the wreck, the belly of the hull opened, and the iron flooring of the engine room was visible below the keel. If he had not seized the regulating tackle at that instant, it would have fallen, but his powerful hand was there, and it descended steadily. When the brother of Jean Bart, Peter Bart, that powerful and sagacious toper, that poor Dunkirk fisherman, who used to talk familiarly with the Grand Admiral of France, went to the rescue of the galley Langeron, in distress in the Bay of Ambleteuse, endeavouring to save the heavy floating mass in the midst of the breakers of that furious bay, he rolled up the mainsail, tied it with sea reeds, and trusted to the ties to break away of themselves, and give the sail to the wind at the right moment. Just so Gilliatt trusted to the breaking of the chain, and the same eccentric feat of daring was crowned with the same success. The tackle, taken in hand by Gilliatt, held out and worked well. Its function, as will be remembered, was to moderate the powers of the apparatus, thus reduced from many to one by bringing them into united action. The gear had some similarity to a bridle of a bowline, except that instead of trimming a sail, it served to balance a complicated mechanism. Erect, and with his hand upon the capstan, Gilliatt, so to speak, was enabled to feel the pulse of the apparatus. It was here that his inventive genius manifested itself. A remarkable coincidence of forces was the result. While the machinery of the Durande, detached in a mass, was lowering to the sloop rose slowly to receive it. The wreck and the salvage vessel, assisting each other in opposite ways, saved half the labour of the operation. The tide swelling quietly between the two Douvres raised the sloop and brought it nearer to the Durande. The sea was more than conquered. It was tamed and broken in. It became, in fact, part and parcel of the organisation of power. The rising waters lifted the vessel without any sort of shock, gently and almost with precaution, as one would handle porcelain. Gilliatt combined and proportioned the two labours, that of the water and that of the apparatus, and standing steadfast at the capstan, like some terrible statue, obeyed by all the movement around it at the same moment, regulated the slowness of the descent by the slow rise of the sea. There was no jerk given by the waters, no slip among the tackle. It was a strange collaboration of all the natural forces subdued.
On one side, gravitation lowering the huge bulk; on the other, the sea raising the bark. The attraction of heavenly bodies which causes the tide, and the attractive force of the earth, which men call weight, seemed to conspire together to aid his plans. There was no hesitation, no stoppage in their service. Under the dominance of mind, these passive forces became active auxiliaries. From minute to minute the work advanced. The interval between the wreck and the sloop diminished insensibly. The approach continued in silence, and as in a sort of terror of the man who stood there. The elements received his orders and fulfilled them. Nearly at the moment when the tide ceased to raise it, the cable ceased to slide. Suddenly, but without commotion, the pulleys stopped. The vast machine had taken its place in the bark, as if placed there by a powerful hand. It stood straight, upright, motionless, firm. The iron floor of the engine room rested with its four corners evenly upon the hold. The work was accomplished. Gilliatt contemplated it, lost in thought. He was not the spoiled child of success. He bent under the weight of his great joy. He felt his limbs as it were sinking, and, contemplating his triumph, he, who had never been shaken by danger, began to tremble. He gazed upon the sloop under the wreck and at the machinery in the sloop. He seemed to feel it hard to believe it true. It might have been supposed that he had never looked forward to that which he had accomplished. A miracle had been wrought by his hands, and he contemplated it in bewilderment. His reverie lasted but a short time. Starting like one awakening from a deep sleep, he seized his saw, cut the 8 cables, separated now from the sloop, thanks to the rising of the tide, by only about 10 feet, sprang aboard, took a bunch of cord, made 4 slings, passed them through the rings prepared beforehand, and fixed on both sides aboard the sloop the 4 chains of the funnel, which only an hour before had been still fastened to their places aboard the Durande. The funnel being secured, he disengaged the upper part of the machinery. A square portion of the planking of the Durande was adhering to it. He struck off the nails, and relieved the sloop of this encumbrance of planks and beams, which fell over on to the rocks, a great assistance in lightening it. For the rest, the sloop, as has been foreseen, behaved well under the burden of the machinery. It had sunk in the water, but only to a good water line. Although massive, the engine of the Durande was less heavy than the pile of stones and the cannon which he had once brought back from Erm in the sloop. All then was ended. He had only to depart.
Chapters 9 to 11 of Book 2 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 2, The Labour. Chapter 9. A slip between cup and lip. All was not ended. To reopen the gorge thus closed by the portion of the Durande's bulwarks, and at once to push out with the sloop beyond the rocks, nothing could appear more clear and simple. On the ocean every minute is urgent. There was little wind, scarcely a wrinkle on the open sea. The afternoon was beautiful and promised a fine night. The sea, indeed, was calm, but the ebb had begun. The moment was favourable for starting. There would be the ebb tide for leaving the Douvres, and the flood would carry him into Guernsey. It would be possible to be at Saint-Sampson's at daybreak.
But an unexpected obstacle presented itself. There was a flaw in his arrangements which had baffled all his foresight. The machinery was freed, but the chimney was not. The tide, by raising the sloop to the wreck suspended in the air, had diminished the dangers of the descent and abridged the labour. But this diminution of the interval had left the top of the funnel entangled in the kind of gaping frame formed by the open hull of the Durande. The funnel was held fast there, as between four walls. The services rendered by the sea had been accompanied by that unfortunate drawback. It seemed as if the waves, constrained to obey, had avenged themselves by a malicious trick. It is true that what the flood tide had done, the ebb would undo. The funnel, which was rather more than 3 fathoms in height, was buried more than 8 feet in the wreck. The water level would fall about 12 feet. Thus the funnel descending with the falling tide would have 4 feet of room to spare, and would clear itself easily. But how much time would elapse before that release would be completed? 6 hours. In 6 hours it would be near midnight. What means would there be of attempting to start at such an hour? What channel could he find among all those breakers, so full of dangers even by day? How was he to risk his vessel in the depth of black night, in that inextricable labyrinth, that ambuscade of shoals? There was not help for it. He must wait for the morrow. These 6 hours lost entailed a loss of 12 hours at least. He could not even advance the labour by opening the mouth of the gorge. His breakwater was necessary against the next tide. He was compelled to rest. Folding his arms was almost the only thing which he had not yet done since his arrival on the rocks. This forced inaction irritated, almost vexed him with himself, as if it had been his fault. He thought, what would Déruchette say of me if she saw me thus doing nothing? And yet this interval for regaining his strength was not unnecessary. The sloop was now at his command. He determined to pass the night in it. He mounted once more to fetch his sheepskin upon the Great Douvre, descended again, supped off a few limpets and châtaignes de mer, drank, being very thirsty, a few draughts of water from his can, which was nearly empty, enveloped himself in the skin, the wool of which felt comforting, laid down like a watchdog beside the engine, drew his red cap over his eyes, and slept. His sleep was profound. It was such sleep as men enjoy who have completed a great labour. Chapter 10. Sea Warnings. In the middle of the night he awoke suddenly and with a jerk like the recoil of a spring. He opened his eyes. The Douvres, rising high above his head, were lighted up as by the white glow of burning embers. Over all the dark escarpment of the rock there was a light like the reflection of a fire. Where could this fire come from? It was from the water. The aspect of the sea was extraordinary. The water seemed afire as far as the eye could reach. Among the reefs and beyond them the sea ran with flame. The flame was not red. It had nothing in common with the grand living fires of volcanic craters or of great furnaces. There was no sparkling, no glare, no purple edges, no noise. Long trails of a pale tint simulated upon the water the folds of a winding sheet. A trembling glow was spread over the waves. It was the spectre of a great fire rather than the fire itself. It was, in some degree, like the glow of unearthly flames lighting the inside of a sepulchre, a burning darkness. The night itself, dim, vast, and wide diffused, was the fuel of that cold flame. It was a strange illumination issuing out of blindness. The shadows even formed part of that phantom fire. The sailors of the Channel are familiar with those indescribable phosphorescences, full of warning for the navigator. They are nowhere more surprising than in the Great V near Isigny. By this light, surrounding objects lose their reality. A spectral glimmer renders them, as it were, transparent. Rocks become no more than outlines. Cables of anchors look like iron bars heated to a white heat. The nets of the fishermen beneath the water seem webs of fire. The half of the oar above the waves is dark as ebony, the rest in the sea like silver. The drops from the blades uplifted from the water fall in starry showers upon the sea. Every boat leaves a furrow behind it, like a comet's tail. The sailors, wet and luminous, seem like men in flames. If you plunge a hand into the water, you withdraw it clothed in flame. The flame is dead and is not felt. Your arm becomes a firebrand. You see the forms of things in the sea roll beneath the waves as in liquid fire. The foam twinkles. The fish are tongues of fire or fragments of the forked lightning moving in the depths. The reflection of this brightness had passed over the closed eyelets of Gilliatt in the sloop. It was this that had awakened him. His awakening was opportune. The ebb tide had run out, and the waters were beginning to rise again. The funnel, which had become disengaged during his sleep, was about to enter again into the yawning hollow above it. It was rising slowly. A rise of another foot would have entangled it in the wreck again. A rise of 1 foot is equivalent to half an hour's tide. If he intended, therefore, to take advantage of that temporary deliverance once more within his reach, he had just half an hour before him. He leaped to his feet. Urgent as the situation was, he stood for a few moments meditative, contemplating the phosphorescence of the waves. Gilliatt knew the sea in all its phases. Notwithstanding all her tricks, and often as he had suffered from her terrors, he had long been her companion. That mysterious entity which we call the ocean had nothing in its secret thoughts which he could not divine. Observation, meditation, and solitude had given him a quick perception of coming changes, of wind or cloud or wave. Gilliatt hastened to the top ropes and paid out some cable. Then, being no longer held fast by the anchors, he seized the boat hook of the sloop and pushed her towards the entrance to the gorge, some fathoms from the Durande and quite near to the breakwater. Here, as the Guernsey sailors say, it had du wrong. In less than 10 minutes the sloop was withdrawn from beneath the carcass of the wreck. There was no further danger of the funnel being caught in a trap. The tide might rise now. And yet Gilliatt's manner was not that of one about to take his departure. He stood considering the light upon the sea once more, but his thoughts were not of starting. He was thinking of how to fix the sloop again, and how to fix it more firmly than ever, though near to the exit from the defile. Up to this time he had only used the 2 anchors of the sloop, and had not yet employed the little anchor of the Durande, which he had found, as will be remembered, among the breakers. This anchor had been deposited by him in readiness for any emergency, in a corner of the sloop, with a quantity of hawsers and blocks of top ropes, and his cable, all furnished beforehand with large knots which prevented its dragging. He now let go this 3rd anchor, taking care to fasten the cable to a rope, one end of which was slung through the anchor ring, while the other was attached to the windlass of the sloop. In this manner he made a kind of triangular triple anchorage, much stronger than the moorings with 2 anchors. All this indicated keen anxiety and a redoubling of precautions. A sailor would have seen in this operation something similar to an anchorage in bad weather, when there is fear of a current which might carry the vessel under the wind. The phosphorescence which he had been observing, and upon which his eye was now fixed once more, was threatening, but serviceable at the same time. But for it, he would have been held fast locked in sleep, and deceived by the night. The strange appearance upon the sea had awakened him, and made things about him visible. The light which it shed among the rocks was indeed ominous, but disquieting as it appeared to be to Gilliatt, it had served to show him the dangers of his position, and had rendered possible his operations in extricating the sloop. Henceforth, whenever he should be able to set sail, the vessel, with its freight of machinery, would be free. And yet the idea of departing was further than ever from his mind. The sloop being fixed in its new position, he went in quest of the strongest chain which he had in his store cavern, and, attaching it to the nails driven into the two Douvres, he fortified from within with this chain the rampart of planks and beams, already protected from without by the cross chain. Far from opening the entrance to the defile, he made the barrier more complete. The phosphorescence lighted him still, but it was diminishing. The day, however, was beginning to break. Suddenly he paused to listen. Chapter 11. A word to the wise is enough. A feeble, indistinct sound seemed to reach his ear from somewhere in the far distance. At certain hours the great deeps give forth a murmuring noise. He listened a second time. The distant noise recommenced. Gilliatt shook his head like one who recognises at last something familiar to him. A few minutes later he was at the other extremity of the valley between the rocks, at the entrance facing the east, which had remained open until then, and by heavy blows of his hammer was driving large nails into the sides of the gullet near the Man Rock, as he had done at the gullet of the Douvres. The crevices of these rocks were prepared and well furnished with timber, almost all of which was heart of oak. The rock on this side being much broken up, there were abundant cracks, and he was able to fix even more nails there than in the base of the two Douvres. Suddenly, and as if some great breath had passed over it, the luminous appearance on the waters vanished. The twilight, becoming paler every moment, assumed its functions. The nails being driven, Gilliatt dragged beams and cords, and then chains to the spot, and without taking his eyes off his work, or permitting his mind to be diverted for a moment, he began to construct across the gorge of the Man, with beams fixed horizontally and made fast by cables, one of those open barriers which science has now adopted under the name of breakwaters. Those who have witnessed, for example, at La Roquenne in Guernsey, or at Bourg-d'Eau in France, the effect produced by a few posts fixed in the rock, will understand the power of these simple preparations. This sort of breakwater is a combination of what is called in France épi with what is known in England as a dam. The breakwater is the chevaux de frise of fortifications against tempests. Man can only struggle against the sea by taking advantage of this principle of dividing its forces. Meanwhile the sun had risen and was shining brightly. The sky was clear, the sea calm. Gilliatt pressed on his work. He too was calm, but there was anxiety in his haste. He passed with long strides from rock to rock, and returned dragging wildly, sometimes a rider, sometimes a binding strake. The utility of all this preparation of timbers now became manifest. It was evident that he was about to confront a danger which he had foreseen. A strong iron bar served him as a lever for moving the beams. The work was executed so fast that it was rather a rapid growth than a construction. He who has never seen a military pontooner at his work can scarcely form an idea of this rapidity. The eastern gullet was still narrower than the western. There were but 5 or 6 feet of interval between the rocks. The smallness of this opening was an assistance. The space to be fortified and closed up being very little, the apparatus would be stronger, and might be more simple. Horizontal beams, therefore, sufficed, the upright ones being useless. The first cross pieces of the breakwater being fixed, Gilliatt mounted upon them and listened once more. The murmurs had become significant. He continued his construction. He supported it with the 2 catheads of the Durande, bound to the frame of beams by cords, passed through the 3 pulley sheaves. He made the whole fast by chains. The construction was little more than a colossal hurdle, having beams for rods and chains in the place of wattles. It seemed woven together quite as much as built. He multiplied the fastenings and added nails where they were necessary. Having obtained a great quantity of bar iron from the wreck, he had been able to make a large number of these heavy nails. While still at work, he broke some biscuit with his teeth. He was thirsty, but he could not drink, having no more fresh water. He had emptied the can at his meal of the evening before. He added afterwards 4 or 5 more pieces of timber, then climbed again upon the barrier and listened. The noises from the horizon had ceased. All was still. The sea was smooth and quiet, deserving all those complimentary phrases which worthy citizens bestow upon it when satisfied with a trip. A mirror, a pond, like oil, and so forth. The deep blue of the sky responded to the deep green tint of the ocean. The sapphire and the emerald hues vied with each other. Each was perfect. Not a cloud on high, not a line of foam below. In the midst of all this splendour the April sun rose magnificently. It was impossible to imagine a lovelier day. On the verge of the horizon a flight of birds of passage formed a long dark line against the sky. They were flying fast, as if alarmed. Gilliatt set to work again to raise the breakwater. He raised it as high as he could, as high indeed as the curving of the rocks would permit. Towards noon the sun appeared to him to give more than its usual warmth. Noon is the critical time of the day. Standing upon the powerful frame which he had built up, he paused again to survey the wide expanse. The sea was more than tranquil. It was a dull, dead calm. No sail was visible. The sky was everywhere clear, but from blue it had become white. The whiteness was singular. To the west, and upon the horizon, was a little spot of a sickly hue. The spot remained in the same place, but by degrees grew larger. Near the breakers the waves shuddered, but very gently. Gilliatt had done well to build his breakwater. A tempest was approaching. The elements had determined to give battle.
Chapters 1 to 3 of Book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, The Struggle. Chapter 1, Extremes Meet. Nothing is more threatening than a late equinox. The appearance of the sea presents a strange phenomenon resulting from what may be called the arrival of the ocean winds.
In all seasons, but particularly at the epoch of the syzygies, at the moment when least expected, the sea sometimes becomes singularly tranquil. This vast perpetual movement ceases. A sort of drowsiness and languor overspreads it, and it seems weary and about to rest. Every rag of bunting, from the tiny streamer of the fishing boat to the great flags of ships of war, droops against the mast. The admiral's flag, the royal and imperial ensign sleep alike. Suddenly all these streamers begin to flutter gently. If there happen to be clouds, the moment has then come for marking the formation of the cirri. If the sun is setting, for observing the red tints of the horizon, or if it be night and there is a moon, for looking attentively for the halo. It is then that the captain or commander of a squadron, if he happen to possess one of those storm indicators, the inventor of which is unknown, notes his instrument carefully, and takes his precautions against the south wind, if the clouds have an appearance like dissolved sugar, or against the north, if they exfoliate in crystallizations like brakes of brambles, or like fir woods. Then, too, the poor Irish or Breton fisherman, after having consulted some mysterious gnomon engraved by the Romans, or by demons, upon one of those straight enigmatical stones, which are called in Brittany menhir, and in Ireland cruach, hauls his boat up on the shore. Meanwhile the serenity of sky and ocean continues. The day dawns radiant, and Aurora smiles. It was this which filled the old poets and seers with religious horror, for men dared to suspect the falsity of the sun. Solem quis dicere falsum audiat. The sombre vision of nature's secret laws is interdicted to man by the fatal opacity of surrounding things. The most terrible and perfidious of her aspects is that which masks the convulsions of the deep. Some hours, and even days sometimes, pass thus. Pilots raise their telescopes here and there. The faces of old seamen have always an expression of severity left upon them by the vexation of perpetually looking out for changes. Suddenly a great confused murmur is heard. A sort of mysterious dialogue takes place in the air. Nothing unusual is seen. The wide expanse is tranquil. Yet the noises increase. The dialogue becomes more audible. There is something beyond the horizon, something terrible. It is the wind. The wind, or rather that populace of Titans which we call the gale, the unseen multitude. India knew them as the Maroubs, Judea as the Cherubim, Greece as the Aquilones. They are the invisible winged creatures of the infinite. Their blasts sweep over the earth. Chapter 2. The Ocean Winds. They come from the immeasurable deep. Their wide wings need the breadth of the ocean gulf, the spaciousness of desert solitudes. The Atlantic, the Pacific, those vast blue plains are their delight. They hasten thither in flocks. Commander Page witnessed far out at sea 7 waterspouts at once. They wander there, wild and terrible. The ever-ending yet eternal flux and reflux is their work. The extent of their power, the limits of their will, none know. They are the sphinxes of the abyss. Gama was their Oedipus. In that dark, ever-moving expanse, they appear with faces of cloud. He who perceives their pale lineaments in that wide dispersion, the horizon of the sea, feels himself in presence of an unsubduable power. It might be imagined that the proximity of human intelligence disquieted them, and that they revolted against it. The mind of man is invincible, but the elements baffle him. He can do nothing against the power which is everywhere, and which none can bind. The gentle breath becomes a gale, smites with the force of a war club, and then becomes gentle again. The winds attack with a terrible crash and defend themselves by fading again into nothingness. He who would encounter them must use artifice. Their varying tactics, their swift redoubled blows confuse. They fly as often as they attack. They are tenacious and impalpable. Who can circumvent them? The prow of the Argo, cut from an oak of Dodona's grove, that mysterious pilot of the bark spoke to them, and they insulted that pilot goddess. Columbus, beholding their approach at La Pinta, mounted upon the poop and addressed them with the first verses of St. John's Gospel. Surcouf defied them. "Here come the gang," he used to say. Napier greeted them with cannon balls. They assume the dictatorship of chaos. Chaos is theirs, in which to wreak their mysterious vengeance. The den of the winds is more monstrous than that of lions. How many corpses lie in its deep recesses, where the howling gusts sweep without pity over that obscure and ghastly mass. The winds are heard wheresoever they go, but they give ear to none. Their acts resemble crimes. None know on whom they cast their hoary surf, with what ferocity they hover over shipwrecks, looking at times as if they flung their impious foam flakes in the face of heaven. They are the tyrants of unknown regions. "Luoghi spaventosi," murmured the Venetian mariners. The trembling fields of space are subjected to their fierce assaults. Things unspeakable come to pass in those deserted regions. Some horseman rides in the gloom. The air is full of a forest sound. Nothing is visible, but the tramp of cavalcades is heard. The noonday is overcast with sudden night. A tornado passes. Or it is midnight, which suddenly becomes bright as day. The polar lights are in the heavens. Whirlwinds pass in opposite ways, and in a sort of hideous dance, a stamping of the storms upon the waters. A cloud overburdened opens and falls to earth. Other clouds filled with red light flash and roar, then frown again ominously. Emptied of their lightnings, they are but as spent brands. Pent-up rains dissolve in mists. Yonder sea appears a fiery furnace in which the rains are falling. Flames seem to issue from the waves. The white gleam of the ocean under the shower is reflected to marvellous distances. The different masses transform themselves into uncouth shapes. Monstrous whirlpools make strange hollows in the sky. The vapours revolve. The waves spin. The giddy naiads roll. Sea and sky are livid. Noises as of cries of despair are in the air. Great sheaves of shadow and darkness are gathered up, trembling in the far depths of the sky. Now and then there is a convulsion. The rumour becomes tumult as the wave becomes surge. The horizon, a confused mass of strata oscillating ceaselessly, murmurs in a continual undertone. Strange and sudden outbursts break through the monotony. Cold airs rush forth, succeeded by warm blasts. The trepidation of the sea betokens anxious expectation, agony, terror profound. Suddenly the hurricane comes down, like a wild beast to drink of the ocean. A monstrous draught. The sea rises to the invisible mouth. A mound of water is formed. The swell increases. And the waterspout appears, the Prester of the ancients, stalactite above, stalagmite below, a whirling double-inverted cone, a point in equilibrium upon another, the embrace of two mountains, a mountain of foam ascending, a mountain of vapour descending, terrible coition of the cloud and the wave. Like the column in Holy Writ, the waterspout is dark by day and luminous by night. In its presence the thunder itself is silent and seems cowed. The vast commotion of those solitudes has its gamut, a terrible crescendo. There are the gust, the squall, the storm, the gale, the tempest, the whirlwind, the waterspout, the 7 chords of the lyre of the winds, the 7 notes of the firmament. The heavens are a clear space, the sea a vast round, but a breath passes, they have vanished, and all is fury and wild confusion. Such are these inhospitable realms. The winds rush, fly, swoop down, dwindle away, commence again, hover above, whistle, roar and smile. They are frenzied, wanton, unbridled, or sinking at ease upon the raging waves. Their howlings have a harmony of their own. They make all the heavens sonorous. They blow in the cloud as in a trumpet. They sing through the infinite space with the mingled tones of clarions, horns, bugles, and trumpets, a sort of Promethean fanfare. Such was the music of ancient Pan. Their harmonies are terrible. They have a colossal joy in the darkness. They drive and disperse great ships, night and day, in all seasons, from the tropics to the pole. There is no truce, sounding their fatal trumpet through the tangled thickets of the clouds and waves. They pursue the grim chase of vessels in distress. They have their packs of bloodhounds, and take their pleasure setting them to bark among the rocks and billows. They huddle the clouds together and drive them diverse. They mould and knead the supple waters as with a million hands. The water is supple because it is incompressible. It slips away without effort. Borne down on one side, it escapes on the other. It is thus that waters become waves, and that the billows are a token of their liberty. Chapter 3. The Noises Explained. The grand descent of winds upon the world takes place at the equinoxes. At this period the balance of tropic and pole librates, and the vast atmospheric tides pour their flood upon one hemisphere and their ebb upon another. The signs of Libra and Aquarius have reference to these phenomena. It is the time of tempests. The sea awaits their coming, keeping silence. Sometimes the sky looks sickly. Its face is wan. A thick, dark veil obscures it. The mariners observe with uneasiness the angry aspect of the clouds. But it is its air of calm contentment which they dread the most. A smiling sky in the equinoxes is the tempest in gay disguise. It was under skies like these that the Tower of Weeping Women in Amsterdam was filled with wives and mothers scanning the far horizon. When the vernal or autumnal storms delay to break, they are gathering strength, hoarding up their fury for more sure destruction. Beware of the gale that has been long delayed. It was Angot who said that the sea pays well old debts. When the delay is unusually long, the sea betokens her impatience only by a deeper calm, but the magnetic intensity manifests itself by what might be called a fiery humour in the sea. Fire issues from the waves, electric air, phosphoric water. The sailors feel a strange lassitude. This time is particularly perilous for iron vessels. Their hulls are then liable to produce variations of the compass, leading them to destruction. The transatlantic steam vessel Iowa perished from this cause. To those who are familiar with the sea, its aspect at these moments is singular. It may be imagined to be both desiring and fearing the approach of the cyclone. Certain unions, though strongly urged by nature, are attended by this strange conjunction of terror and desire. The lioness in her tenderest moods flees from the lion. Thus the sea, in the fire of her passion, trembles at the near approach of her union with the tempest. The nuptials are prepared. Like the marriages of the ancient emperors, they are celebrated with immolations. The fête is heralded with disasters. Meanwhile, from yonder deeps, from the great open sea, from the unapproachable latitudes, from the lurid horizon of the watery waste, from the utmost bounds of the free ocean, the winds pour down. Listen, for this is the famous equinox. The storm prepares mischief. In the old mythology, these entities were recognized, indistinctly moving in the grand scene of nature. Eccles plotted with Boreas. The alliance of element with element is necessary. They divide their task. One has to give impetus to the wave, the cloud, the stream. Night is an auxiliary and must be employed. There are compasses to be falsified, beacons to be extinguished, lanterns of lighthouses to be masked, stars to be hidden. The sea must lend her aid. Every storm is preceded by a murmur. Behind the horizon line there is a premonitory whispering among the hurricanes. This is the noise which is heard afar off in the darkness amidst the terrible silence of the sea. It was this significant whispering which Gilliatt had noted. The phosphorescence on the water had been the first warning, this murmur the second. If the demon Legion exists, he is assuredly no other than the wind. The wind is complex, but the air is one. Hence it follows that all storms are mixed, a principle which results from the unity of the air. The entire abyss of heaven takes part in a tempest, the entire ocean also. The totality of its forces is marshalled for the strife. A wave is the ocean gulf, a gust is a gulf of the atmosphere. A contest with a storm is a contest with all the powers of sea and sky. It was Messier, that great authority among naval men, the pensive astronomer of the little lodge at Cluny, who said, "The wind comes from everywhere and is everywhere." He had no faith in the idea of winds imprisoned even in inland seas. With him there was no Mediterranean winds. He declared that he recognized them as they wandered about the earth. He affirmed that on a certain day, at a certain hour, the fern of the Lake of Constance, the ancient Favonius of Lucretius, had traversed the horizon of Paris. On another day, the borer of the Adriatic. On another day, the whirling Notus, which is supposed to be confined in the round of the Cyclades. He indicated their currents. He did not believe it impossible that the Otan, which circulates between Corsica and the Balearic Isles, could escape from its bounds. He did not admit the theory of winds imprisoned like bears in their dens. It was he, too, who said that every rain comes from the tropics and every flash of lightning from the pole. The wind, in fact, becomes saturated with electricity at the intersection of the colures, which marks the extremity of the axis, and with water at the equator, bringing moisture from the equatorial line and the electric fluid from the poles. The wind is ubiquitous. It is certainly not meant by this that the winds never move in zones. Nothing is better established than the existence of these continuous air currents, and aerial navigation by means of the wind boats, to which the passion for Greek terminology has given the name of aeroscaphes, may one day succeed in utilizing the chief of these streams of wind. The regular course of air streams is an incontestable fact. There are both rivers of wind and rivulets of wind, although their branches are exactly the reverse of water currents. For in the air it is the rivulets which flow out of the rivers, and the smaller rivers which flow out of the great streams instead of falling into them. Hence, instead of concentration, we have dispersion. The united action of the winds and the unity of the atmosphere result from this dispersion. The displacement of one molecule produces the displacement of another. The vast body of air becomes subject to one agitation. To these profound causes of coalition we must add the irregular surface of the earth, whose mountains furrow the atmosphere, contorting and diverting the winds from their course, and determining the directions of counter-currents in infinite radiations. The phenomenon of the wind is the oscillation of two oceans, one against the other. The ocean of air, superimposed upon the ocean of water, rests upon these currents, and is convulsed with this vast agitation. The indivisible cannot produce separate action. No partition divides wave from wave. The islands of the Channel feel the influence of the Cape of Good Hope. Navigation everywhere contends with the same monster. The sea is one hydra. The waves cover it as with a coat of scales. The ocean is Ceto. Upon that unity reposes an infinite variety. Chapters 4 and 5 of Book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, The Struggle. Chapter 4, Turba Terma. According to the compass there are 32 winds, that is to say 32 points, but these directions may be subdivided indefinitely. Classed by its directions the wind is incalculable, classed by its kinds it is infinite. Homer himself would have shrunk from the task of enumerating them. The polar current encounters the tropical current. Heat and cold are thus combined. The equilibrium is distributed by a shock. The wave of wind issues forth and is distended, scattered, and broken up in every direction in fierce streams. The dispersion of the gusts shakes the streaming locks of the wind upon the four corners of the horizon. All the winds which blow are there. The wind of the Gulf Stream, which disgorges the great fogs of Newfoundland, the wind of Peru, in the region of silent heavens, where no man ever heard the thunder roar, the wind of Nova Scotia, where flies the great auk, Alca impennis, with his furrowed beak, the iron whirlwinds of the Chinese seas, the wind of Mozambique, which destroys the canoes and junks, the electric wind which the people of Japan denounce by the beating of a gong, the African wind which blows between Table Mountain and the Devil's Peak, where it gains its liberty, the currents of the equator which pass over the trade winds describing a parabola, the summit of which is always to the west, the Plutonian wind which issues from craters, the terrible breath of flames, the singular wind peculiar to the volcano Awa, which occasions a perpetual olive tint in the north, the Java monsoon, against which the people construct those casemates known as hurricane houses, the branching north winds called by the English bush winds, the curved squalls of the Straits of Malacca observed by Horsburgh, the powerful south-west wind called Pampero in Chile and Rebojo at Buenos Aires, which carries the great condor out to sea and saves him from the pit where the Indian, concealed under a bullock hide newly stripped, watches for him, lying on his back and bending his great bow with his feet. The chemical wind which, according to Lemery, produces thunderbolts from the clouds, the harmattan of the Caffres, the polar snowdriver which harnesses itself to the everlasting icebergs, the wind of the Gulf of Bengal which sweeps over a continent to pillage the triangular town of wooden booths at Nizhny Novgorod, in which is held the great fair of Asia, the wind of the Cordilleras, agitator of great waves and forests, the wind of the Australian archipelago, where the bee hunters take the wild hives hidden under the forks of the branches of the giant eucalyptus, the sirocco, the mistral, the hurricane, the dry winds, the inundating and diluvian winds, the torrid winds which scatter dust from the plains of Brazil upon the streets of Genoa, which both obey and revolt against diurnal rotation, and of which Herrera said, Malo viento torna contra el sol, those winds which hunt in couples, conspiring mischief, the one undoing the work of the other, and those old winds which assailed Columbus on the coast of Veragua, and which during 40 days, from the 21st of October to the 28th of November 1520, delayed and nearly frustrated Magellan's approach to the Pacific, and those which dismasted the Armada and confounded Philip II. Others, too, there are, of the names of which there is no end. The winds, for instance, which carry showers of frogs and locusts, and drive before them clouds of living things across the ocean. Those which blow in what we call wind leaps, and whose function is to destroy ships at sea. Those which at a single blast throw the cargo out of trim, and compel the vessel to continue her course half broadside over. The winds which construct the circumcumuli, the winds which mass together the circumstrati, the dark heavy winds swelled with rains, the winds of the hailstorms, the fever winds, whose approach sets the salt springs and sulphur springs of Calabria boiling, those which give a glittering appearance to the fur of African panthers prowling among the bushes of Cape Ferro, those which come shaking from the cloud like the tongue of a trigonocephal, the terrible forked lightning, and those which bring whirlwinds of black snow. Such is the legion of winds. The Douvres rock heard their distant tramp at the moment when Gilliatt was constructing his breakwater. As we have said, the wind means the combination of all the winds of the earth. Chapter 5. Gilliatt's Alternatives. The mysterious forces had chosen their time well. Chance, if chance exists, is sometimes far-seeing. While the sloop had been anchored in the little creek of the Man Rock, and as long as the machinery had been prisoned in the wreck, Gilliatt's position had been impregnable. The sloop was in safety, the machinery sheltered. The Douvre, which held the hull of the Durande fast, condemned it to slow destruction, but protected it against unexpected accidents. In any event, one resource had remained to him. If the engine had been destroyed, Gilliatt would have been uninjured. He had still the sloop by which to escape. But to wait till the sloop was removed from the anchorage where she was inaccessible, to allow it to be fixed in the defile of the Douvre, to watch until the sloop too was, as it were, entangled in the rocks, to permit him to complete the salvage, the moving, and the final embarkation of the machinery, to do no damage to that wonderful construction by which one man was enabled to put the whole aboard his bark, to acquiesce, in fact, to the success of his exploits so far, this was but the trap which the elements had laid for him. Now, for the first time, he began to perceive in all its sinister characteristics the trick which the sea had been meditating so long. The machinery, the sloop, and their master were all now within the gorge of the rocks. They formed but a single point. One blow, and the sloop might be dashed to pieces on the rock, the machinery destroyed, and Gilliatt drowned. The situation could not have been more critical. The Sphinx, which men have imagined concealing herself in the cloud, seemed to mock him with a dilemma. Go or stay? To go would have been madness. To remain was terrible.
Chapter 6 of Book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, The Struggle. Chapter 6, The Combat. Gilliatt ascended to the summit of the great Douvre. From hence he could see around the horizon. The western side was appalling. A wall of cloud spread across it, barring the wide expanse from side to side, and ascending slowly from the horizon towards the zenith. This wall, straight-lined, vertical, without a crevice in its height, without a rent in its structure, seemed built by the square and measured by the plumb line. It was cloud in the likeness of granite. Its escarpment, completely perpendicular at the southern extremity, curved a little towards the north, like a bent sheet of iron, presenting the steep, slippery face of an inclined plane. The dark wall enlarged and grew, but its entablature never ceased for a moment to be parallel with the horizon line, which was almost indistinguishable in the gathering darkness. Silently and altogether the airy battlements ascended. No undulation, no wrinkle, no projection changed its shape or moved its place. The aspect of this immobility in movement was impressive. The sun, pale in the midst of a strange sickly transparence, lighted up this outline of the apocalypse. Already the cloudy bank had blotted out one half the space of the sky, shelving like the fearful talus of the abyss. It was the uprising of a dark mountain between earth and heaven. It was night falling suddenly upon midday.
There was a heat in the air, as from an oven door, coming from that mysterious mass on mass. The sky, which from blue had become white, was now turning from white to a slaty grey. The sea beneath was leaden-hued and dull. There was no breath, no wave, no noise. Far as eye could reach, the desert ocean. No sail was visible on any side. The birds had disappeared. Some monstrous treason seemed abroad. The wall of cloud grew visibly larger. This moving mountain of vapours, which was approaching the Douvre, was one of those clouds which might be called the clouds of battle. Sinister appearances, some strange furtive glance, seemed cast upon the beholder through that obscure mass up-piled. The approach was terrible. Gilliatt observed it closely, and muttered to himself, "I am thirsty enough, but you'll give me plenty to drink." He stood there motionless a few moments, his eye fixed upon the cloud bank, as if mentally taking a sounding of the tempest. His galérienne was in the pocket of his jacket. He took it out and placed it on his head. Then he fetched from the cave, which had so long served him for a sleeping place, a few things which he had kept there in reserve. He put on his overalls, and attired himself in his waterproof overcoat, like a knight who puts on his armour at the moment of battle. He had no shoes, but his naked feet had become hardened to the rocks. This preparation for the storm being completed, he looked down upon his breakwater, grasped the knotted cord hurriedly, descended from the plateau of the Douvre, stepped on to the rocks below, and hastened to his store cavern. A few moments later he was at work. The vast silent cloud might have heard the strokes of his hammer. With the nails, ropes, and beams which still remained, he constructed for the eastern gullet a second frame, which he succeeded in fixing at 10 or 12 feet from the other. The silence was still profound. The blades of grass between the cracks of the rocks were not stirred. The sun disappeared suddenly. Gilliatt looked up. The rising cloud had just reached it. It was like the blotting out of day succeeded by a mingled pale reflection. The immense wall of cloud had changed its appearance. It no longer retained its unity. It had curved on reaching the zenith, whence it spread horizontally over the rest of the heavens. It had now its various stages. The tempest formation was visible, like the strata in the side of a trench. It was possible to distinguish the layers of the rain from the beds of hail. There was no lightning, but a horrible diffused glare, for the idea of horror may be attached to light. The vague breathing of the storm was audible. The silence was broken by an obscure palpitation. Gilliatt, silent also, watched the giant blocks of vapour grouping themselves overhead, forming the shapeless mass of clouds. Upon the horizon brooded and lengthened out a band of mist of ashen hue. In the zenith, another band of lead colour. Pale, ragged fragments of cloud hung from the great mass above upon the mist below. The pile of cloud which formed the background was wan, dull, gloomy, a thin whitish transverse cloud, coming no one could tell whither, cut the high dark wall obliquely from north to south. One of the extremities of this cloud trailed along the surface of the sea. At the point where it touched the waters, a dense red vapour was visible in the midst of the darkness. Below it, smaller clouds, quite black and very low, were flying as if bewildered or moved by opposite currents of air. The immense cloud beyond increased from all points at once, darkened the eclipse, and continued to spread its sombre pall. In the east, behind Gilliatt, there was only one clear porch in the heavens, which was rapidly being closed.
Without any feeling of wind abroad, a strange flight of grey, downy particles seemed to pass. They were fine and scattered, as if some gigantic bird had been plucked of its plumage behind the bank of cloud. A dark, compact roof had gradually formed itself, which, on the verge of the horizon, touched the sea, and mingled in darkness with it. The beholder had a vague sense of something advancing steadily towards him. It was vast, heavy, ominous. Suddenly an immense peal of thunder burst upon the air. Gilliatt himself felt the shock. The rude reality in the midst of that visionary region had something in it terrific. The listener might fancy that he hears something falling in the chamber of giants. No electric flash accompanied the report. It was a blind peal. The silence was profound again. There was an interval, as when combatants take up their position. Then appeared slowly, one after the other, great shapeless flashes. These flashes were silent. The wall of cloud was now a vast cavern with roofs and arches. Outlines of forms were traceable among them. Monstrous heads were vaguely shadowed forth. Rocks seemed to stretch out. Elephants bearing turrets, seen for a moment, vanished. A column of vapour, straight, round, and dark, and surmounted by a white mist, simulated the form of a colossal steam vessel engulfed, hissing and smoking beneath the waves. Sheets of cloud undulated like folds of giant flags. In the centre, under a thick purple pall, a nucleus of dense fog sunk motionless, inert, impenetrable by the electric fires, a sort of hideous fetus in the bosom of the tempest. Suddenly Gilliatt felt a breath moving his hair. 2 or 3 large spots of rain fell heavily around him on the rock. Then there was a second thunderclap. The wind was rising. The terror of darkness was at its highest point. The first peal of thunder had shaken the sea. The second rent the wall of cloud from top to base. Breach was visible. The pent-up deluge rushed towards it. The rent became like a gulf filled with rain. The outpouring of the tempest had begun. The moment was terrible. Rain, wind, lightnings, thunder, waves swirling upwards to the clouds, foam, hoarse noises, whistlings mingled together like monsters suddenly unloosened. For a solitary man imprisoned with an overloaded vessel between 2 dangerous rocks in mid-ocean, no crisis could have been more menacing. The danger of the tide, over which he had triumphed, was nothing compared with the danger of the tempest. Surrounded on all sides by dangers, Gilliatt, at the last moment and before the crowning peril, had developed an ingenious strategy. He had secured his bases of operations in the enemy's territory, had pressed the rock into his service. The Douvres, originally his enemy, had become his second in that immense duel. Out of that sepulchre he had constructed a fortress. He was built up among those formidable sea ruins. He was blockaded, but well defended. He had, so to speak, set his back against the wall, and stood face to face with the hurricane. He had barricaded the narrow strait, that highway of the waves. This indeed was the only possible course. It seemed as if the ocean, like other despots, might be brought to reason by the aid of barricades. The sloop might be considered secure on 3 sides. Closely wedged between the 2 interior walls of the rock, made fast by 3 anchorings, she was sheltered from the north by the Little Douvre, on the south by the Great One. Terrible escarpments, more accustomed to wreck vessels than to save them.
On the western side she was protected by the frame of timbers made fast and nailed to the rocks, a tried barrier which had withstood the rude flood tide of the sea, a veritable citadel gate, having for its sides the columns of the rock, the two Douvres themselves. Nothing was to be feared from that side. It was on the eastern side only that there was danger. On that side there was no protection but the breakwater. A breakwater is an apparatus for dividing and distributing. It requires at least 2 frames. Gilliatt had only had time to construct one. He was compelled to build the second in the very presence of the tempest. Fortunately, the wind came from the north-west. The wind is not always adroit in its attacks. The north-west wind, which is the ancient Galerno, had little effect upon the Douvres. It assailed the rocks in flank, and drove the waves neither against the one nor the other of the 2 gullets, so that instead of rushing into a defile, they dashed themselves against a wall. But the currents of the wind are curved, and it was probable that there would be some sudden change. If it should veer to the east before the second frame could be constructed, the peril would be great. The eruption of the sea into the gorge would be complete, and all would probably be lost. The wildness of the storm went on increasing. The essence of a tempest is the rapid succession of its blows. That is its strength. But it is also its weakness. Its fury gives the opportunity to human intelligence, and man spies its weak points for his defence. But under what overwhelming assaults! No respite, no interruption, no truce, no pause for taking breath. There seems an unspeakable cowardice in that prodigality of inexhaustible resources. All the tumult of the wide expanse rushed towards the Douvres. Voices were heard in the darkness. What could they be? The ancient terror of the sea was there. At times they seemed to speak, as if someone was uttering words of command. There were clamours, strange trepidations, and then that majestic roar which the mariners call the ocean cry. The indefinite and flying eddies of the wind whistled, while curling the waves and flinging them like giant quoits, cast by invisible athletes against the breakers. The enormous surf streamed over all the rocks, torrents above, foam below. Then the roaring was redoubled. No uproar of man or beasts could yield an idea of that din which mingled with the incessant breaking of the sea. The clouds cannonaded, the hailstones poured their volleys, the surf mounted to the assault. As far as eye could reach, the sea was white. 10 leagues of yeasty water filled the horizon. Doors of fire were opened. Clouds seemed burnt by clouds, and showed like smoke above a nebulous red mass resembling burning embers. Floating conflagrations rushed together and amalgamated, each changing the shape of the other. From the midst of the dark roof a terrible arsenal appeared to be emptied out, hurling downward from the gulf pell-mell waterspouts, hail torrents, purple fire, phosphoric gleams, darkness and lightnings. Meanwhile, Gilliatt seemed to pay no attention to the storm. His head was bent over his work. The second framework began to approach completion. To every clap of thunder he replied with a blow of his hammer, making a cadence which was audible even amidst that tumult. He was bareheaded, for a gust had carried away his galérienne. He suffered from a burning thirst. Little pools of rain had formed in the rocks around him. From time to time he took some water in the hollow of his hand and drank. Then, without even looking upward to observe the storm, he applied himself anew to his task. All might depend upon a moment. He knew the fate that awaited him if his breakwater should not be completed in time. Of what avail could it be to lose a moment in looking for the approach of death? The turmoil around him was like that of a vast bubbling cauldron. Crash and uproar were everywhere. Sometimes the lightning seemed to descend a sort of ladder. The electric flame returned incessantly to the same points of the rock where there were probably metallic veins. Hailstones fell of enormous size. Gilliatt was compelled to shake the folds of his overcoat, even the pockets of which became filled with hail. The storm had now rotated to the west, and was expending its fury upon the barricades of the two Douvres. But Gilliatt had faith in his breakwaters, and with good reason. These barricades, made of a great portion of the forepart of the Durande, took the shock of the waves easily. Elasticity is a resistance. The experiments of Stephenson established the fact that against the waves, which are themselves elastic, a raft of timber, joined and chained together in a certain fashion, will form a more powerful obstacle than a breakwater of masonry. The barriers of the Douvres fulfilled these conditions. They were, moreover, so ingeniously made fast that the waves striking them beneath were like hammers beating in nails, pressing and consolidating the work upon the rocks. To demolish them, it would have been necessary to overthrow the Douvres themselves. The surf, in fact, was only able to cast over upon the sloop some flakes of foam. On that side, thanks to the barrier, the tempest ended only in harmless insult. Gilliatt turned his back upon the scene. He heard composedly its useless rage upon the rocks behind him. The foam flakes coming from all sides were like flights of down. The vast irritated ocean deluged the rocks, dashed over them and raged within, penetrated into the network of their interior fissures, and issued again from the granitic masses by the narrow chinks, forming a kind of inexhaustible fountains playing peacefully in the midst of that deluge. Here and there a silvery network fell gracefully from these spouts in the sea. The second frame of the eastern barrier was nearly completed. A few more knots of rope and ends of chains, and this new rampart would be ready to play its part in barring out the storm. Suddenly there was a great brightness. The rain ceased. The clouds rolled asunder. The wind had just shifted. A sort of high, dark window opened in the zenith, and the lightnings were extinguished. The end seemed to have come. It was but the commencement. The change of wind was from the north-west to the north-east. The storm was preparing to burst forth again with a new legion of hurricanes. The north was about to mount to the assault. Sailors call this dreaded moment of transition the return storm. The southern wind brings most rain, the north wind most lightning. The attack, coming now from the east, was directed against the weak point of the position. This time Gilliatt interrupted his work and looked around him. He stood erect upon a curved projection of the rock behind the second barrier, which was nearly finished. If the first frame had been carried away, it would have broken down the second, which was not yet consolidated, and must have crushed him. Gilliatt, in the place that he had chosen, must in that case have been destroyed before seeing the sloop, the machinery, and all his work shattered and swallowed up in the gulf. Such was the possibility which awaited him. He accepted it and contemplated it sternly. In that wreck of all his hope, to die at once would have been his desire. To die first, as he would have regarded it, for the machinery produced in his mind the effect of a living being. He moved aside his hair, which was beaten over his eyes by the wind, grasped his trusty mallet, drew himself up in a menacing attitude, and awaited the event. He was not kept long in suspense. A flash of lightning gave the signal. The livid opening in the zenith closed. A driving torrent of rain fell. Then all became dark. save where the lightnings broke forth once more. The attack had recommenced in earnest. A heavy swell, visible from time to time in the blaze of the lightning, was rolling in the east beyond the Man Rock. It resembled a huge wall of glass. It was green and without foam, and it stretched across the wide expanse. It was advancing towards the breakwater, increasing as it approached. It was a singular kind of gigantic cylinder rolling upon the ocean. The thunder kept up a hollow rumbling. The great wave struck the Man Rock, broke in twain, and passed beyond. The broken wave, rejoined, formed a mountain of water, and instead of advancing in parallel line as before, came down perpendicularly upon the breakwater. The shock was terrific. The whole wave became a roaring surf. It is impossible for those who have not witnessed them to imagine these snowy avalanches which the sea thus precipitates, and under which it engulfs for the moment rocks of more than 100 feet in height, such for example as the Great Andalo at Guernsey and the Pinnacle at Jersey. At Sainte Marie of Madagascar it passes completely over the promontory of Tinting. For some moments the sea drowned everything. Nothing was visible except the furious waters, an enormous breadth of foam, the whiteness of a winding sheet blowing in the draught of a sepulchre. Nothing was heard but the roaring storm working devastation around. When the foam subsided, Gilliatt was still standing at his post. The barrier had stood firm. Not a chain was broken, not a nail displaced. It had exhibited under the trial the two chief qualities of a breakwater. It had proved flexible as a hurdle and firm as a wall. The surf falling upon it had dissolved into a shower of drops. A river of foam rushing along the zigzags of the defile subsided as it approached the sloop. The man who had put this curb upon the fury of the ocean took no rest. The storm fortunately turned aside its fury for a moment. The fierce attack of the waves was renewed upon the wall of the rock. There was a respite, and Gilliatt took advantage of it to complete the interior barrier. The daylight faded upon his labours. The hurricane continued its violence upon the flank of the rocks with a mournful solemnity. The stores of fire and water in the sky poured out incessantly without exhausting themselves. The undulations of the wind above and below were like the movements of a dragon. Nightfall brought scarcely any deeper night. The change was hardly felt, for the darkness was never complete. Tempests alternately darkening and illuming by their lightnings are merely intervals of the visible and invisible. All is pale glare, and then all is darkness. Spectral shapes issue forth suddenly, and return as suddenly into the deep shade. A phosphoric zone, tinged with the hue of the aurora borealis, appeared like ghastly flames behind the dense clouds, giving to all things a wan aspect, and making the rain drifts luminous. This uncertain light aided Gilliatt and directed him in his operations. By its help he was enabled to raise the forward barrier. The breakwater was now almost complete. As he was engaged in making fast a powerful cable to the last beam, the gale blew directly in his face. This compelled him to raise his head. The wind had shifted abruptly to the northeast. The assault upon the eastern gullet recommenced. Gilliatt cast his eyes around the horizon. Another great wall of water was approaching. The wave broke with a great shock. A second followed, then another, and another still, then 5 or 6 almost together, then a last shock of tremendous force. This last wave, which was an accumulation of forces, had a singular resemblance to a living thing. It would not have been difficult to imagine in the midst of that swelling mass the shapes of fins and gill coverings. It fell heavily and broke upon the barriers. Its almost animal form was torn to pieces in the shape of spouts and gushes, resembling the crushing to death of some sea hydra upon that block of rocks and timbers. The swell rushed through, subsiding but devastating as it went. The huge wave seemed to bite and cling to its victim as it died. The rock shook to its base. A savage howling mingled with the roar. The foam flew far like the spouting of a leviathan. The subsidence exhibited the extent of the ravages of the surf. This last escalade had not been ineffectual. The breakwater had suffered this time. A long and heavy beam, torn from the first barrier, had been carried over the second, and hurled violently upon the projecting rock on which Gilliatt had stood but a moment before. By good fortune he had not returned there. Had he done so, his death had been inevitable. There was a remarkable circumstance in the fall of this beam, which, by preventing the framework rebounding, saved Gilliatt from greater dangers. It even proved useful to him, as will be seen, in another way. Between the projecting rock and the interior wall of the defile there was a large interval, something like the notch of an axe or the split of a wedge. One of the extremities of the timber, hurled into the air by the waves, had stuck fast into this notch in falling. The gap had become enlarged. Gilliatt was struck with an idea. It was that of bearing heavily on the other extremity. The beam caught by one end in the nook, which it had widened, projected from it straight as an outstretched arm. This species of arm projected parallel with the anterior wall of the defile, and the disengaged end stretched from its resting place about 18 or 20 inches, a good distance for the object to be attained. Gilliatt raised himself by means of his hands, feet, and knees to the escarpment, and then turned his back, pressing both his shoulders against the enormous lever. The beam was long, which increased its raising power. The rock was already loosened, but he was compelled to renew his efforts again and again. The sweat drops rolled from his forehead as rapidly as the spray. The fourth attempt exhausted all his powers. There was a cracking noise. The gap, spreading in the shape of the fissure, opened its vast jaws, and the heavy mass fell into the narrow space of the defile with a noise like the echo of the thunder. The mass fell straight and without breaking, resting in its bed like a Druid cromlech precipitated in one piece. The beam which had served as a lever descended with the rock, and Gilliatt, stumbling forward as it gave way, narrowly escaped falling. The bed of the pass at this part was full of huge round stones, and there was little water. The monolith lying in the boiling foam, the flakes of which fell on Gilliatt where he stood, stretched from side to side of the great parallel rocks of the defile, and formed a transversal wall, a sort of cross-stroke between the two escarpments. Its two ends touched the rocks. It had been a little too long to lie flat, but its summit of soft rock was struck off with the fall. The result of this fall was a singular sort of cul-de-sac, which may still be seen. The water behind this stony barrier is almost always tranquil. This was a rampart, more invincible still than the forward timbers of the Durande, fixed between the two Douvres. The barrier came opportunely. The assaults of the sea had continued. The obstinacy of the waves is always increased by an obstacle. The first frame began to show signs of breaking up. One breach, however small, in a breakwater is always serious. It inevitably enlarges, and there is no means of supplying its place, for the sea would sweep away the workmen. A flash which lighted up the rocks revealed to Gilliatt the nature of the mischief. The beams broken down, the ends of rope and fragments of chain swinging in the winds, and a rent in the centre of the apparatus. The second frame was intact. Though the block of stone so powerfully overturned by Gilliatt in the defile behind the breakwater was the strongest possible barrier, it had a defect. It was too low. The surge could not destroy, but could sweep over it. It was useless to think of building it higher. Nothing but masses of rock could avail upon a barrier of stone. But how could such masses be detached? Or, if detached, how could they be moved, or raised, or piled, or fixed? Timbers may be added, but rocks cannot. Gilliatt was not Enceladus. The very little height of this rocky isthmus rendered him anxious. The effects of this fault were not long in showing themselves. The assaults upon the breakwater were incessant. The heavy seas seemed not merely to rage, but to attack with determination to destroy it. A sort of trampling noise was heard upon the jolted framework. Suddenly the end of a binding strake, detached from the dislocated frame, was swept away over the second barrier and across the transversal rock, falling in the defile, where the water seized and carried it into the sinuosities of the pass. Gilliatt lost sight of it. It seemed probable that it would do some injury to the sloop. Fortunately, the water in the interior of the rocks, shut in on all sides, felt little of the commotion without. The waves there were comparatively trifling, and the shock was not likely to be severe. For the rest, he had little time to spare for reflection upon this mishap. Every variety of danger was arising at once. The tempest was concentrated upon the vulnerable point. Destruction was imminent. The darkness was profound for a moment. The lightnings paused. A sort of sinister connivance. The cloud and the sea became one. There was a dull peal. This was followed by a terrible outburst. The frame which formed the front of the barriers was swept away. The fragments of beams were visible in the rolling waters. The sea was using the first breakwater as an engine for making a breach in the second. Gilliatt experienced the feeling of a general who sees his advanced guard driven in. The second construction of beams resisted the shock. The apparatus behind it was powerfully secured and buttressed, but the broken frame was heavy and was at the mercy of the waves, which were incessantly hurling it forward and withdrawing it. The ropes and chains which remained unsevered prevented its entirely breaking up, and the qualities which Gilliatt had given it as a means of defence made it, in the end, a more effective weapon of destruction. Instead of a buckler, it had become a battering ram. Besides this, it was now full of irregularities from breaking. Ends of timbers projected from all parts, and it was, as it were, covered with teeth and spikes. No sort of arm could have been more effective or more fitted for the handling of the tempest. It was the projectile, while the sea played the part of the catapult. The blows succeeded each other with a dismal regularity. Gilliatt, thoughtful and anxious, behind that barricaded portal, listened to the sound of death knocking loudly for admittance. He reflected with bitterness that, but for the fatal entanglement of the funnel of the Durande in the wreck, he would have been at that very moment, and even since the morning, once more at Guernsey, in the port, with the sloop out of danger and with the machinery saved. The dreaded moment arrived. The destruction was complete. There was a sound like a death rattle. The entire frame of the breakwater, the double apparatus, crushed and mingled confusedly, came in a whirl of foam, rushing upon the stone barricade like chaos upon a mountain, where it stopped. Here the fragments lay together, a mass of beams penetrable by the waves, but still breaking their force. The conquered barrier struggled nobly against destruction. The waves had shattered it, and in their turn were shattered against it. Though overthrown, it still remained in some degree effective. The rock which barred its passage, an immovable obstacle, held it fast. The defile, as we have said, was very narrow at that point. The victorious whirlwind had driven forward, mingled, and piled up the wreck of the breakwater in this narrow pass. The very violence of the assault, by heaping up the mass and driving the broken ends one into the other, had contributed to make the pile firm. It was destroyed, but immovable. A few pieces of timber only were swept away and dispersed by the waves. One passed through the air very near to Gilliatt. He felt the counter-current upon his forehead. Some waves, however, of that kind which in great tempests return with an imperturbable regularity, swept over the ruins of the breakwater. They fell into the defile, and in spite of the many angles of the passage, set the waters within in commotion. The waters began to roll through the gorge ominously. The mysterious embraces of the waves among the rocks were audible. What means were there of preventing this agitation extending as far as the sloop? It would not require a long time for the blast of wind to create a tempest through all the windings of the pass. A few heavy seas would be sufficient to stave in the sloop and scatter her burden. Gilliatt shuddered as he reflected. But he was not disconcerted. No defeat could daunt his soul. The hurricane had now discovered the true plan of attack, and was rushing fiercely between the two walls of the strait. Suddenly a crash was heard, resounding and prolonging itself through the defile at some distance behind him, a crash more terrible than any he had yet heard. It came from the direction of the sloop. Something disastrous was happening there. Gilliatt hastened towards it. From the eastern gullet where he was, he could not see the sloop on account of the sharp turns of the pass. At the last turn he stopped and waited for the lightning. The first flash revealed to him the position of affairs. The rush of the sea through the eastern entrance had been met by a blast of wind from the other end. A disaster was near at hand. The sloop had received no visible damage. Anchored as she was, the storm had little power over her, but the carcass of the Durande was distressed. In such a tempest the wreck presented a considerable surface. It was entirely out of the sea, in the air, exposed. The breach which Gilliatt had made, and which he had passed the engine through, had rendered the hull still weaker. The keelson was snapped. The vertebral column of the skeleton was broken. The hurricane had passed over it. Scarcely more than this was needed to complete its destruction. The planking of the deck had bent like an opened book. The dismemberment had begun. It was the noise of this dislocation which had reached Gilliatt's ears in the midst of the tempest. The disaster which presented itself as he approached appeared almost irremediable. The square opening which he had cut in the keel had become a gaping wound. The wind had converted the smooth-cut hole into a ragged fracture. This transverse breach separated the wreck in two. The after part, nearest to the sloop, had remained firm in its bed of rocks. The forward portion which faced him was hanging. A fracture, while it holds, is a sort of hinge. The whole mass oscillated as the wind moved it, with a doleful noise. Fortunately the sloop was no longer beneath it. But this swinging movement shook the other portion of the hull, still wedged and immovable as it was between the two Douvres. From shaking to casting down the distance is not far. Under the obstinate assaults of the gale, the dislocated part might suddenly carry away the other portion, which almost touched the sloop. In this case, the whole wreck, together with the sloop and the engine, must be swept into the sea and swallowed up. All this presented itself to his eyes. It was the end of all. How could it be prevented? Gilliatt was one of those who are accustomed to snatch the means of safety out of danger itself. He collected his ideas for a moment. Then he hastened to his arsenal and brought his hatchet. The mallet had served him well. It was now the turn of the axe. He mounted upon the wreck, got a footing on that part of the planking which had not given way, and leaning over the precipice of the pass between the Douvres, he began to cut away the broken joists and the planking which supported the hanging portion of the hull. His object was to effect the separation of the two parts of the wreck, to disencumber the half which remained firm, to throw overboard what the waves had seized, and thus share the prey with the storm. The hanging portion of the wreck, borne down by the wind and by its own weight, adhered only at one or two points. The entire wreck resembled a folding screen, one leaf of which, half hanging, beat against the other. 5 or 6 pieces of the planking only, bent and started, but not broken, still held. Their fractures creaked and enlarged at every gust, and the axe, so to speak, had but to help the labour of the wind. This more than half-severed condition, while it increased the facility of the work, also rendered it dangerous. The whole might give way beneath him at any moment. The tempest had reached its highest point. The convulsion of the sea reached the heavens. Hitherto the storm had been supreme. It had seemed to work its own imperious will, to give the impulse, to drive the waves to frenzy, while still preserving a sort of sinister lucidity. Below was fury, above anger. The heavens are the breath, the ocean only foam, hence the authority of the wind. But the intoxication of its own horrors had confused it. It had become a mere whirlwind. It was a blindness leading to night. There are times when tempests become frenzied, when the heavens are attacked with a sort of delirium, when the firmament raves and hurls its lightnings blindly. No terror is greater than this. It is a hideous moment. The trembling of the rock was at its height. Every storm has a mysterious course, but now it loses its appointed path. It is the most dangerous point of the tempest. At that moment, says Thomas Fuller, the wind is a furious maniac. It is at that instant that continuous discharge of electricity takes place, which Piddington calls the cascade of lightnings. It is that instant that in the blackest spot of the clouds, none know why, unless it be to spy the universal terror, a circle of blue light appears, which the Spanish sailors of ancient times called the eye of the tempest. El Ojo de la Tempestad. That terrible eye looked down upon Gilliatt. Gilliatt, on his part, was surveying the heavens. He raised his head now. After every stroke of his hatchet, he stood erect and gazed upwards, almost haughtily. He was, or seemed to be, too near destruction not to feel self-sustained. Would he despair? No. In the presence of the wildest fury of the ocean, he was watchful as well as bold. He planted his feet only where the wreck was firm. He ventured his life and yet was careful, for his determined spirit too had reached its highest point. His strength had grown tenfold greater. He had become heated with his own intrepidity. The strokes of his hatchet were like blows of defiance. He seemed to have gained in directness what the tempest had lost. A pathetic struggle. On the one hand, an indefatigable will. On the other, inexhaustible power. It was a contest with the elements for the prize at his feet. The clouds took the shape of Gorgon masks in the immensity of the heavens. Every possible form of terror appeared. The rain came from the sea, the surf from the cloud. Phantoms of the wind bent down. Meteoric faces revealed themselves and were again eclipsed, leaving the darkness more monstrous. Then there was nothing seen but the torrents coming from all sides. A boiling sea, cumuli heavy with hail, ashen-hued, ragged-edged, appeared seized with a sort of whirling frenzy. Strange rattlings filled the air. The inverse currents of electricity observed by Volta darted their sudden flashes from cloud to cloud. The prolongation of the lightnings was terrible. The flashes passed near to Gilliatt. The very ocean seemed astonished. He passed to and fro upon the tottering wreck, making the deck tremble under his steps, striking, cutting, hacking with the hatchet in his hand, pallid in the gleam of the lightning, his long hair streaming, his feet naked in rags, his face covered with the foam of the sea, but grand still amid that maelstrom of the thunderstorm. Against these furious powers man has no weapon but his invention. Invention was Gilliatt's triumph. His object was to allow all the dislocated portions of the wreck to fall together. For this reason he cut away the broken portions without entirely separating them, leaving some parts on which they still swung. Suddenly he stopped, holding his axe in the air. The operation was complete. The entire portion went with a crash. The mass rolled down between the two Douvres, just below Gilliatt, who stood upon the wreck, leaning over and observing the fall. It fell perpendicularly into the water, struck the rocks, and stopped in the defile before touching the bottom. Enough remained out of the water to rise more than 12 feet above the waves. The vertical mass of planking formed a wall between the two Douvres. Like the rock overturned crosswise higher up the defile, it allowed only a slight stream of foam to pass through at its two extremities. And thus was a fifth barricade, improvised by Gilliatt against the tempest, in that passage of the seas. The hurricane itself in its blind fury had assisted in the construction of this last barrier. It was fortunate that the proximity of the two walls had prevented the mass of wreck from falling to the bottom. This circumstance gave the barricade greater height. The water, besides, could flow under the obstacle, which diminished the power of the waves. That which passes below cannot pass over. This is partly the secret of the floating breakwater. Henceforth, let the storm do what it might, there was nothing to fear for the sloop or the machinery. The water around them could not become agitated again. Between the barrier of the Douvres, which covered them on the west, and the barricade which protected them from the east, no heavy sea or wind could reach them. Gilliatt had plucked safety out of the catastrophe itself. The storm had been his fellow labourer in the work. This done, he took a little water in the palm of his hand from one of the rain pools, and drank, and then, looking upward at the storm, said with a smile, "Bungler!" Human intelligence, combating with brute force, experiences an ironical joy in demonstrating the stupidity of its antagonist, and compelling it to serve the very objects of its fury, and Gilliatt felt something of that immemorial desire to insult his invisible enemy, which is as old as the heroes of the Iliad. He descended to the sloop and examined it by the gleam of the lightning. The relief which he had been able to give to his distressed bark was well timed. She had been much shaken during the last hour, and had begun to give way. A hasty glance revealed no serious injury. Nevertheless, he was certain that the vessel had been subjected to violent shocks. As soon as the waves had subsided, the hull had righted itself. The anchors had held fast. As for the machine, the four chains had supported it admirably. While Gilliatt was completing this survey, something white passed before his eyes and vanished in the gloom. It was a sea mew. No sight could be more welcome in tempestuous weather. When the birds reappear, the storm is departing. The thunder redoubled, another good sign. The violent efforts of the storm had broken its force. All mariners know that the last ordeal is severe but short. The excessive violence of the thunderstorm is the herald of the end. The rain stopped suddenly. Then there was only a surly rumbling in the heavens. The storm ceased with the suddenness of a plank falling to the ground. The immense mass of clouds became disorganized. A strip of clear sky appeared between them. Gilliatt was astonished. It was broad daylight. The tempest had lasted nearly 20 hours. The wind which had brought the storm carried it away. A dark pile was diffused over the horizon. The broken clouds were flying in confusion across the sky. From one end to the other of the line there was a movement of retreat. A long muttering was heard, gradually decreasing. A few last drops of rain fell, and all those dark masses charged with thunder departed like a terrible multitude of chariots. Suddenly the wide expanse of sky became blue. Gilliatt perceived that he was wearied. Sleep swoops down upon the exhausted frame like a bird upon its prey. He drooped and sank upon the deck of the bark without choosing his position, and there slept. Stretched at length and inert, he remained thus for some hours, scarcely distinguishable from the beams and joists among which he lay. End of chapter 6 and book 3. Recording by Paul Adams.
Chapter 1 of Book 4 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Valdez. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 4, Pitfalls in the Way. Chapter 1. He who is hungry is not alone. When he awakened he was hungry. The sea was growing calmer, but there was still a heavy swell, which made his departure, for the present at least, impossible. The day, too, was far advanced. For the sloop with its burden to get to Guernsey before midnight, it was necessary to start in the morning. Although pressed by hunger, Gilliatt began by stripping himself, the only means of getting warmth. His clothing was saturated by the storm, but the rain had washed out the sea water, which rendered it possible to dry them. He kept nothing on but his trousers, which he turned up nearly to the knees. His overcoat, jacket, overalls, and sheepskin he spread out and fixed with large round stones here and there. Then he thought of eating. He had recourse to his knife, which he was careful to sharpen and to keep always in good condition, and he detached from the rock a few limpets, similar in kind to the clornices of the Mediterranean. It is well known that these are eaten raw, but after so many labours, so various and so rude, pittance was meagre. His biscuit was gone, but of water he had now abundance. He took advantage of the receding tide to wander among the rocks in search of crayfish. There was extant enough of rock to hope for a successful search. But he had not reflected that he could do nothing with these without fire to cook them. If he had taken the trouble to go to his store cavern, he would have found it inundated with the rain. His wood and coal were drowned, and of his store of tow, which served him for tinder, there was not a fibre which was not saturated. No means remained of lighting a fire. For the rest, his blower was completely disorganized. The screen of the hearth of his forge was broken down. The storm had sacked and devastated his workshop. With what tools and apparatus had escaped the general wreck, he could still have done carpentry work, but he could not have accomplished any of the labours of the smith. Gilliatt, however, never thought of his workshop for a moment. Drawn in another direction by the pangs of hunger, he had pursued without much reflection his search for food. He wandered, not in the gorge of the rocks, but outside among the smaller breakers. It was there that the Durande 10 weeks previously had first struck upon the sunken reef. For the search that Gilliatt was prosecuting, this part was more favourable than the interior. At low water the crabs are accustomed to crawl out into the air. They seem to like to warm themselves in the sun, where they swarm sometimes, to the disgust of loiterers, who recognize in these creatures, with their awkward sidelong gait, climbing clumsily from crack to crack, the lower stages of the rocks, like the steps of a staircase, a sort of sea vermin. For 2 months Gilliatt had lived upon these vermin of the sea. On this day, however, the crayfish and crabs were both wanting. The tempest had driven them into their solitary retreats, and they had not yet mustered courage to venture abroad. Gilliatt held his open knife in his hand, and from time to time scraped a cockle from under the bunches of seaweed, which he ate while still walking. He could not have been far from the very spot where Sieur Clubin had perished. As Gilliatt was determined to content himself with the sea urchins and the châtaigniers de mer, a little clattering noise at his feet aroused his attention. A large crab, startled by his approach, had just dropped into a pool. The water was shallow, and he did not lose sight of it. He chased the crab along the base of the rock. The crab moved fast. Suddenly it was gone. It had buried itself in some crevice under the rock. Gilliatt clutched the projections of the rock, and stretched out to observe where it shelved away under the water. As he suspected, there was an opening there in which the creature had evidently taken refuge. It was more than a crevice. It was a kind of porch. The sea entered beneath it, but was not deep. The bottom was visible, covered with large pebbles. The pebbles were green, and clothed in confervae, indicating that they were never dry. They were like the tops of a number of heads of infants, covered with a kind of green hair. Holding his knife between his teeth, Gilliatt descended by the help of feet and hands from the upper part of the escarpment, and leapt into the water. It reached almost to his shoulders. He made his way through the porch, and found himself in a blind passage, with a roof in the form of a rude arch over his head. The walls were polished and slippery. The crab was nowhere visible. He gained his feet, and advanced in daylight, growing fainter, so that he began to lose the power to distinguish objects. At about 15 paces the vaulted roof ended overhead. He had penetrated beyond the blind passage. There was here more space, and consequently more daylight. The pupils of his eyes, moreover, had dilated. He could see pretty clearly. He was taken by surprise. He had made his way again into the singular cavern which he had visited in the previous month. The only difference was that he had entered by the way of the sea. It was through the submarine arch that he had remarked before that he had just entered. At certain low tides it was accessible. His eyes became more accustomed to the place. His vision became clearer and clearer. He was astonished. He found himself again in that extraordinary palace of shadows, saw again before his eyes that vaulted roof, those columns, those purple and blood-like stains, that vegetation rich with gems, and at the farther end that crypt or sanctuary and that altar-like stone. He took little notice of these details, but their impression was in his mind, and he saw that the place was unchanged. He observed before him, at a certain height in the wall, the crevice through which he had penetrated the first time, and which, from the point where he now stood, appeared inaccessible. Near the moulded arch he remarked those low dark grottoes, sort of caves within a cavern, which he had already observed from a distance. He now stood nearer to them. The entrance to the nearest to him was out of the water and easily approachable. Nearer still than this recess he noticed, above the level of the water and within reach of his hand, a horizontal fissure. It seemed to him probable that the crab had taken refuge there, and he plunged his hand in as far as he was able, and groped about in that dusky aperture. Suddenly he felt himself seized by the arm. A strange, indescribable horror thrilled through him. Some living thing, thin, rough, flat, cold, slimy, had twisted itself round his naked arm in the dark depth below. It crept upwards towards his chest. Its pressure was like a tightening cord, its steady persistence like that of a screw. In less than a moment some mysterious spiral form had passed round his wrist and elbow, and had reached his shoulder. A sharp point penetrated beneath the armpit. Gilliatt recoiled, but he had scarcely power to move. He was, as it were, nailed to the place. With his left hand, which was disengaged, he seized his knife, which he still held between his teeth, and with that hand holding the knife he supported himself against the rocks, while he made a desperate effort to withdraw his arm. He succeeded only in disturbing his persecutor, which wound itself still tighter. It was supple as leather, strong as steel, cold as night. A second form, sharp, elongated, and narrow, issued out of the crevice, like a tongue out of monstrous jaws. It seemed to lick his naked body. Then suddenly stretching out, it became longer and thinner as it crept over his skin and wound itself round him. At the same time a terrible sense of pain, comparable to nothing he had ever known, compelled all his muscles to contract. He felt upon his skin a number of flat rounded points. It seemed as if innumerable suckers had fastened to his flesh and were about to drink his blood. A third, long, undulating shape issued from the hole in the rock, seemed to feel its way about his body, lashed round his ribs like a cord, and fixed itself there. Agony, when at its height, is mute. Gilliatt uttered no cry. There was sufficient light for him to see the repulsive forms which had entangled themselves about him. A fourth ligature, but this one swift as an arrow, darted towards his stomach and wound around him there. It was impossible to sever or tear away the slimy bands which were twisted tightly round his body, and were adhering by a number of points. Each of the points was the focus of frightful and singular pangs. It was as if numberless small mouths were devouring him at the same time. A fifth long, slimy, ribbon-shaped strip issued from the hole. It passed over the others and wound itself tightly around his chest. The compression increased his sufferings. He could scarcely breathe. These living thongs were pointed at their extremities, but broadened like a blade of a sword towards its hilt. All belonged evidently to the same centre. They crept and glided about him. He felt the strange points of pressure, which seemed to him like mouths, change their place from time to time. Suddenly a large, round, flattened, glutinous mass issued from beneath the crevice. It was the centre. The 5 thongs were attached to it like spokes to the nave of a wheel. On the opposite side of this disgusting monster appeared the commencement of 3 other tentacles, the ends of which remained under the rock. In the middle of this slimy mass appeared 2 eyes. The eyes were fixed on Gilliatt. He recognized the devil-fish. Chapter 2. The Monster. It is difficult for those who have not seen it to believe in the existence of the devil-fish. Compared to this creature, the ancient hydras are insignificant. At times we are tempted to imagine that the vague forms which float in our dreams may encounter in the realm of the possible attractive forces having power to fix their lineaments and shape living beings out of these creatures of our slumbers. The unknown has power over these strange visions, and out of them composes monsters. Orpheus, Homer, and Hesiod imagined only the chimera. Providence has created this terrible creature of the sea. Creation abounds in monstrous forms of life. The wherefore of this perplexes and affrights the religious thinker. If terror were the object of its creation, nothing could be imagined more perfect than the devil-fish. The whale has enormous bulk. The devil-fish is comparatively small. The jaracara makes a hissing noise. The devil-fish is mute. The rhinoceros has a horn. The devil-fish has none. The scorpion has a dart. The devil-fish has no dart. The shark has sharp fins. The devil-fish has no fins. The vespertilio bat has wings with claws. The devil-fish has no wings. The porcupine has his spines. The devil-fish has no spines. The swordfish has his sword. The devil-fish has none. The torpedo has its electric spark. The devil-fish has none. The toad has its poison. The devil-fish has none. The viper has its venom. The devil-fish has no venom. The lion has its talons. The devil-fish has no talons. The griffin has its beak. The devil-fish has no beak. The crocodile has its jaws. The devil-fish has no teeth. The devil-fish has no muscular organization, no menacing cry, no breastplate, no horn, no dart, no claw, no tail with which to hold or bruise, no cutting fins or wings with nails, no prickles, no sword, no electric discharge, no poison, no talons, no beak, no teeth. Yet he is of all creatures the most formidably armed. What, then, is the devil-fish? It is the sea vampire. The swimmer who, attracted by the beauty of the spot, ventures among breakers in the open sea, where the still waters hide the splendours of the deep, or in the hollows of unfrequented rocks, in unknown caverns abounding in sea plants, testacea and crustacea, under the deep portals of the ocean, runs the risk of meeting it. If that fate should be yours, be not curious, but fly. The intruder enters there dazzled, but quits the spot in terror. This frightful apparition, which is always possible among the rocks in the open sea, is a greyish form which undulates in the water. It is of the thickness of a man's arm, and in length nearly 5 feet. Its outline is ragged. Its form resembles an umbrella closed, and without handle. This irregular mass advances slowly towards you. Suddenly it opens, and 8 radii issue abruptly from around a face with 2 eyes. These radii are alive. Their undulation is like lambent flames. They resemble, when opened, the spokes of a wheel of 4 or 5 feet in diameter. A terrible expansion. It springs upon its prey. The devil-fish harpoons its victim. It winds around the sufferer, covering and entangling him in its long folds. Underneath it is yellow, above a dull earthy hue. Nothing could render that inexplicable shade dust-coloured. Its form is spider-like, but its tints are like those of the chameleon. When irritated, it becomes violet. Its most horrible characteristic is its softness. Its folds strangle, its contact paralyzes. It has an aspect like gangrened or scabrous flesh. It is a monstrous embodiment of disease. It adheres closely to its prey and cannot be torn away, a fact which is due to its power of exhausting air. The 8 antennae, large at their roots, diminish gradually and end in needle-like points. Underneath each of these feelers range 2 rows of pustules, decreasing in size, the largest ones near the head, the smaller at the extremities. Each row contains 25 of these. There are therefore 50 pustules to each feeler, and the creature possesses in the whole 400. These pustules are capable of acting like cupping glasses. They are cartilaginous substances, cylindrical, horny, and livid. Upon a large species they diminish gradually from the diameter of a 5-franc piece to the size of a split pea. These small tubes can be thrust out and withdrawn by the animal at will. They are capable of piercing to a depth of more than an inch. This sucking apparatus has all the regularity and delicacy of a keyboard. It stands forth at one moment and disappears the next. The most perfect sensitiveness cannot equal the contractibility of these suckers, always proportioned to the internal movement of the animal and its exterior circumstances. The monster is endowed with the qualities of the sensitive plant.
This animal is the same as those which mariners call pulps, which science designates cephalopteri, and which ancient legends call krakens. It is the English sailors who call them devilfish, and sometimes bloodsuckers. In the Channel Islands they are called pieuvres. They are rare in Guernsey, very small at Jersey, but near the island of Sark are numerous, as well as very large. An engraving in Sonnini's edition of Buffon represents a cephaloptera crushing a frigate. Denis Montfort, in fact, considers the pulp, or octopod, of high latitudes, strong enough to destroy a ship. Bory St. Vincent doubts this, but he shows that in our regions they will attack men. Near Brecqhou, in Sark, they show a cave where a devilfish a few years since seized and drowned a lobster fisher. Perron and Lamarck are in error in their belief that the pulp, having no fins, cannot swim. He who writes these lines has seen with his own eyes at Sark, in the cavern called the Boutiques, a pieuvre swimming and pursuing a bather. When captured and killed, this specimen was found to be 4 English feet broad, and it was possible to count its 400 suckers. The monster thrust them out convulsively in the agony of death. According to Denis Montfort, one of those observers whose marvellous intuition sinks or raises them to the level of magicians, the pulp is almost endowed with the passions of man. It has its hatreds. In fact, in the absolute, to be hideous is to hate. Hideousness struggles under the natural law of elimination, which necessarily renders it hostile. When swimming, the devilfish rests, so to speak, in its sheath. It swims with all its parts drawn close. It may be likened to a sleeve sewn up with a closed fist within. The protuberance, which is the head, pushes the water aside and advances with a vague undulatory movement. Its 2 eyes, though large, are indistinct, being of the colour of the water. When in ambush or seeking its prey, it retires into itself, grows smaller, and condenses itself. It is then scarcely distinguishable in the submarine twilight. At such times it looks like a mere ripple in the water. It resembles anything except a living creature. The devilfish is crafty. When its victim is unsuspicious, it opens suddenly. A glutinous mass endowed with a malignant will, what can be more horrible? It is in the most beautiful azure depths of the limpid water that this hideous, voracious polyp delights. It always conceals itself, a fact which increases its terrible associations. When they are seen, it is almost invariably after they have been captured. At night, however, and particularly in the hot season, it becomes phosphorescent. These horrible creatures have their passions, their submarine nuptials. Then it adorns itself, burns and illumines, and from the height of some rock it may be seen in the deep obscurity of the waves below, expanding with a pale irradiation, a spectral sun. The devilfish not only swims, it walks. It is partly fish, partly reptile. It crawls upon the bed of the sea. At these times it makes use of its 8 feelers, and creeps along in the fashion of a species of swift-moving caterpillar. It has no blood, no bones, no flesh. It is soft and flabby, a skin with nothing inside. Its 8 tentacles may be turned inside out, like the fingers of a glove. It has a single orifice in the centre of its radii, which appears at first to be neither the vent nor the mouth. It is, in fact, both one and the other. The orifice performs a double function. The entire creature is cold. The jellyfish of the Mediterranean is repulsive. Contact with that animated gelatinous substance which envelops the bather, in which the hands sink and the nails scratch ineffectively, which can be torn without killing it, and which can be plucked off without entirely removing it, that fluid and yet tenacious creature which slips through the fingers is disgusting. But no horror can equal the sudden apparition of the devilfish, that Medusa with its 8 serpents. No grasp is like the sudden strain of the cephaloptera. It is with the sucking apparatus that it attacks. The victim is oppressed by a vacuum drawing at numberless points. It is not a clawing or a biting, but an indescribable scarification. A tearing of the flesh is terrible, but less terrible than a sucking of the blood. Claws are harmless compared with the horrible action of these natural air cups. The talons of the wild beast enter into your flesh, but with the cephaloptera it is you who enter into the creature. The muscles swell, the fibres of the body are contorted, the skin cracks under the loathsome oppression, the blood spurts out and mingles horribly with the lymph of the monster, which clings to its victims by innumerable hideous mouths. The hydra incorporates itself with the man becomes one with the hydra. The spectre lies upon you. The tiger can only devour you. The devilfish, horrible, sucks your life-blood away. He draws you to him and into himself, while bound down, glued to the ground, powerless, you feel yourself gradually emptied into this horrible pouch, which is the monster itself. These strange animals, science, in accordance with its habit of excessive caution even in the face of facts, at first rejects as fabulous. Then she decides to observe them. Then she dissects, classifies, catalogues, and labels. Then procures specimens, and exhibits them in glass cases in museums. They enter then into her nomenclature, are designated mollusks, invertebrata, radiata. She determines their position in the animal world a little above the calamaries, a little below the cuttlefish. She finds for these hydras of the sea an analogous creature in fresh water, called the argyronnect. She divides them into great, medium, and small kinds. She admits more readily the existence of the small than of the large species, which is, however, the tendency of science in all countries, for she is by nature more microscopic than telescopic. She regards them from the point of view of their construction and calls them cephaloptera, counts their antennae and calls them octopedes. This done, she leaves them. Where science drops them, philosophy takes them up. Philosophy in her turn studies these creatures. She goes both less far and further. She does not dissect, but meditate. Where the scalpel has laboured, she plunges the hypothesis. She seeks the final cause, eternal perplexity of the thinker. These creatures disturb his ideas of the Creator. They are hideous surprises. They are the death's head at the feast of contemplation. The philosopher determines their characteristics in dread. They are the concrete forms of evil. What attitude can he take towards this treason of creation against herself? To whom can he look for the solution of these riddles? The possible is a terrible matrix. Monsters are mysteries in their concrete form. Portions of shade issue from the mass, and something within detaches itself, rolls, floats, condenses, borrows elements from the ambient darkness, becomes subject to unknown polarizations, assumes a kind of life, furnishes itself with some unimagined form from the obscurity, and with some terrible spirit from the miasma, and wanders ghost-like among living things. It is as if night itself assumed the forms of animals. But for what good? With what object? Thus we come again to the eternal questioning. These animals are indeed phantoms as much as monsters. They are proved and yet improbable. Their fate is to exist in spite of a priori reasonings. They are the amphibia of the shore which separates life from death. Their unreality makes their existence puzzling. They touch the frontier of man's domain and people the region of chimeras. We deny the possibility of the vampire, and the cephaloptera appears. Their swarming is a certainty which disconcerts our confidence. Optimism, which is nevertheless in the right, becomes silenced in their presence. They form the visible extremity of the dark circles. They mark the transition of our reality into another. They seem to belong to that commencement of terrible life which the dreamer sees confusedly through the loophole of the night. That multiplication of monsters, first in the invisible, then in the possible, has been suspected, perhaps perceived by magi and philosophers in their austere ecstasies and profound contemplations. Hence the conjecture of a material hell. The demon is simply the invisible tiger. The wild beast which devours souls has been presented to the eyes of human beings by St. John and by Dante in his vision of hell. If in truth the invisible circles of creation continue indefinitely, if after one there is yet another, and so forth in illimitable progression, if that chain, which for our part we are resolved to doubt, really exist, the cephaloptera at one extremity proves Satan at the other. It is certain that the wrongdoer at one end proves the existence of wrong at the other. Every malignant creature, like every perverted intelligence, is a sphinx, a terrible sphinx propounding a terrible riddle, the riddle of the existence of evil. It is this perfection of evil which has sometimes sufficed to incline powerful intellects to a faith in the duality of the deity, towards that terrible bifrons of the Manichaeans. A piece of silk stolen during the last war from the palace of the Emperor of China represents a shark eating a crocodile, who is eating a serpent, who is devouring an eagle, who is preying on a swallow, who in his turn is eating a caterpillar. All nature which is under our observation is thus alternately devouring and devoured. Prey on each other. Learned men, however, who are also philosophers, and therefore optimists in their view of creation, find, or believe they find, an explanation. Among others, Bonnet of Geneva, that mysterious exact thinker who was opposed to Buffon, as in later times Geoffroy Saint Hilaire has been to Cuvier, was struck with the idea of the final object. His notions may be summed up thus. Universal death necessitates universal sepulture. The devourers are the sextons of the system of nature. All created things enter into and form the elements of other. To decay is to nourish. Such is the terrible law from which not even man himself escapes. In our world of twilight this fatal order of things produces monsters. You ask for what purpose? We find the solution here. But is this the solution? Is this the answer to our questionings? And if so, why not some different order of things? Thus the question returns. Let us live. Be it so. But let us endeavour that death shall be progress. Let us aspire to an existence in which these mysteries shall be made clear. Let us follow that conscience which leads us.
Chapter 3 of Book 4 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Veldis. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 4, Pitfalls in the Way. Chapter 3. Another kind of sea combat. Such was the creature in whose power Gilliatt had fallen for some minutes. The monster was the inhabitant of the grotto, terrible genii of the place, a kind of sombre demon of the water. All the splendours of the cavern existed for it alone. On the day of the previous month when Gilliatt had first penetrated into the grotto, the dark outline vaguely perceived by him in the ripples of the secret waters was this monster. It was here, in its home. When entering for the second time into the cavern in pursuit of the crab, he had observed the crevice in which he supposed that the crab had taken refuge. The pieuvre was there, lying in wait for prey. Is it possible to imagine that secret ambush? No bird would brood, no egg would burst to life, no flower would dare to open, no breast to give milk, no heart to love, no spirit to soar, under the influence of that apparition of evil watching with sinister patience in the dusk. Gilliatt had thrust his arm deep into the opening. The monster had snapped at it. It held him fast, as the spider holds the fly. He was in the water up to his belt, his naked feet clutching the slippery roundness of the huge stones at the bottom, his right arm bound and rendered powerless by the flat coils of the long tentacles of the creature, and his body almost hidden under the folds and cross-folds of this horrible bandage. Of the 8 arms of the devil-fish, 3 adhered to the rock, while 5 encircled Gilliatt. In this way, clinging to the granite on the one hand, and with the other to its human prey, it enchained him to the rock. 250 suckers were upon him, tormenting him with agony and loathing. He was grasped by gigantic hands, the fingers of which were each nearly a yard long, and furnished inside with living blisters eating into the flesh. As we have said, it is impossible to tear oneself from the folds of the devil-fish. The attempt ends only in a firmer grasp. The monster clings with more determined force. Its effort increases with that of its victim. Every struggle produces a tightening of its ligatures. Gilliatt had but one resource, his knife. His left hand only was free, but the reader knows with what power he could use it. It might have been said that he had 2 right hands. His open knife was in his hand. The antenna of the devil-fish cannot be cut. It is a leathery substance impossible to divide with the knife. It slips under the edge. Its position in attack also is such that to cut it would be to wound the victim's own flesh. The creature is formidable, but there is a way of resisting it. The fishermen of Sark know this, as does anyone who has seen them execute certain movements in the sea. The porpoises know it also. They have a way of biting the cuttlefish, which decapitates it. Hence the frequent sight on the sea of penfish, poulps, and cuttlefish without heads. The cephaloptera, in fact, is only vulnerable through the head. Gilliatt was not ignorant of this fact. He had never seen a devilfish of this size. His first encounter was with one of the larger species. Another would have been powerless with terror. With the devilfish, as with a furious bull, there is a certain moment in the conflict which must be seized. It is the instant when the bull lowers the neck. It is the instant when the devilfish advances its head. The movement is rapid. He who loses that moment is destroyed. The things we have described occupied only a few moments. Gilliatt, however, felt the increasing power of its innumerable suckers. The monster is cunning. It tries first to stupefy its prey. It seizes and then pauses a while. Gilliatt grasped his knife. The sucking increased. He looked at the monster, which seemed to look at him. Suddenly it loosened from the rock its sixth antenna, and darting it at him, seized him by the left arm. At the same moment it advanced its head with a violent movement. In 1 second more its mouth would have fastened on his breast. Bleeding in the sides, and with his 2 arms entangled, he would have been a dead man. But Gilliatt was watchful. He avoided the antenna, and at the moment when the monster darted forward to fasten on his breast, he struck it with the knife clenched in his left hand. There were 2 convulsions in opposite directions, that of the devilfish and that of its prey. The movement was rapid as a double flash of lightnings. He had plunged the blade of his knife into the flat, slimy substance, and by a rapid movement, like the flourish of a whip in the air, describing a circle round the 2 eyes, he wrenched the head off as a man would draw a tooth. The struggle was ended. The folds relaxed. The monster dropped away like the slow detaching of bands. The 400 suckers, deprived of their sustaining power, dropped at once from the man and the rock. The mass sank to the bottom of the water. Breathless with the struggle, Gilliatt could perceive upon the stones at his feet 2 shapeless, slimy heaps, the head on one side, the remainder of the monster on the other. Fearing nevertheless some convulsive return of his agony, he recoiled to avoid the reach of the dreaded tentacles. But the monster was quite dead. Gilliatt closed his knife. Chapter 4. Nothing is hidden, nothing lost. It was time that he killed the devilfish. He was almost suffocated. His right arm and his chest were purple. Numberless little swellings were distinguishable upon them. The blood flowed from them here and there. The remedy for these wounds is sea water. Gilliatt plunged into it, rubbing himself at the same time with the palms of his hands. The swellings disappeared under the friction. By stepping further into the waters he had, without perceiving, approached to the species of recess already observed by him near the crevice where he had been attacked by the devilfish. The recess stretched obliquely under the great walls of the cavern, and was dry. The large pebbles which had become heaped up there had raised the bottom above the level of ordinary tides. The entrance was a rather large elliptical arch. A man could enter by stooping. The green light of the submarine grotto penetrated into it and lighted it feebly. It happened that, while hastily rubbing his skin, Gilliatt raised his eyes mechanically. He was able to see far into the cavern. He shuddered. He fancied that he perceived in the furthest depth of the dusky recess something smiling. Gilliatt had never heard the word hallucination, but he was familiar with the idea. Those mysterious encounters with the invisible, which, for the sake of avoiding the difficulty of explaining them, we call hallucinations, are in nature. Illusions are realities, visions are a fact. He who has the gift will see them. Gilliatt, as we have said, was a dreamer. He had at times the faculty of a seer. It was not in vain that he had spent his days in musing among solitary places. He imagined himself the dupe of one of those mirages which he had more than once beheld when in his dreamy moods. The opening was somewhat in the shape of a chalk burner's oven. It was a low niche with projections like basket handles. Its abrupt groins contracted gradually as far as the extremity of the crypt, where the heaps of round stones and the rocky roof joined. Gilliatt entered, and lowering his head advanced towards the object in the distance. There was indeed something smiling. It was a death's head, but it was not only the head. There was the entire skeleton. A complete human skeleton was lying in the cavern. In such position a bold man will continue his researches. Gilliatt cast his eyes around. He was surrounded by a multitude of crabs. The multitude did not stir. They were but empty shells. These groups were scattered here and there among the masses of pebbles in irregular constellations. Gilliatt, having his eyes fixed elsewhere, had walked among them without perceiving them. At this extremity of the crypt, where he had now penetrated, there was a still greater heap of remains. It was a confused mass of legs, antennae, and mandibles. Claws stood wide open. Bony shells lay still under their bristling prickles. Some reversed showed their livid hollows. The heap was like a melee of besiegers who had fallen and lay massed together. The skeleton was partly buried in this heap. Under this confused mass of scales and tentacles the eye perceived the cranium with its furrows, the vertebrae, the thigh bones, the tibias, and the long-joined finger bones with their nails. The frame of the ribs were filled with crabs. Some heart had once beat there. The green mound of the sea had settled round the sockets of the eyes. Limpets had left their slime upon the bony nostrils. For the rest, there were not in this cave within the rocks either seagulls or weeds or a breath of air. All was still. The teeth grinned. The sombre side of laughter is that strange mockery of expression which is peculiar to a human skull. This marvellous palace of the deep, inlaid and encrusted with all the gems of the sea, had at length revealed and told its secret. It was a savage haunt. The devil-fish inhabited it. It was also a tomb, in which the body of a man reposed. The skeleton and the creatures around it oscillated vaguely in the reflections of the subterranean water, which trembled upon the roof and wall. The horrible multitude of crabs looked as if finishing their repast. These crustacea seemed to be devouring the carcass. Nothing could be more strange than the aspect of the dead vermin upon their dead prey. Gilliatt had beneath his eyes the storehouse of the devil-fish. It was a dismal sight. The crabs had devoured the man. The devil-fish had devoured the crabs. There were no remains of clothing anywhere visible. The man must have been seized naked. Gilliatt, attentively examining, began to remove the shells from the skeleton. What had this man been? The body was admirably dissected. It looked as if prepared for the study of anatomy. All the flesh was stripped. Not a muscle remained. Not a bone was missing. If Gilliatt had been learned in science, he might have demonstrated the fact. The periostea, denuded of their covering, were white and smooth as if they had been polished. But for some green mould of sea mosses here and there, they would have been like ivory. The cartilaginous divisions were delicately inlaid and arranged. The tomb sometimes produces this dismal mosaic work. The body was, as it were, interred under the heap of dead crabs. Gilliatt disinterred it. Suddenly he stooped and examined more closely. He had perceived around the vertebral column a sort of belt. It was a leathern girdle which had evidently been worn buckled upon the waist of the man when alive. The leather was moist, the buckle rusty. Gilliatt pulled the girdle. The vertebra of the skeleton resisted, and he was compelled to break through them in order to remove it. A crust of small shells had begun to form upon it. He felt it, and found a hard substance within, apparently of square form. It was useless to endeavour to unfasten the buckle, so he cut the leather with his knife. The girdle contained a little iron box and some pieces of gold. Gilliatt counted 20 guineas. The iron box was an old sailor's tobacco box, opening and shutting with a spring. It was very tight and rusty. The spring, being completely oxidized, would not work. Once more the knife served Gilliatt in a difficulty. A pressure with the point of the blade caused the lid to fly up. The box was open. There was nothing inside but pieces of paper. A little roll of very thin sheets, folded in 4, was fitted in the bottom of the box. They were damp, but not injured. The box, hermetically sealed, had preserved them. Gilliatt unfolded them. There were 3 bank-notes of £1,000 sterling each, making together 75,000 francs. Gilliatt folded them again, replaced them in the box, taking advantage of the space which remained to add the 20 guineas, and then reclosed the box as well as he could. Next he examined the girdle. The leather, which had originally been polished outside, was rough within. Upon this tawny ground some letters had been traced in black thick ink. Gilliatt
Chapters 5 to 7 of Book 4 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 2, Malicious Gilliatt, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 4, Pitfalls in the Way. Chapter 5, The Fatal Difference between 6 inches and 2 feet. Gilliatt replaced the box in the girdle, and placed the girdle in the pocket of his trousers. He left the skeleton among the crabs, with the remains of the devilfish beside it. While he had been occupied with the devilfish and the skeleton, the rising tide had submerged the entrance to the cave. He was only enabled to leave it by plunging under the arched entrance. He got through without difficulty, for he knew the entrance well, and was master of these gymnastics in the sea. It is easy to understand the drama which had taken place there during the 10 weeks preceding. One monster had preyed upon another. The devilfish had seized Clubin. These 2 embodiments of treachery had met in the inexorable darkness. There had been an encounter at the bottom of the sea between these 2 compounds of mystery and watchfulness. The monster had destroyed the man, a horrible fulfilment of justice. The crab feeds on carrion, the devilfish on crabs. The devilfish seizes, as it passes, any swimming animal, an otter, a dog, a man if it can, sucks the blood, and leaves the body at the bottom of the water. The crabs are the spider-formed scavengers of the sea. Putrefying flesh attracts them. They crowd round it, devour the body, and are in their turn consumed by the devilfish. Dead creatures disappear in the crab disappears in the pieuvre. This is the law which we have already pointed out. The devilfish had laid hold of him and drowned him. Some wave had carried his body into the cave and deposited it at the extremity of the inner cavern, where Gilliatt had discovered it. He returned searching among the rocks for sea urchins and limpets. He had no desire for crabs. To have eaten them now would have seemed to him like feeding upon human flesh. For the rest, he thought of nothing but of eating what he could before starting.
Nothing now interposed to prevent his departure. Great tempests are always followed by a calm, which lasts sometimes several days. There was therefore no danger from the sea. Gilliatt had resolved to leave the rocks on the following day. It was important, on account of the tide, to keep the barrier between the two Douvres during the night, but he intended to remove it at daybreak, to push the sloop out to sea, and set sail for Saint-Sampson. The light breeze which was blowing came from the south-west, which was precisely the wind which he would want. It was in the first quarter of the moon, in the month of May. The days were long. When Gilliatt, having finished his wanderings among the rocks, and appeased his appetite to some extent, returned to the passage between the two Douvres, where he had left the sloop, the sun had set. The twilight was increased by that pale light which comes from a crescent moon. The tide had attained its height, and was beginning to ebb. The funnel, standing upright above the sloop, had been covered by the foam during the tempest with a coating of salt, which glittered white in the light of the moon. This circumstance reminded Gilliatt that the storm had inundated the sloop, both with surf and rain-water, and that if he meant to start in the morning it would be necessary to bail it out. Before leaving to go in quest of crabs, he had ascertained that it had about 6 inches of water in the hold. The scoop which he used for the purpose would, he thought, be sufficient for throwing the water overboard. On arriving at the barrier, Gilliatt was struck with terror. There were nearly 2 feet of water in the sloop. A terrible discovery. The bark had sprung a leak. She had been making water gradually during his absence. Burdened as she was, 2 feet of water was a perilous addition. A little more, and she must inevitably founder. If he had returned but an hour later, he would probably have found nothing above water but the funnel and the mast. There was not a minute to be lost in deliberation. It was absolutely necessary to find the leakage, stop it, and then empty the vessel, or at all events lighten it. The pumps of the Durande had been lost in the break-up of the wreck. He was reduced to use the scoop of the bark. To find the leak was the most urgent necessity. Gilliatt set to work immediately, and without even giving himself time to dress. He shivered, but he no longer felt either hunger or cold. The water continued to gain upon his vessel. Fortunately there was no wind. The slightest swell would have been fatal. The moon went down. Bent low and plunged in the water deeper than his waist, he groped about for a long time. He discovered the mischief at last. During the gale, at the critical moment when the sloop had swerved, the strong bark had bumped and grazed rather violently on the rocks. One of the projections of the little Douvre had made a fracture in the starboard side of the hull. The leak, unluckily, it might almost have been said maliciously, had been made near the joint of the 2 riders, a fact which, joined with the fury of the hurricane, had prevented him perceiving it during his dark and rapid survey in the height of the storm. The fracture was alarming on account of its size, but fortunately, although the vessel was sunk lower than usual by the weight of water, it was still above the ordinary water line. At the moment when the accident had occurred, the waves had rolled heavily into the defile and had flooded through the breach, and the vessel had sunk a few inches under the additional weight, so that, even after the subsidence of the water, the weight having raised the water line had kept the hold still under the surface. Hence the imminence of the danger. But if he could succeed in stopping the leak, he could empty the sloop. The hole once staunched, the vessel would rise to its usual water line. The fracture would be above water, and in this position the repair would be easy, or at least possible. He had still, as we have already said, his carpenter's tools in good condition. But meanwhile what uncertainty must he not endure? What perils, what chances of accidents? He heard the water rising inexorably. One shock and all would have perished. What misery seemed in store for him? Perhaps his endeavours were even now too late. He reproached himself bitterly. He thought that he ought to have seen the damage immediately. The 6 inches of water in the hold ought to have suggested it to him. He had been stupid enough to attribute these 6 inches of water to the rain and the foam. He was angry with himself for having slept and eaten. He taxed himself even with his weariness, and almost with the storm and the dark night. All seemed to him to have been his own fault. These bitter self-reproaches filled his mind while engaged in his labour, but they did not prevent his considering well the work he was engaged in. The leak had been found. That was the first step. To staunch it was the second. That was all that was possible for the moment. Joinery work cannot be carried on under water. It was a favourable circumstance that the breach in the hull was in the space between the 2 chains which held the funnel fast on the starboard side. The stuffing with which it was necessary to stop it could be fixed to these chains. The water, meanwhile, was gaining. Its depth was now between 2 and 3 feet, and it reached above his knees. Chapter 6. De Profundis ad Altum. Gilliatt had to his hand among his reserve of rigging for the sloop a pretty large tarpaulin, furnished with long lanyards at the 4 corners. He took this tarpaulin, made fast the 2 corners by the lanyards to the 2 rings of the chains of the funnel on the same side as the leak, and threw it over the gunwale. The tarpaulin hung like a sheet between the Little Douvre and the bark, and sunk in the water. The pressure of the water endeavouring to enter into the hold kept it close to the hull upon the gap. The heavier the pressure, the closer the sail adhered. It was stuck by the water itself right upon the fracture. The wound of the bark was staunched. The tarred canvas formed an effectual barrier between the interior of the hold and the waves without. Not a drop of water entered. The leak was masked, but was not stopped. It was a respite only. Gilliatt took the scoop and began to bail the sloop. It was time that she were lightened. The labour warmed him a little, but his weariness was extreme. He was forced to acknowledge to himself that he could not complete the work of staunching the hold. He had scarcely eaten anything, and he had the humiliation of feeling himself exhausted. He measured the progress of his work by the sinking of the level of water below his knees. The fall was slow. Moreover, the leakage was only interrupted. The evil was moderated, not repaired. The tarpaulin, pushed into the gap, began to bulge inside, looking as if a fist were under the canvas, endeavouring to force it through. The canvas, strong and pitchy, resisted, but the swelling and the tension increased. It was not certain that it would not give way, and at any moment the swelling might become a rent. The eruption of water must then recommence. In such a case, as the crews of vessels in distress know well, there is no other remedy than stuffing. The sailors take rags of every kind which they can find at hand, everything in fact which in their language is called service, and with this they push the bulging sailcloth as far as they can into the leak. Of this service Gilliatt had none. All the rags and tow which he had stored up had been used in his operations, or carried away by the storm. If necessary, he might possibly have been able to find some remains by searching among the rocks. The sloop was sufficiently lightened for him to leave it with safety for a quarter of an hour. But how could he make this search without a light? The darkness was complete. There was no longer any moon, nothing but the starry sky. He had no dry tow with which to make a match, no tallow to make a candle, no fire to light one, no lantern to shelter it from the wind. In the sloop and among the rocks all was confused and indistinct. He could hear the water lapping against the wounded hull, but he could not even see the crack. It was with his hands that he ascertained the bulging of the tarpaulin. In that darkness it was impossible to make any useful search for rags of canvas or pieces of tow scattered among the breakers. Who could glean these waifs and strays without being able to see his path? Gilliatt looked sorrowfully at the sky. All those stars, he thought, and yet no light. The water in the bark having diminished, the pressure from without increased. The bulging of the canvas became larger, and was still increasing, like a frightful abscess ready to burst. The situation, which had been improved for a short time, began to be threatening. Some means of stopping it effectually was absolutely necessary. He had nothing left but his clothes, which he had stretched to dry upon the projecting rocks of the Little Douvre. He hastened to fetch them and placed them upon the gunwale of the sloop. Then he took his tarpaulin overcoat, and kneeling in the water, thrust it into the crevice, and pushing the swelling of the sail outward, emptied it of water. To the tarpaulin coat he added the sheepskin, then his Guernsey shirt, and then his jacket. The whole received them all. He had nothing left but his sailor's trousers, which he took off and pushed in with the other articles. This enlarged and strengthened the stuffing. The stopper was made, and it appeared to be sufficient. These clothes passed evenly through the gap, the sailcloth outside enveloping them. The sea, making an effort to enter, pressed against the obstacle, spread it over the gap, and blocked it. It was a sort of exterior compression. Inside, the centre only of the bulging having been driven out, there remained all around the gap and the stuffing just thrust through, a sort of circular pad formed by the tarpaulin, which was rendered still firmer by the irregularities of the fracture with which it had become entangled. The leak was staunched, but nothing could be more precarious. Those sharp splinters of the gap which fixed the tarpaulin might pierce it and make holes by which the water would enter, while he could not even perceive it in the darkness. There was little probability of the stoppage lasting until daylight. Gilliatt's anxiety changed its form, but he felt it increasing at the same time that he found his strength leaving him. He had again set to work to bail out the hold, but his arms, in spite of all his efforts, could scarcely lift a scoopful of water. He was naked and shivering. He felt as if the end were now at hand. One possible chance flashed across his mind. There might be a sail in sight. A fishing boat, which should by any accident be in the neighbourhood of the Douvre, might come to his assistance. The moment had arrived when a helpmate was absolutely necessary. With a man and a lantern all might yet be saved. If there were two persons, one might easily bail the vessel. Since the leak was temporarily staunched, as soon as she could be relieved of this burden, she would rise and regain her ordinary water line. The leak would then be above the surface of the water. The repairs would be practicable, and he would be able immediately to replace the stuff by a piece of planking, and thus substitute for the temporary stoppage a complete repair. If not, it would be necessary to wait till daylight, to wait the whole night long, a delay which might prove ruinous. If, by chance, some ship's lantern should be in sight, Gilliatt would be able to signal it from the height of the Great Douvre. The weather was calm, there was no wind or rolling sea, there was a possibility of the figure of a man being observed moving against the background of the starry sky. A captain of a ship, or even the master of a fishing boat, would not be at night in the waters of the Douvre without directing his glass upon the rock by way of precaution. Gilliatt hoped that someone might perceive him. He climbed upon the wreck, grasped the knotted rope, and mounted upon the Great Douvre. Not a sail was visible around the horizon, not a boat's lantern. The wide expanse, as far as eye could reach, was a desert. No assistance was possible, and no resistance possible. Gilliatt felt himself without resources, a feeling which he had not felt until then. A dark fatality was now his master. With all his labour, all his success, all his courage, he and his bark and its precious burden were about to become the sport of the waves. He had no other means of continuing the struggle. He became listless. How could he prevent the tide from returning, the water from rising, the night from continuing? The temporary stoppage which he had made was his sole reliance. He had exhausted and stripped himself in constructing and completing it. He could neither fortify nor add to it. The stopgap was such that it must remain as it was, and every further effort was useless. The apparatus, hastily constructed, was at the mercy of the waves. How would this inert obstacle work? It was this obstacle now, not Gilliatt, which had to sustain the combat. That handful of rags, not that intelligence. The swell of a wave would suffice to reopen the fracture. More or less of pressure, the whole question was comprised in that formula. All depended upon a brute struggle between two mechanical quantities. Henceforth he could neither aid his auxiliary nor stop his enemy. He was no longer any other than a mere spectator of this struggle, which was one for him of life or death. He who had ruled over it a supreme intelligence was at the last moment compelled to resign all to a mere blind resistance. No trial, no terror that he had yet undergone could bear comparison with this. From the time when he had taken up his abode upon the Douvre, he had found himself environed and, as it were, possessed by solitude. This solitude more than surrounded, it enveloped him. 1,000 menaces at once had met him face to face. The wind was always there, ready to become furious, the sea ready to roar. There was no stopping that terrible mouth, the wind, no imprisoning that dread monster, the sea. And yet he had striven, he, a solitary man, had combated hand to hand with the ocean, had wrestled even with the tempest. Many other anxieties, many other necessities had he made head against. There was no form of distress with which he had not become familiar. He had been compelled to execute great works without tools, to move vast burdens without aid, without science to resolve problems, without provisions to find food, without bed or roof to cover it, to find shelter and sleep. Upon that solitary rock he had been subjected by turns to all the varied and cruel tortures of nature, oftentimes a gentle mother, not less often a pitiless destroyer. He had conquered his isolation, conquered hunger, conquered thirst, conquered cold, conquered fever, conquered labour, conquered sleep. He had encountered a mighty coalition of obstacles formed to bar his progress. After his privations there were the elements. After the sea, the tempest. After the tempest, the devil-fish. After the monster, the spectre. A dismal irony was then the end of all. Upon this rock, whence he had thought to arise triumphant, the spectre of Clubin had only arisen to mock him with a hideous smile. The grin of the spectre was well founded. Gilliatt saw himself ruined, saw himself no less than Clubin in the grasp of death. Winter, famine, fatigue, the dismemberment of the wreck, the removal of the machinery, he had procured fire. Against hunger, the shellfish of the rocks. Against thirst, the rain. Against the difficulties of his great task, industry and energy. Against the sea and the storm, the breakwater. Against the devilfish, the knife. But against the terrible leak, he had no weapon. The hurricane had bequeathed him the sinister farewell, the last struggle, the traitorous thrust, the treacherous side blow of the vanquished foe. In its flight the tempest had turned and shot this arrow in the rear. It was the final and deadly stab of his antagonist. It was possible to combat with the tempest, but how could he struggle with that insidious enemy who now attacked him? If the stoppage gave way, if the leak reopened, nothing could prevent the sloop foundering. It would be the bursting of the ligature of the artery, and once under the water with its heavy burden, no power could raise it. The noble struggle, with 2 months' titanic labour, ended then in annihilation. To recommence would be impossible. He had neither forge nor materials. At daylight, in all probability, he was about to see all his work sink slowly and irrecoverably into the gulf. Terrible to feel that sombre power beneath, the sea snatched his prize from his hands. With his bark engulfed, no fate awaited him but to perish of hunger and cold, like the poor shipwrecked sailor on the Man Rock. During 2 long months the intelligences which hover invisibly over the world had been the spectators of these things. On one hand the wide expanse, the waves, the winds, the lightnings, the meteors; on the other a man. On one hand the sea, on the other a human mind. On the one hand the infinite, on the other an atom. The battle had been fierce, and behold the abortive issues of these prodigies of valour. Thus did this heroism without parallel end in powerlessness. Thus ended in despair that formidable struggle, that struggle of a nothing against all, that Iliad against one. Gilliatt gazed wildly into space. He had no clothing. He stood naked in the midst of that immensity. Then, overwhelmed by the sense of that unknown infinity, like one bewildered by a strange persecution, confronting the shadows of night, in the presence of that impenetrable darkness, in the midst of the murmur of the waves, the swell, the foam, the breeze, under the clouds, under that vast diffusion of force, under that mysterious firmament of wings, of stars, of gulfs, having around him and beneath him the ocean, above him the constellations, under the great unfathomable deep, he sank, gave up the struggle, lay down upon the rock, his face towards the stars, humbled, and uplifting his joined hands towards the terrible depths, he cried aloud, "Have mercy!" Weighed down to earth by that immensity, he prayed. He was there alone, in the darkness upon the rock, in the midst of that sea, stricken down with exhaustion like one smitten by lightning, naked like the gladiator in the circus, save that for circus he had the vast horizon, instead of wild beasts the shadows of darkness, instead of the faces of the crowd the eyes of the unknown, instead of the vestals the stars, instead of Caesar the all-powerful. His whole being seemed to dissolve in cold, fatigue, powerlessness, prayer, and darkness, and his eyes closed. Chapter 7. The appeal is heard. Some hours passed. The sun rose in an unclouded sky. Its first ray shone upon a motionless form upon the great Douvre. It was Gilliatt. He was still outstretched upon the rock. He was naked, cold, and stiff, but he did not shiver. His closed eyelids were wan. It would have been difficult for a beholder to say whether the form before him was not a corpse. The sun seemed to look upon him. If he were not dead, he was already so near death that the slightest cold wind would have sufficed to extinguish life. The wind began to breathe, warm and animating. It was the opening breath of May. Meanwhile the sun ascended in the deep blue sky. Its rays, less horizontal, flushed the sky. Its light became warmth. It enveloped the slumbering form. Gilliatt moved not. If he breathed, it was only that feeble respiration which could scarcely tarnish the surface of a mirror. The sun continued its ascent, its rays striking less and less obliquely upon the naked man. The gentle breeze, which had been merely tepid, became hot. The rigid and naked body remained still without movement, but the skin seemed less livid. The sun, approaching the zenith, shone almost perpendicularly upon the plateau of the Douvres. A flood of light descended from the heavens. The vast reflection from the glassy sea increased its splendour. The rock itself imbibed the rays and warmed the sleeper. A sigh raised his breast. He lived. The sun continued its gentle offices. The wind, which was already the breath of summer and of noon, approached him like loving lips that breathed upon him softly. Gilliatt moved. The peaceful calm upon the sea was perfect. Its murmur was like the droning of the nurse beside the sleeping infant. The rock seemed cradled in the waves. The sea-birds, who knew that form, fluttered above it, not with their old wild astonishment, but with a sort of fraternal tenderness. They uttered plaintive cries. They seemed to be calling to him. A sea-mew, who no doubt knew him, was tame enough to come near him. It began to caw, as if speaking to him. The sleeper seemed not to hear. The bird hopped upon his shoulder and pecked his lips softly. Gilliatt opened his eyes. The birds dispersed, chattering wildly. Gilliatt arose, stretched himself like a roused lion, ran to the edge of the platform, and looked down into the space between the two Douvres. The sloop was there, intact. The stoppage had held out. The sea had probably disturbed it, but little. All was saved. He was no longer weary. His powers had returned. His swoon had ended in a deep sleep. He descended and bailed out the sloop, emptied the hold, raised the leakage above the water-line, dressed himself, ate, drank some water, and was joyful. The gap in the side of his vessel, examined in broad daylight, proved to require more labour than he had thought. It was a serious fracture. The entire day was not too much for its repair. At daybreak on the morrow, after removing the barrier and reopening the entrance to the defile, dressed in the tattered clothing which had served to stop the leak, having about him Clubin's girdle and the 75,000 francs, standing erect in the sloop, now repaired, by the side of the machinery which he had rescued, with a favourable breeze and a good sea, Gilliatt pushed off from the Douvres. He put the sloop's head for Guernsey. At the moment of his departure from the rocks, any one who had been there might have heard him singing in an undertone the air of Bonnie Dundee. End of
Chapter 1 of Book 1 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 3, Déruchette, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 1, Night and the Moon. Chapter 1, The Harbour Bell. The Saint-Sampson of the present day is almost a city. The Saint-Sampson of 40 years since was almost a village. When the winter evenings were ended and spring had come, the inhabitants were not long out of bed after sundown. Saint-Sampson was an ancient parish which had long been accustomed to the sound of the curfew bell, and which had a traditional habit of blowing out the candle at an early hour. Those old Norman villages are famous for early roosting, and the villagers are generally great rearers of poultry. The people of Saint-Sampson, except a few rich families among the townsfolk, are also a population of quarriers and carpenters. The port is a port of ship repairing. The quarrying of stone and the fashioning of timber go on all day long. Here the labourer with the pickaxe, there the workman with the mallet. At night they sink with fatigue and sleep like lead. Rude labours bring heavy slumbers. One evening, in the commencement of the month of May, after watching the crescent moon for some instants through the trees, and listening to the step of Déruchette walking alone in the cool air in the garden of the Bravées, Mess Lethierry had returned to his room looking on the harbour, and had retired to rest. Douce and Grace were already abed. Except Déruchette, the whole household was sleeping. Doors and shutters were everywhere closed. Footsteps were silent in the streets. Some few lights, like winking eyes about to close in rest, showed here and there in windows in the roofs, indicating the hour of domestics going to bed. 9 had already struck in the old Romanesque belfry, surrounded by ivy, which shares with the church of Saint Brélade at Jersey the peculiarity of having for its date 4 ones, which are used to signify 1111. The popularity of Mess Lethierry at Saint-Sampson had been founded on his success. The success at an end, there had come a void. It might be imagined that ill fortune is contagious, and that the unsuccessful have a plague, so rapidly are they put in quarantine. The young men of well-to-do families avoided Déruchette. The isolation around the Bravées was so complete that its inmates had not even yet heard the news of the great local event, which had that day set all Saint-Sampson in a ferment. The rector of the parish, the Reverend Ebenezer Caudray, had become rich. His uncle, the magnificent Dean of Saint Asaph, had just died in London. The news had been brought by the mail sloop, the Cashmere, arrived from England that very morning, and the mast of which could be perceived in the roads of St. Peter's Port. The Cashmere was to depart for Southampton at noon on the morrow, and, so the rumour ran, to convey the reverend gentleman, who had been suddenly summoned to England, to be present at the official opening of the will, not to speak of other urgent matters connected with an important inheritance. All day long Saint-Sampson had been conversing on this subject. The Cashmere, the Reverend Ebenezer, his deceased uncle, his riches, his departure, his possible preferment in the future, had formed the foundations of that perpetual buzzing. A solitary house, still uninformed on these matters, had remained at peace. This was the Bravées. Mess Lethierry had jumped into his hammock and lay down in his clothing. Since the catastrophe of the Durande, to get into his hammock had been his resource. Every captive has recourse to stretching himself upon his pallet, and Mess Lethierry was the captive of his grief. To go to bed was a truce, a gain in breathing time, a suspension of ideas. He neither slept nor watched. Strictly speaking, for 2 months and a half, for so long was it since his misfortune, Mess Lethierry had been in a sort of somnambulism. He had not yet regained possession of his faculties. He was in that cloudy and confused condition of intellect with which those are familiar who have undergone overwhelming afflictions. His reflections were not thought. His sleep was no repose. By day he was not awake, by night not asleep. He was up and then gone to rest. That was all. When he was in his hammock, forgetfulness came to him a little. He called that sleeping. Chimeras floated about him and within him. The nocturnal cloud, full of confused faces, traversed his brain.
Sometimes it was the Emperor Napoleon dictating to him the story of his life. Sometimes there were several Déruchettes. Strange birds were in the trees. The streets of Lons-le-Saulnier became serpents. Nightmares were the brief respites of despair. He passed his nights in dreaming and his days in reverie. Sometimes he remained all the afternoon at the window of his room, which looked out upon the port, with his head drooping, his elbows on the stone, his ears resting on his fists, his back turned to the whole world, his eye fixed on the old massive iron ring fastened in the wall of the house at only a few feet from his window, where in the old days he used to moor the Durande. He was looking at the rust which gathered on the ring. He was reduced to the mere mechanical habit of living. The bravest men, when deprived of their most cherished idea, will come to this. His life had become a void. Life is a voyage. The idea is the itinerary. The plan of their course gone, they stop. The object is lost, the strength of purpose gone. Fate has a secret discretionary power. It is able to touch with its rod even our moral being. Despair is almost the destitution of the soul. Only the greatest minds resist. And for what? Mess Lethierry was always meditating, if absorption can be called meditation, in the depth of a sort of cloudy abyss. Broken words sometimes escaped him like these: "There is nothing left for me now but to ask yonder for leave to go." There was a certain contradiction in that nature, complex as the sea, of which Mess Lethierry was, so to speak, the product. Mess Lethierry's grief did not seek relief in prayer. To be powerless is a certain strength. In the presence of our two great expressions of this blindness, destiny and nature, it is in his powerlessness that man has found his chief support in prayer. Man seeks succour from his terror. His anxiety bids him kneel. Prayer, that mighty force of the soul, akin to mystery. Prayer addresses itself to the magnanimity of the shades. Prayer regards mystery with eyes themselves overshadowed by it, and beneath the power of its fixed and appealing gaze we feel the possibility of the great unknown unbending to reply. The mere thought of such a possibility becomes a consolation. But Mess Lethierry prayed not. In the time when he was happy, God existed for him almost in visible contact. Lethierry addressed him, pledged his word to him, seemed at times to hold familiar intercourse with him. But in the hour of his misfortune, a phenomenon not infrequent, the idea of God had become eclipsed in his mind. This happens when the mind has created for itself a deity clothed with human qualities. In the state of mind in which he existed, there was for Lethierry only one clear vision, the smile of Déruchette. Beyond this, all was dark. For some time, apparently on account of the loss of the Durande and of the blow which it had been to them, this pleasant smile had been rare. She seemed always thoughtful. Her bird-like playfulness, her childlike ways were gone. She was never seen now in the morning, at the sound of the cannon which announced daybreak, saluting the rising sun with "Boom, daylight, come in, please." At times her expression was very serious, a sad thing for that sweet nature. She made an effort, however, sometimes to laugh before Mess Lethierry and to divert him. But her cheerfulness grew tarnished from day to day, gathered dust like the wing of a butterfly with a pin through its body. whether through sorrow for her uncle's sorrow, for there are griefs which are the reflections of other griefs, or whether for any other reasons, she appeared at this time to be much inclined towards religion. In the time of the old rector, Monsieur Jaquemin Hérode, she scarcely went to church, as has already been said, 4 times a year. Now she was, on the contrary, assiduous in her attendance. She missed no service, neither of Sunday nor of Thursday. Pious souls in the parish remarked with satisfaction that amendment. For it is a great blessing when a girl who runs so many dangers in the world turns her thoughts towards God. That enables the poor parents at least to be easy on the subject of love-making and what not. In the evening, whenever the weather permitted, she walked for an hour or 2 in the garden of the Bravées. She was almost as pensive there as Mess Lethierry, and almost always alone. Déruchette went to bed last. This, however, did not prevent Douce and Grace watching her a little, by that instinct for spying which is common to servants. Spying is such a relaxation after household work. As to Mess Lethierry, in the abstracted state of his mind, these little changes in Déruchette's habits escaped him. Moreover, his nature had little in common with the duenna. He had not even remarked her regularity at the church. Tenacious of his prejudices against the clergy and their sermons, he would have seen with little pleasure these frequent attendances at the parish church. It was not because his own moral condition was not undergoing change. Sorrow is a cloud which changes form. Robust natures, as we have said, are sometimes almost overthrown by sudden great misfortunes, but not quite. Manly characters, such as Lethierry's, experience a reaction in a given time. Despair has its backward stages. From overwhelmment we rise to dejection. From dejection to affliction. From affliction to melancholy. Melancholy is a twilight state. Suffering melts into it and becomes a sombre joy. Melancholy is the pleasure of being sad. These elegiac moods were not made for Lethierry. Neither the nature of his temperament nor the character of his misfortune suited those delicate shades. But at the moment at which we have returned to him, the reverie of his first despair had for more than a week been tending to disperse, without, however, leaving him less sad. He was more inactive, was always dull, but he was no longer overwhelmed. A certain perception of events and circumstances was returning to him, and he began to experience something of that phenomenon which may be called the return to reality. Thus, by day, in the great lower room, he did not listen to the words of those about him, but he heard them. Grace came one morning quite triumphant to tell Déruchette that he had undone the cover of a newspaper. This half acceptance of realities is in itself a good symptom, a token of convalescence. Great afflictions produce a stupor. It is by such little acts that men return to themselves. This improvement, however, is at first only an aggravation of the evil. The dreamy condition of mind in which the sufferer has lived has served, while it lasted, to blunt his grief. His sight before was thick. He felt little. Now his view is clear, nothing escapes him, and his wounds reopen. Each detail that he perceives serves to remind him of his sorrow. He sees everything again in memory. Every remembrance is a regret. All kinds of bitter aftertastes lurk in that return to life. He is better, and yet worse. Such was the condition of Lethierry. In returning to full consciousness, his sufferings had become more distinct. A sudden shock first recalled him to a sense of reality. One afternoon, between the 15th and 20th of April, a double knock at the door of the great lower room of the Bravées had signalled the arrival of the postman. Douce had opened the door. There was a letter. The letter came from beyond the sea. It was addressed to Mess Lethierry, and bore the postmark Lisbon. Douce had taken the letter to Mess Lethierry, who was in his room. He had taken it, placed it mechanically upon the table, and had not looked at it. The letter remained an entire week upon the table, without being unsealed. It happened, however, one morning that Douce said to Mess Lethierry, "Shall I brush the dust off your letter, sir?" Lethierry seemed to arouse from his lethargy. "Ay, ay, you are right," he said, and he opened the letter, and read as follows: At sea, 10th of March. To Mess Lethierry of Saint-Sampson. You will be gratified to receive news of me. I am aboard the Tamaulipas, bound for the port of no return. Among the crew is a sailor named Acquier Tostevin, from Guernsey, who will return and will have some facts to communicate to you. I take the opportunity of our speaking a vessel, the Herman Cortes, bound for Lisbon, to forward you this letter. You will be astonished to learn that I am going to be honest as Sieur Clubin. I am bound to believe that you know of certain recent occurrences. Nevertheless, it is perhaps not altogether superfluous to send you a full account of them. To proceed, then, I have returned you your money. Some years ago I borrowed from you, under somewhat irregular circumstances, the sum of 50,000 francs. Before leaving St. Malo lately, I placed in the hands of your confidential man of business, Sieur Clubin, on your account, 3 bank notes of £1,000 each, making together 75,000 francs. You will no doubt find this reimbursement sufficient. Sieur Clubin acted for you, and received your money, including interest, in a remarkably energetic manner. He appeared to me, indeed, singularly zealous. This is, in fact, my reason for apprising you of the facts. Your other confidential man of business, Rantaine. Postscript. Sieur Clubin was in possession of a revolver, which will explain to you the circumstance of my having no receipt. He who has ever touched a torpedo or a Leyden jar fully charged may have a notion of the effect produced on Mess Lethierry by the reading of this letter. Under that envelope, in that sheet of paper folded in 4, to which he had at first paid so little attention, lay the elements of an extraordinary commotion. He recognized the writing and the signature. As to the facts which the letter contained, at first he understood nothing. The excitement of the event, however, soon gave movement to his faculties. The effective part of the shock he had received lay in the phenomenon of the 75,000 francs entrusted by Rantaine to Clubin. This was a riddle which compelled Lethierry's brain to work. Conjecture is a healthy occupation for the mind. Reason is awakened. Logic is called into play. For some time past, public opinion in Guernsey had been undergoing a reaction on the subject of Clubin. That man of such high reputation for honour during many years, that man so unanimously regarded with esteem. People had begun to question and to doubt. There were wagers pro and con. Some light had been thrown on the question in singular ways. The figure of Clubin began to become clearer. That is to say, he began to be blacker in the eyes of the world. A judicial inquiry had taken place at St. Malo for the purpose of ascertaining what had become of the coast guardman, No. 619. Legal perspicacity had got upon a false scent, a thing which happens not unfrequently. It had started with the hypothesis that the man had been enticed by Zuela and shipped aboard the Tamaulipas for Chili. This ingenious supposition had led to a considerable amount of wasted conjecture. The short-sightedness of justice had failed to take note of Rantaine, but in the progress of inquiry the authorities had come upon other clues. The affair, so obscure, became complicated. Clubin had become mixed up with the enigma. A coincidence, perhaps a direct connection, had been found between the departure of the Tamaulipas and the loss of the Durande. At the wine shop near the Dinan Gate, where Clubin thought himself entirely unknown, he had been recognised. The wine shop keeper had talked. Clubin had bought a bottle of brandy that night. For whom? The gunsmith of St. Vincent Street too had talked. Clubin had purchased a revolver. For what object? The landlord of the Jean Auberge had talked. Clubin had absented himself in an inexplicable manner. Captain Gertrais Gaboureau had talked. Clubin had determined to start, although warned, and knowing that he might expect a great fog. The crew of the Durande had talked. In fact, the collection of the freight had been neglected, and the stowage badly arranged, a negligence easy to comprehend if the captain had determined to wreck the ship. The Guernsey passenger, too, had spoken. Clubin had evidently imagined that he had run upon the Hanways. The Torteval people had spoken. Clubin had visited that neighbourhood a few days before the loss of the Durande, and had been seen walking in the direction of Pleinmont, near the Hanways. He had with him a travelling bag. He had set out with it, and came back without it. The bird nesters had spoken. Their story seemed to be possibly connected with Clubin's disappearance, if instead of ghosts they supposed smugglers. Finally, the haunted house of Pleinmont itself had spoken. Persons who had determined to get information had climbed and entered the windows, and had found inside what? The very travelling bag which had been seen in Sieur Clubin's possession. The authorities of the Douzaine of Torteval had taken possession of the bag, and had it opened. It was found to contain provisions, a telescope, a chronometer, a man's clothing, and linen marked with Clubin's initials. All this, in the gossip of Saint Malo and Guernsey, became more and more like a case of fraud. Obscure hints were brought together. There appeared to have been a singular disregard of advice, a willingness to encounter the dangers of the fog, a suspected negligence in the stowage of the cargo. Then there was the mysterious bottle of brandy, a drunken helmsman, a substitution of the captain for the helmsman, a management of the rudder, to say the least, unskilful. The heroism of remaining behind upon the wreck began to look like roguery. Clubin, besides, had evidently been deceived as to the rock he was on. Granted an intention to wreck the vessel, it was easy to understand the choice of the Hanways, the shore easily reached by swimming, and the intended concealment in the haunted house awaiting the opportunity for flight. The travelling bag, that suspicious preparative, completed the demonstration. By what link this affair connected itself with the other affair of the disappearance of the coast guardman, nobody knew. People imagined some connection, and that was all. They had a glimpse in their minds of the lookout man, number 619, alongside of the mysterious Clubin. Quite a tragic drama. Clubin possibly was not an actor in it, but his presence was visible in the side scenes. The supposition of a wilful destruction of the Durande did not explain everything. There was a revolver in the story, with no part yet assigned to it. The revolver probably belonged to the other affair. The scent of the public is keen and true. Its instinct excels in those discoveries of truth by pieces and fragments. Still, amidst these facts, which seemed to point pretty clearly to a case of barratry, there were serious difficulties. Everything was consistent, everything coherent, but a basis was wanting. People do not wreck vessels for the pleasure of wrecking them. Men do not run all those risks of fog, rocks, swimming, concealment, and flight without an interest. What could have been Clubin's interest? The act seemed plain, but the motive was puzzling. Hence a doubt in many minds. Where there is no motive, it is natural to infer that there was no act. The missing link was important. The letter from Rantaine seemed to supply it. This letter furnished a motive for Clubin's supposed crime. 75,000 francs to be appropriated. Rantaine was the Deus ex machina. He had descended from the clouds with a lantern in his hand. His letter was the final light upon the affair. It explained everything, and even promised a witness in the person of Achier Tostevin. The part which is at once suggested for the revolver was decisive. Rantaine was undoubtedly well informed. His letter pointed clearly the explanation of the mystery. There could be no possible palliation of Clubin's crime. He had premeditated the shipwreck. The proofs were the preparations discovered in the haunted house. Even supposing him innocent and admitting the wreck to have been accidental, would he not, at the last moment, when he had determined to sacrifice himself with the vessel, have entrusted the 75,000 francs to the men who escaped in the long-boat? The evidence was strikingly complete. Now, what had become of Clubin? He had probably been the victim of his blunder. He had doubtless perished upon the Douvres. All this construction of surmises, which were not far from the reality, had for several days occupied the mind of Mess Lethierry. The letter from Rantaine had done him the service of setting him to think. He was at first shaken by his surprise. Then he made an effort to reflect. He made another effort more difficult still, that of inquiry. He was induced to listen and even seek conversation. At the end of a week he had become to a certain degree in the world again. His thoughts had regained their coherence, and he was almost restored. He had emerged from his confused and troubled state. Rantaine's letter, even admitting that Mess Lethierry could ever have entertained any hope of the reimbursement of his money, destroyed that last chance. It added to the catastrophe of the Durande this new wreck of 75,000 francs. It put him in possession of that amount just so far as to make him sensible of its loss. The letter revealed to him the extreme point in his ruin. Hence he experienced a new and very painful sensation, which we have already spoken of. He began to take an interest in his household, what it was to be in the future, how he was to set things in order, matters of which he had taken no heed for 2 months past. These trifling cares wounded him with 1,000 tiny points, worse in their aggregate than the old despair. A sorrow is doubly burdensome, which has to be endured in each item, and while disputing inch by inch with fate for ground already lost. Ruin is endurable in the mass, but not in the dust and fragments of the fallen edifice. The great fact may overwhelm, but the details torture. The catastrophe which lately fell like a thunderbolt becomes now a cruel persecution. Humiliation comes to aggravate the blow. A second desolation succeeds the first with features more repulsive. You descend 1 degree nearer to annihilation. The winding sheet becomes changed to sordid rags. No thought is more bitter than that of one's own gradual fall from a social position. Ruin is simple enough. A violent shock, a cruel turn of fate, a catastrophe once for all. Be it so. We submit, and all is over. You are ruined. It is well. You are dead? No, you are still living. On the morrow you know it well. By what? By the pricking of a pin. Yonder passer-by omits to recognise you. The tradesmen's bills rain down upon you, and yonder is one of your enemies who is smiling. Perhaps he is thinking of Arnald's last pun, but it is all the same. The pun would not have appeared to him so inimitable but for your ruin. You read your own sudden insignificance, even in looks of indifference. Friends who used to dine at your table become of opinion that 3 courses were an extravagance. Your faults are patent to the eyes of everybody. Ingratitude, having nothing more to expect, proclaims itself openly. Every idiot has foreseen your misfortunes. The malignant pull you to pieces, the more malignant profess to pity. And then comes 100 paltry details. Nausea succeeds to grief. You have been wont to indulge in wine. You must now drink cider. 2 servants too. Why? 1 will be too many. It will be necessary to discharge this one and get rid of that. Flowers in your garden are superfluous. You will plant it with potatoes. You used to make presents of your fruits to friends. You will send them henceforth to market. As to the poor, it will be absurd to think of giving anything to them. Are you not poor yourself? And then there is the painful question of dress. To have to refuse a wife a new ribbon, what a torture! To have to refuse one who has made you a gift of her beauty a trifling article, to haggle over such matters like a miser. Perhaps she will say to you, "What? Rob my garden of its flowers, and now refuse one for my bonnet?" Ah me, to have to condemn her to shabby dresses. The family table is silent. You fancy that those around it think harshly of you. Beloved faces have become clouded. This is what is meant by falling fortunes. It is to die day by day. To be struck down is like the blast of the furnace. To decay like this is the torture of the slow fire. An overwhelming blow is a sort of Waterloo, a slow decay, a St. Helena. Destiny, incarnate in the form of Wellington, has still some dignity, but how sordid in the shape of Hudson Lowe. Fate becomes then a paltry huckster. We find the man of Campo Formio quarrelling about a pair of stockings. We see that dwarfing of Napoleon which makes England less. Waterloo and St. Helena, reduced to humbler proportions, every ruined man has traversed those 2 phases. On the evening we have mentioned, and which was one of the first evenings in May, Lethierry, leaving Déruchette to walk by moonlight in the garden, had gone to bed more depressed than ever. All these mean and repulsive details, peculiar to worldly misfortune, all these trifling cares, which are at first insipid and afterwards harassing, were revolving in his mind. A sullen load of miseries. Mess Lethierry felt that his fall was irremediable. What could he do? What would become of them? What sacrifices should he be compelled to impose on Déruchette? Whom should he discharge, Douce or Grace? Would they have to sell the Bravées? Would they not be compelled to leave the island? To be nothing where he had been everything, it was a terrible fall indeed. And to know that the old times had gone for ever. To recall those journeys to and fro, uniting France with those numberless islands, the Tuesday's departure, the Friday's return, the crowd on the quay, those great cargoes, that industry, that prosperity, that proud direct navigation, that machinery embodying the will of man, that all-powerful boiler, that smoke, all that reality. The steamboat had been the final crown of the compass, the needle indicating the direct track, the steam vessel following it, one proposing, the other executing. Where was she now, his Durande, that mistress of the seas, that queen who had made him a king? To have been so long the man of ideas in his own country, the man of success, the man who revolutionized navigation, and then to have to give up all, to abdicate. To cease to exist, to become a byword, an empty bag which once was full, to belong to the past after having so long represented the future, to come down to be an object of pity to fools, to witness the triumph of routine, obstinacy, conservatism, selfishness, ignorance, to see the old barbarous sailing cutters crawling to and fro upon the sea, the outworn old world prejudices young again, to have wasted a whole life, to have been a light, and to suffer this eclipse. Ah, what a sight it was upon the waves, that noble funnel, that prodigious cylinder, that pillar with its capital of smoke, that column grander than any in the Place Vendôme, for on that there was only a man, while on this stood progress. The ocean was subdued, it was certainty upon the open sea. And had all this been witnessed in that little island, in that little harbour, in that little town of Saint-Sampson? Yes, it had been witnessed. And could it be that, having seen it, all had vanished to be seen no more? All this series of regrets tortured Lethierry. There is such a thing as a mental sobbing. Never, perhaps, had he felt his misfortune more bitterly. A certain numbness follows this acute suffering. Under the weight of his sorrow, he gradually closed. For about 2 hours he remained in this state, feverish, sleeping a little, meditating much. Such torpors are accompanied by an obscure labour of the brain, which is inexpressibly wearying. Towards the middle of the night, about midnight, a little before or a little after, he shook off his lethargy. He aroused and opened his eyes. His window was directly in front of his hammock. He saw something extraordinary. A form was before the window, a marvellous form. It was the funnel of a steam vessel. Mess Lethierry started and sat upright in his bed. The hammock oscillated like a swing in a tempest. Lethierry stared. A vision filled the window frame. There was the harbour flooded with the light of the moon, and against that glitter, quite close to his house, stood forth, tall, round, and black, a magnificent object. The funnel of a steam vessel was there. Lethierry sprang out of his hammock, ran to the window, lifted the sash, leaned out, and recognised it. The funnel of the Durande stood before him. It was in the old place. Its 4 chains supported it, made fast to the bulwarks of a vessel, in which, beneath the funnel, he could distinguish a dark mass of irregular outline. Lethierry recoiled, turned his back to the window, and dropped into a sitting posture, into his hammock again. Then he returned, and once more he saw the vision. An instant afterwards, or in about the time occupied by a flash of lightning, he was out upon the quay with a lantern in his hand. A bark, carrying a little backward a massive block from which issued the straight funnel before the window of the Bravée, was made fast to the mooring ring of the Durande. The bows of the bark stretched before the corner of the wall of the house, and were level with the quay. There was no one aboard. The vessel was of a peculiar shape. All Guernsey would have recognised it. It was the old Dutch sloop. Lethierry jumped aboard and ran forward to the block which he saw beyond the mast. It was there, entire, complete, intact, standing square and firm upon its cast iron flooring. The boiler had all its rivets. The axle of the paddle wheels was raised erect and made fast near the boiler. The brine pump was in its place. Nothing was wanting. Lethierry examined the machinery. The lantern and the moon helped him in his examination. He went over every part of the mechanism. He noticed the two cases at the sides. He examined the axle of the wheels. He went into the little cabin. It was empty. He returned to the engine and felt it, looked into the boiler and knelt down to examine it inside. He placed his lantern within the furnace, where the light, illuminating all the machinery, produced almost the illusion of an engine room with its fire. Then he burst into a wild laugh, sprang to his feet, and with his eye fixed on the engine, and his arms outstretched towards the funnel, he cried aloud, "Help!" The harbour bell was upon the quay, at a few paces distant. He ran to it, seized the chain, and began to pull it violently.
End of chapter 1 of book 1. Recording by Paul Adams, W. Chapter 2 of Book 1 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 3, Déruchette, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 1, Night and the Moon. Chapter 2, The Harbour Bell Again. Gilliatt, in fact, after a passage without accident, but somewhat slow on account of the heavy burden of the sloop, had arrived at Saint-Sampson after dark, and nearer 10 than 9 o'clock. He had calculated the time. The half-flood had arrived. There was plenty of water, and the moon was shining, so that he was able to enter the port. The little harbour was silent. A few vessels were moored there, with their sails brailed up to the yards, their tops over, and without lanterns. At the far end a few others were visible, high and dry in the careenage, where they were undergoing repairs. Large hulls dismasted and stripped, with their planking open at various parts, lifting high the ends of their timbers, and looking like huge dead beetles lying on their backs, with their legs in the air. As soon as he had cleared the harbour mouth, Gilliatt examined the port and the quay. There was no light to be seen either at the Bravées or elsewhere. The place was deserted, save perhaps by someone going to or returning from the parsonage house. Nor was it possible to be sure even of this, for the night blurred every outline, and the moonlight always gives to objects a vague appearance. The distance added to the indistinctness. The parsonage house at that period was situated on the other side of the harbour, where there stands at the present day an open mast-house. Gilliatt had approached the Bravées quietly, and had made the sloop fast to the ring of the Gironde, under Mess Lethierry's window. He leaped over the bulwarks and was ashore. Leaving the sloop behind him by the quay, he turned the angle of the house, passed along a little narrow street, then along another, did not even notice the pathway which branched off leading to the Rue de la Rue, and in a few minutes found himself at that corner of the wall where there were wild mallows with pink flowers in June, with holly, ivy, and nettles. Many a time, concealed behind the bushes, seated on a stone, in the summer days, he had watched here through long hours, even for whole months, often tempted to climb the wall over which he contemplated the garden of the Bravées, and the two windows of a little room seen through the branches of the trees.
The stone was there still, the bushes, the low wall, the angle, as quiet and dark as ever. Like an animal returning to its hole, gliding rather than walking, he made his way in. Once seated there, he made no movement. He looked around, saw again the garden, the pathways, the beds of flowers, the house, the 2 windows of the chamber. The moonlight fell upon this dream. He felt it horrible to be compelled to breathe, and did what he could to prevent it. He seemed to be gazing on a vision of paradise, and was afraid that all would vanish. It was almost impossible that all these things could be really before his eyes, and if they were, it could only be with that imminent danger of melting into air which belongs to things divine. A breath, and all must be dissipated. He trembled with the thought. Before him, not far off, at the side of one of the alleys in the garden, was a wooden seat painted green. The reader will remember this seat. Gilliatt looked up at the 2 windows. He thought of the slumber of some one possibly in that room. Behind that wall she was no doubt sleeping. He wished himself elsewhere, yet would sooner have died than go away. He thought of a gentle breathing moving a woman's breast. It was she, that vision, that purity in the clouds, that form haunting him by day and night. She was there. He thought of her so far removed, and yet so near as to be almost within reach of his delight. He thought of that impossible ideal drooping in slumber, and like himself too, visited by visions. Of that being so long desired, so distant, so impalpable. Her closed eyelids, her face resting on her hand, of the mystery of sleep in its relations with that pure spirit, of what dreams might come to one who was herself a dream. He dared not think beyond, and yet he did. He ventured on those familiarities which the fancy may indulge in. The notion of how much was feminine in that angelic being disturbed his thoughts. The darkness of night emboldens timid imaginations to take these furtive glances. He was vexed within himself, feeling on reflection as if it were profanity to think of her so boldly. Yet still constrained, in spite of himself, he tremblingly gazed into the invisible. He shuddered almost with a sense of pain as he imagined her room, a petticoat on a chair, a mantle fallen on the carpet, a band unbuckled, a handkerchief. He imagined her corset with its lace hanging to the ground, her stockings, her boots. His soul was among the stars. The stars are made for the human heart of a poor man like Gilliatt, not less than for that of the rich and great. There is a certain degree of passion by which every man becomes wrapped in a celestial light. With a rough and primitive nature, this truth is even more applicable. An uncultivated mind is easily touched with dreams. Delight is a fulness which overflows like any other. To see those windows was almost too much happiness for Gilliatt. Suddenly he looked and saw her. From the branches of a clump of bushes, already thickened by the spring, there issued with a spectral slowness a celestial figure, a dress, a divine face, almost a shining light beneath the moon. Gilliatt felt his powers failing him. It was Déruchette. Déruchette approached. She stopped. She walked back a few paces, stopped again, then returned and sat upon the wooden bench. The moon was in the trees. A few clouds floated among the pale stars. The sea murmured to the shadows in an undertone. The town was sleeping. A thin haze was rising from the horizon. The melancholy was profound. Déruchette inclined her head with those thoughtful eyes which look attentive yet see nothing. She was seated sideways, and had nothing on her head but a little cap untied, which showed upon her delicate neck the commencement of her hair. She twirled mechanically a ribbon of her cap around one of her fingers. The half-light showed the outline of her hands, like those of a statue. Her dress was of one of those shades which by night looked white. The trees stirred as if they felt the enchantment which she shed around her. The tip of one of her feet was visible. Her lower eyelids had that vague contraction which suggests a tear checked in its course, or a thought suppressed. There was a charming indecision in the movements of her arms, which had no support to lean on. A sort of floating mingled with every posture. It was rather a gleam than a light, rather a grace than a goddess. The folds of her dress were exquisite. Her face, which might inspire adoration, seemed meditative, like portraits of the Virgin. It was terrible to think how near she was. Gilliatt could hear her breathe. A nightingale was singing in the distance. The stirring of the wind among the branches set in movement the inexpressible silence of the night. Déruchette, beautiful, divine, appeared in the twilight like a creation from those rays and from the perfumes in the air. That widespread enchantment seemed to concentre and embody itself mysteriously in her. She became its living manifestation. She seemed the outblossoming of all that shadow and silence. But the shadow and silence which floated lightly about her weighed heavily on Gilliatt. He was bewildered. What he experienced is not to be told in words. Emotion is always new, and the word is always enough. Hence the impossibility of expressing it. Joy is sometimes overwhelming. To see Déruchette, to see herself, to see her dress, her cap, her ribbon, which she twined around her finger, was it possible to imagine it? Was it possible to be thus near her, to hear her breathe? She breathed. Then the stars might breathe also. Gilliatt felt a thrill through him. He was the most miserable and yet the happiest of men. He knew not what to do. His delirious joy at seeing her annihilated him. Was it indeed Déruchette there, and he so near? His thoughts, bewildered and yet fixed, were fascinated by that figure as by a dazzling jewel. He gazed upon her neck, her hair. He did not even say to himself that all that would now belong to him, that before long, tomorrow perhaps, he would have the right to take off that cap, to unknot that ribbon. He would not have conceived for a moment the audacity of thinking even so far. Touching in idea is almost like touching with the hand. Love was with Gilliatt like honey to the bear. He thought confusedly. He knew not what possessed him. The nightingale still sang. He felt as if about to breathe his life out. The idea of rising, of jumping over the wall, of speaking to Déruchette never came into his mind. If it had, he would have turned and fled. If anything resembling a thought had begun to dawn in his mind, it was this: that Déruchette was there, that he wanted nothing more, and that eternity had begun. A noise aroused them both, her from her reverie, him from his ecstasy. Someone was walking in the garden. It was not possible to see who was approaching on account of the trees. It was the footstep of a man. Déruchette raised her eyes. The steps drew nearer, then ceased. The person walking had stopped. He must have been quite near. The path beside which was the bench wound between two clumps of trees. The stranger was there in the alley between the trees, at a few paces from the seat. Accident had so placed the branches that Déruchette could see the newcomer while Gilliatt could not. The moon cast on the ground beyond the trees a shadow which reached to the garden seat. Gilliatt could see this shadow. He looked at Déruchette. She was quite pale. Her mouth was partly open, as with a suppressed cry of surprise. She had just half risen from the bench and sunk again upon it. There was in her attitude a mixture of fascination with a desire to fly. Her surprise was enchantment mingled with timidity. She had upon her lips almost the light of a smile, with the fullness of tears in her eyes. She seemed as if transfigured by that presence, as if the being whom she saw before her belonged not to this earth. The reflection of an angel was in her look. The stranger, who was to Gilliatt only a shadow, spoke. A voice issued from the trees, softer than the voice of a woman, yet it was the voice of a man. Gilliatt heard these words: "I see you, mademoiselle, every Sunday and every Thursday. They tell me that once you used not to come so often. It is a remark that has been made. I ask your pardon. I have never spoken to you. It was my duty, but I come to speak to you today, for it is still my duty. It is right that I speak to you first. The Cashmere sails tomorrow. This is why I have come. You walk every evening in your garden. It would be wrong of me to know your habits so well, if I had not the thought that I have. Mademoiselle, you are poor. Since this morning I am rich. Will you have me for your husband?" Déruchette joined her two hands in a suppliant attitude, and looked at the speaker, silent, with fixed eyes, and trembling from head to foot. The voice continued: "I love you. God made not the heart of man to be silent. He has promised him eternity, with the intention that he should not be alone. There is for me but one woman upon earth. It is you. I think of you as of a prayer. My faith is in God, and my hope in you. What wings I have, you bear. You are my life, and already my supreme happiness." "Sir," said Déruchette, "there is no one to answer in the house." The voice rose again. "Yes, I have encouraged that dream. Heaven has not forbidden us to dream. You are like a glory in my eyes. I love you deeply, mademoiselle. To me you are holy innocence. I know it is the hour at which your household have retired to rest, but I had no choice of any other moment. Do you remember that passage of the Bible which someone read before us? It was the 25th chapter of Genesis. I have thought of it often since. Monsieur Hérode said to me, 'You must have a rich wife.' I replied, 'No, I must have a poor wife.' I speak to you, mademoiselle, without venturing to approach you. I would step even further back if it was your wish that my shadow should not touch your feet. You alone are supreme. You will come to me if such is your will. I love and wait. You are the living form of a benediction." "I did not know, sir," stammered Déruchette, "that any one remarked me on Sundays and Thursdays." The voice continued: "We are powerless against celestial things. The whole law is love. Marriage is Canaan. You are to me the promised land of beauty." Déruchette replied: "I did not think I did wrong any more than other persons who are strict." The voice continued: "God manifests his will in the flowers, in the light of dawn, in the spring, and love is of his ordaining. You are beautiful in this holy shadow of night. This garden has been tended by you. In its perfumes there is something of your breath. The affinities of our souls do not depend on us. They cannot be counted with our sins. You were there. That was all. I was there. That was all. I did nothing but feel that I loved you. Sometimes my eyes rested upon you. I was wrong, but what could I do? It was through looking at you that all happened. I could not restrain my gaze. There are mysterious impulses which are above our search. The heart is the chief of all temples. To have your spirit in my house, this is the terrestrial paradise for which I hope. Say, will you be mine? As long as I was poor, I spoke not. I know your age. You are 21. I am 26. I go tomorrow. If you refuse me, I return no more. Oh, be my betrothed, will you not? More than once have my eyes, in spite of myself, addressed to you that question. I love you. Answer me. I will speak to your uncle as soon as he is able to receive me, but I turn first to you. To Rebecca I plead for Rebecca, unless you love me not." Déruchette hung her head and murmured, "Oh, I worship him." The words were spoken in a voice so low that only Gilliatt heard them. She remained with her head lowered, as if by shading her face she hoped to conceal her thoughts. There was a pause. No leaf among the trees was stirred. It was that solemn and peaceful moment when the slumber of external things mingles with the sleep of living creatures, and night seems to listen to the beating of nature's heart. In the midst of that retirement, like a harmony making the silence more complete, rose the wide murmur of the sea. The voice was heard again. "Mademoiselle!" Déruchette started. Again the voice spoke. "You are silent. What would you have me say?" "I wait for your reply." "God has heard it," said Déruchette. Then the voice became almost sonorous, and at the same time softer than before, and these words issued from the leaves as from a burning bush. "You are my betrothed. Come then to me. Let the blue sky, with all its stars, be witness of this taking of my soul to thine, and let our first embrace be mingled with that firmament." Déruchette arose and remained an instant motionless, looking straight before her, doubtless in another's eyes. Then, with slow steps, with head erect, her arms drooping, but with the fingers of her hands wide apart, like one who leans on some unseen support, she advanced towards the trees, and was out of sight. A moment afterwards, instead of the one shadow upon the gravelled walk, there were two. They mingled together. Gilliatt saw at his feet the embrace of those two shadows. In certain moments of crisis, time flows from us as his sands from the hourglass, and we have no feeling of his flight. That pair on the one hand, who were ignorant of the presence of a witness, and saw him not; on the other, that witness of their joy, who could not see them, but who knew of their presence. How many minutes did they remain thus in that mysterious suspension of themselves? It would be impossible to say. Suddenly a noise burst forth at a distance. A voice was heard crying, "Help!" and the harbour bell began to sound. It is probable that in those celestial transports of delight they heard no echo of that tumult. The bell continued to ring. Anyone who had sought Gilliatt then in the angle of the wall would have found him no longer there.
Chapters 1 and 2 of Book 2 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 3, Déruchette, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 2, Gratitude and Despotism. Chapter 1. Joy surrounded by torches. Mess Lethierry pulled the bell furiously, then stopped abruptly. A man had just turned the corner of the quay. It was Gilliatt. Lethierry ran towards him, or rather flung himself upon him, seized his hand between his own, and looked him in the face for a moment, silent. It was the silence of an explosion struggling to find an issue.
Then, pulling and shaking him with violence, and squeezing him in his arms, he compelled him to enter the lower room of the Bravées, pushed back with his heel the door which had remained half opened, sat down or sank into a chair beside a great table lighted by the moon, the reflection of which gave a vague pallor to Gilliatt's face, and, with a voice of intermingled laughter and tears, cried, "Ah, my son, my player of the bagpipe, I knew well that it was you. The sloop, parbleu! Tell me the story. You were there then. Why, they would have burnt you 100 years ago. It is magic. There isn't a screw missing. I've looked at everything already, recognized everything, handled everything. I guessed that the paddles were in the 2 cases, and here you are once more. I've been looking for you in the little cabin. I rang the bell. I was seeking for you. I said to myself, where is he that I may devour him? You must admit that wonderful things do come to pass. He has brought back life to me. Tonnerre, you are an angel. Yes, it is my engine. Nobody will believe it. People will see it and say, it can't be true. Not a tap, not a pin missing. The feed pipe has never budged an inch. It is incredible that there should have been no more damage. We have only to put a little oil. But how did you accomplish it? To think that the Durande will be moving again. The axle of the wheels must have been taken to pieces by some watchmaker. Give me your word that I am not crazy." He sprang to his feet, breathed a moment, and continued, "Assure me of that. What a revolution! I pinched myself to be certain I was not dreaming. You are my child, you are my son, you are my providence. Brave lad, to go and fetch my good old engine in the open sea among those cutthroat rocks. I have seen some strange things in my life. Nothing like that. I have known Parisians who were veritable demons. But I'll defy them to have done that. It beats the Bastille. I have seen the gauchos labouring in the pampas with a crooked branch of a tree for a plough and a bundle of thorn bushes for a harrow, dragged by a leathern strap. They get harvests of wheat that way, with grains as big as hedge nuts. But that is a trifle compared with your feats. You have performed a miracle, a real one. Ah, Gredin, let me hug you. How they will gossip in Saint-Sampson. I shall set to work at once to build a boat. It is astonishing that the crank is all right. Gentlemen, he has been to the Douvres. I say, to the Douvres. He went alone. The Douvres! I defy you to find a worse spot. Do you know, have they told you that it's proved that Clubin sent the Durande to the bottom to swindle me out of money which he had to bring me? He made Tangrouille drunk. It's a long story. I'll tell you another day of his piratical tricks. I, stupid idiot, had confidence in Clubin, but he trapped himself, the villain, for he couldn't have got away. There is a God above, scoundrel. Do you see, Gilliatt? Bang, bang, the irons in the fire. We'll begin at once to rebuild the Durande. We'll have her 20 feet longer. They build them longer now than they did. I'll buy the wood from Danzig and Brême. Now I have got the machinery, they will give me credit again. They'll have confidence now. Mess Lethierry stopped, lifted his eyes with that look which sees the heavens through the roof, and muttered, "Yes, there is a power on high." Then he placed the middle finger of his right hand between his 2 eyebrows, and tapped with his nail there, an action which indicates a project passing through the mind, and he continued, "Nevertheless, to begin again on a grand scale, a little ready money would have been useful. Ah, if I only had my 3 bank notes, the 75,000 francs that robber Rantaine returned, and that vagabond Clubin stole." Gilliatt silently felt in his pocket, and drew out something which he placed before him. It was the leathern belt that he had brought back. He opened, and spread it out upon the table.
In the inside the word Clubin could be deciphered in the light of the moon. He then took out of the pocket of the belt a box, and out of the box 3 pieces of paper, which he unfolded and offered to Lethierry. Lethierry examined them. It was light enough to read the figures 1000, and the word 1000 was also perfectly visible. Mess Lethierry took the 3 notes, placed them on the table one beside the other, looked at them, looked at Gilliatt, stood for a moment dumb, and then began again like an eruption after an explosion. "These 2! You are a marvel! My bank notes, all 3, £1,000 each, my 75,000 francs. Why, you must have gone down to the infernal regions. It is Clubin's belt. Pardieu, I can read his vile name. Gilliatt has brought back engine and money too. There will be something to put in the papers. I will buy some timber of the finest quality. I guess how it was you found his carcass, Clubin mouldering away in some corner. We'll have some Danzig pine and Brême oak. We'll have a first-rate planking, oak within and pine without. In old times they didn't build so well, but their work lasted longer. The wood was better seasoned because they did not build so much. We'll build the hull perhaps of elm. Elm is good for the parts in the water. To be dry sometimes and sometimes wet rots the timbers. The elm requires to be always wet. It's a wood that feeds upon water. What a splendid Durande we'll build! The lawyers will not trouble me again. I shall want no more credit. I have some money of my own. Did anyone see a man like Gilliatt? I was struck down to the ground. I was a dead man. He comes and sets me up again, as firm as ever, and all the while I was never thinking about him. He had gone clean out of my mind. But I recollect everything now, poor lad. Ah, by the way, you know you are to marry Déruchette. Gilliatt leaned with his back against the wall, like one who staggers, and said in a tone very low but distinct, "No." Mess Lethierry started. "How? No?" Gilliatt replied, "I do not love her." Mess Lethierry went to the window, opened and reclosed it, took the 3 bank notes, folded them, placed the iron box on top, scratched his head, seized Clubin's belt, flung it violently against the wall, and exclaimed, "You must be mad!" He thrust his fists into his pockets and exclaimed, "You don't love Déruchette? What? Was it at me, then, that you used to play the bagpipe?" Gilliatt, still supporting himself by the wall, turned pale as a man near his end. As he became pale, Lethierry became redder. "There's an idiot for you. He doesn't love Déruchette. Very good. Make up your mind to love her, for she shall never marry any but you. A devilish pretty story, that. And you think that I believe you? If there is anything really the matter with you, send for a doctor. But don't talk nonsense. You can't have had time to quarrel or get out of temper with her. It is true that lovers are great fools sometimes. Come now, what are your reasons? If you have any, say. People don't make geese of themselves without reasons. But I have wool in my ears. Perhaps I didn't understand. Repeat to me what you said." Gilliatt replied, "I said no." "You said no. He holds to it, the lunatic. You must be crazy. You said no. Here's a stupidity beyond anything ever heard of. Why, people have had their heads shaved for much less than that. What? You don't like Déruchette? Oh, then it was out of affection for the old man that you did all these things. It was for the sake of papa that you went to the Douvre, that you endured cold and heat, and was half dead with hunger and thirst, and ate the limpets off the rocks, and had the fog, the rain, and the wind for your bedroom, and brought me back my machine, just as you would bring a pretty woman
her little canary that had escaped from its cage, and the tempest that we had 3 days ago? Do you think I don't bear it in mind? You must have had a time of it. It was in the midst of all this misery, alongside of my old craft, that you shaped and cut and turned and twisted and dragged about and filed and sawed and carpentered and schemed and performed more miracles there by yourself than all the saints in paradise. Ah, you annoyed me enough once with your bagpipe. They call it a banouille in Brittany. Always the same tune too, silly fellow. And yet you don't love Déruchette. I don't know what is the matter with you. I recollect it all now. I was there in the corner. Déruchette said, "He shall be my husband, and so you shall." You don't love her. Either you must be mad, or else I am mad. And you stand there and speak not a word. I tell you, you are not at liberty to do all the things you have done, and then say, after all, "I don't love Déruchette." People don't do other services in order to put them in a passion. Well, if you don't marry her, she shall be single all her life. In the first place, I shall want you. You must be the pilot of the Durande. Do you imagine I mean to part with you like that? No, no, my brave boy, I don't let you go. I have got you now. I'll not even listen to you. Where will they find a sailor like you? You are the man I want. But why don't you speak? Meanwhile, the harbour bell had aroused the household and the neighbourhood. Douce and Grace had risen, and had just entered the lower room, silent and astonished. Grace had a candle in her hand. A group of neighbours, townspeople, sailors, and peasants, who had rushed out by the half-opened door. Between the faces of two worthy old women appeared that of Sieur Landoys, who had the good fortune always to find himself where he would have regretted to have been absent. Men feel a satisfaction in having witnesses of their joys. The sort of scattered support which a crowd presents pleases them at such times. Their delight draws new life from it. Mess Lethierry suddenly perceived that there were persons about him, and he welcomed the audience at once. "Ah, you are here, my friends. I am very glad to see you. You know the news? That man has been there, and brought it back. How do you do, Sieur Landoys? When I woke up just now, the first thing I spied was the funnel. It was under my window. There's not a nail missing. They make pictures of Napoleon's deeds, but I think more of that than of the Battle of Austerlitz. You have just left your beds, my good friends. The Durande has found you sleeping. While you are putting on your nightcaps and blowing out your candles, there are others working like heroes. We are a set of cowards and do-nothings. We sit at home rubbing our rheumatisms. But happily that does not prevent there being some of another stamp. The man of the Bû de la Rue has arrived from the Douvres rocks. He has fished up the Durande from the bottom of the sea, and fished up my money out of Clubin's pocket from a greater depth still. But how did you contrive to do it? All the powers of darkness were against you. The wind and the sea and the wind. It's true enough that you are a magician. Those who say that are not so stupid after all. The Durande is back again. The tempests may rage now, that cuts the ground from under them. My friends, I can inform you that there was no shipwreck after all. I have examined all the machinery. It is like new, perfect. The valves go as easily as rollers. You would think them made yesterday. You know that the waste water is carried away by a tube inside another tube, through which comes the waters from the boilers. This was to economize the heat. Well, the two tubes are there as good as ever. The complete engine, in fact. She is all there, her wheels and all. Ah, you shall marry her. Marry the complete engine? asked Sieur Landoys. No, Déruchette. Yes, the engine, both of them. He shall be my double son-in-law. He shall be her captain. Good day, Captain Gilliatt, for there will soon be a captain of the Durande. We're going to do a world of business again. There will be trade, circulation, cargoes of oxen and sheep. I wouldn't give Saint-Saëns for London now. And there stands the author of all this. It was a curious adventure, I can tell you. You will read about it on Saturday in old Morge's Gazette. Malicious Gilliatt is very malicious. What's the meaning of these louis d'or here? Mess Lethierry had just observed, through the opening of the lid, that there was some gold in the box upon the notes. He seized it, opened and emptied it into the palm of his hand, and put the handful of guineas on the table. For the poor, Sieur Landoys. Give these sovereigns from me to the Constable of Saint-Sampson. You recollect Rantaine's letter? I showed it to you. Very well, I've got the bank notes. Now we can buy some oak and fir and go to work at carpentering. Look you, do you remember the weather of 3 days ago? What a hurricane of wind and rain! Gilliatt endured all that upon the Douvre. That didn't prevent his taking the wreck to pieces, as I might take my watch. Thanks to him, I'm on my legs again. Old Lethierry's galley is going to run again, ladies and gentlemen. A nutshell, with a couple of wheels and a funnel. I always had that idea. I used to say to myself, one day I will do it. That was a good long time back. It was an idea that came in my head at Paris, at the coffee house at the corner of the Rue Christin and the Rue Dauphine, when I was reading a paper which had an account of it. Do you know that Gilliatt would think nothing of putting the machine at Marly in his pocket and walking about with it? He is wrought iron, that man, tempered steel, a mariner of invaluable qualities, an excellent smith, an extraordinary fellow, more astonishing than the Prince of Hohenlohe. That is what I call a man with brains. We are children by the side of him. Sea-wolves we may think ourselves, but the sea lion is there. Hurrah for Gilliatt! I do not know how he has done it, but certainly he must have been the devil. And how can I do other than give him Déruchette? For some minutes Déruchette had been in the room. She had not spoken or moved since she entered. She had glided in like a shadow, had sat down almost unperceived behind Mess Lethierry, who stood behind her, loquacious, stormy, joyful, abounding in gestures, and talking in a loud voice. A little while after her, another silent apparition had appeared, a man attired in black, with a white cravat, holding his hat in his hand, stood in the doorway. There were now several candles among the group, which had gradually increased in number. These lights were near the man attired in black. His profile and youthful and pleasing complexion showed itself against the dark background with the clearness of an engraving on a medal. He leaned with his shoulder against the framework of the door, and held his left hand to his forehead, an attitude of unconscious grace, which contrasted the breadth of his forehead with the smallness of his hand. There was an expression of anguish in his contracted lips, as he looked on and listened with profound attention. The standers-by, having recognised Monsieur Caudray, the rector of the parish, had fallen back to allow him to pass, but he remained upon the threshold. There was hesitation in his posture, but decision in his looks, which now and then met those of Déruchette. With regard to Gilliatt, whether by chance or design, he was in shadow, and was only perceived indistinctly. At first Mess Lethierry did not observe Caudray, but he saw Déruchette. He went to her and kissed her fervently upon her forehead, stretching forth his hand at the same time towards the dark corner where Gilliatt was standing. "Déruchette," he said, "we are rich again, and there is your future husband." Déruchette raised her head and looked into the dusky corner, bewildered, Mess Lethierry continued. "The marriage shall take place immediately if it can. They shall have a licence. The formalities here are not very troublesome. The dean can do what he pleases. People are married before they have time to turn around. It is not as in France, where you must have bans and publications and delays and all that fuss. You'll be able to boast of being the wife of a brave man. No one can say he is not. I thought so from the day when I saw him come back from Urm with the little cannon. But now he comes back from the Douvres with his fortune and mine and the fortune of this country. A man of whom the world will talk a great deal more one day. You said once, 'I will marry him,' and you shall marry him, and you shall have little children, and I will be grandpapa, and you will have the good fortune to be the wife of a noble fellow, who can work, who can be useful to his fellow men, a surprising fellow, worth 100 others, a man who can rescue other people's inventions, a providence. At all events, you will not have married like so many other silly girls about here as a soldier or a priest. That is a man who kills or a man who lies. But what are you doing there, Gilliatt? Nobody can see you. Douce, Grace, everybody there. Bring a light, I say. Light up my son-in-law for me. I betroth you to each other, my children. Here stands your husband, here my son, Gilliatt of the Bû de la Rue, that noble fellow, that great seaman. I will have no other son-in-law, and you no other husband. I pledge my word to that once more in God's name. Ah, you are there, Monsieur the Curé. You will marry these young people for us." Lethierry's eye had just fallen upon Caudray. Douce and Grace had done as they were directed. 2 candles placed upon the table cast a light upon Gilliatt from head to foot. "There's a fine fellow," said Mess Lethierry. Gilliatt's appearance was hideous. He was in the condition in which he had that morning set sail from the rocks, in rags, his bare elbows showing through his sleeves, his beard long, his hair rough and wild, his eyes bloodshot, his skin peeling, his hands covered with wounds, his feet naked. Some of the blisters left by the devilfish were still visible upon his arms. Lethierry gazed at him. "This is my son-in-law," he said. "How he has struggled with the sea! He is all in rags. What shoulders! What hands! There's a splendid fellow!" Grace ran to Déruchette and supported her head. She had fainted. Chapter 2. The Leathern Trunk. At break of day Saint-Sampson was on foot, and all the people of St. Peter's Port began to flock there. The resurrection of the Durande caused a commotion in the island not unlike what was caused by the Salette in the south of France. There was a crowd on the quay staring at the funnel standing erect in the sloop. They were anxious to see and handle the machinery. But Lethierry, after making a new and triumphant survey of the whole by daylight, had placed 2 sailors aboard with instructions to prevent anyone approaching it. The funnel, however, furnished food enough for contemplation. The crowd gaped with astonishment. They talked of nothing but Gilliatt. They remarked on his surname of Malicious Gilliatt, and their admiration wound up with the remark, "It is not pleasant to have people in the island who can do things like that." Mess Lethierry was seen from outside the house, seated at a table before the window, writing, with one eye on the paper and another on the sloop. He was so completely absorbed that he had only once stopped to call Douce and ask after Déruchette. Douce replied, "Mademoiselle has risen and is gone out." Mess Lethierry replied, "She is right to take the air. She was a little unwell last night, owing to the heat. There was a crowd in the room. This, and her surprise and joy, and the windows being all closed, overcame her. She will have a husband to be proud of." And he had gone on with his writing. He had already finished and sealed 2 letters addressed to the most important shipbuilders at Brême. He now finished the sealing of a 3rd. The noise of a wheel upon the quay induced him to look up. He leaned out of the window, and observed coming from the path which led to the Bû de la Rue a boy pushing a wheelbarrow. The boy was going towards St. Peter's Port. In the barrow was a portmanteau of brown leather, studded with nails of brass and white metal. Mess Lethierry called to the boy, "Where are you going, my lad?" The boy stopped and replied, "To the Cashmere." "What for?" "To take this trunk aboard." "Very good. You shall take these 3 letters too." Mess Lethierry opened the drawer of his table, took a piece of string, tied the 3 letters which he had just written across, and threw the packet to the boy, who caught it between his hands. "Tell the captain of the Cashmere they are my letters, and to take care of them. They are for Germany, Brême via London." "I can't speak to the captain, Mess Lethierry." "Why not?" "The Cashmere is not at the quay." "Ah! She is in the roads." "Ay, true, on account of the sea." "I can only speak to the man who takes the things aboard." "You will tell him, then, to look to the letters." "Very well, Mess Lethierry." "At what time does the Cashmere sail?" "At 12." "The tide will flow at noon. She will have it against her." "But she will have the wind," answered the lad. "Boy," said Mess Lethierry, pointing with his forefinger at the engine in the sloop, "do you see that? There is something which laughs at winds and tides." The boy put the letters in his pocket, took up the handles of the barrow again, and went on his way towards the town. Mess Lethierry called, "Douce! Grace!" Grace opened the door a little way. "What is it, Mess?" "Come in and wait a moment." Mess Lethierry took a sheet of paper and began to write. If Grace, standing behind him, had been curious and had leaned forward while he was writing, she might have read as follows: "I have written to Brême for the timber. I have appointments all the morning with carpenters for the estimate. The rebuilding will go on fast. You must go yourself to the deanery for a licence. It is my wish that the marriage should take place as soon as possible. Immediately would be better. I am busy with the Durande. Do you be busy about Déruchette." He dated it and signed Lethierry. He did not take the trouble to seal it, but merely folded it in 4, and handed it to Grace, saying, "Take that to Gilliatt." "To the Bû de la Rue?" "To the Bû de la Rue." Chapters 1 and 2 of Book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Adams. Toilers of the Sea, Part 3, Déruchette, by Victor Hugo and translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, The Departure of the Cashmere. Chapter 1, The Havelet near the church. When there is a crowd at Saint-Sampson, St. Peter's Port is soon deserted. A point of curiosity at a given place is like an air pump. News travels fast in small places. Going to see the funnel of the Durande under Mess Lethierry's window had been, since sunrise, the business of the Guernsey folks. Every other event was eclipsed by this. The death of the Dean of Saint-Asaph was forgotten, together with the question of the Reverend Mr. Caudray, his sudden riches, and the departure of the Cashmere. The machinery of the Durande, brought back from the Douvres rocks, was the order of the day. People were incredulous. The shipwreck had appeared extraordinary. The salvage seemed impossible. Everybody hastened to assure himself of the truth by the help of his own eyes. Business of every kind was suspended. Long strings of townsfolk with their families, from the Vessin up to the Mess, men and women, gentlemen, mothers with children, infants with dolls, were coming by every road or pathway to see the thing to be seen at the Bravées, turning their backs upon St. Peter's Port. Many shops at St. Peter's Port were closed. In the commercial arcade there was an absolute stagnation in buying and selling. The Durande alone obtained attention. Not a single shopkeeper had had a hand sell that morning, except a jeweller, who was surprised at having sold a wedding ring to a sort of man who appeared in a great hurry and who asked for the house of the Dean. The shops which remained open were centres of gossip, where loiterers discussed the miraculous salvage. There was not a foot passenger at the Ivreuse, which is known in these days, nobody knows why, as Cambridge Park. No one was in the High Street, then called the Grande Rue, nor in Smith Street, known then only as the Rue des Forges. Nobody in Outville. The Esplanade itself was deserted. One might have guessed it to be Sunday. A visit from a royal personage to review the militia at the Ancresse could not have emptied the town more completely. All this hubbub about a nobody like Gilliatt caused a great deal of shrugging of the shoulders among persons of grave and correct habits. The church of St. Peter's Port, with its three gable ends placed side by side, its transept and its steeple, stands at the water's side, at the end of the harbour, and nearly on the landing place itself, where it welcomes those who arrive, and gives the departing Godspeed. It represents the capital letter at the beginning of that long line which forms the front of the town towards the sea. It is both the parish church of St. Peter's Port and the chief place of the deanery of the whole island. Its officiating minister is the surrogate of the bishop, a clergyman in full orders. The harbour of St. Peter's Port, a very fine and large port at the present day, was at that epoch, and even up to 10 years ago, less considerable than the harbour of Saint-Sampson. It was enclosed by two enormous thick walls, beginning at the water's edge on both sides and curving till they almost joined again at the extremities, where there stood a little white lighthouse. Under the lighthouse a narrow gullet, bearing still the two rings of the chain with which it was the custom to bar the passage in ancient times, formed the entrance for vessels. The harbour of St. Peter's Port might be well compared with the claws of a huge lobster, opened a little way. This kind of pincers took from the ocean a portion of the sea which it compelled to remain calm, but during the easterly winds the waves rolled heavily against the narrow entrance. The port was agitated, and it was better not to enter. This is what had happened with the Cashmere that day, which had accordingly anchored in the roads. The vessels during the easterly winds preferred this course, which besides saved them the port dues. On these occasions the boatmen of the town, a hardy race of mariners whom the new port has thrown out of employment, came in their boats to fetch passengers at the landing place or at stations on the shore, and carried them with their luggage, often in heavy seas, but always without accident, to the vessels about to sail. The east wind blows off the shore, and is very favourable for the passage to England. The vessel at such times rolls, but does not pitch. When a vessel happened to be in the port, everybody embarked from the quay. When it was in the roads, they took their choice, and embarked from any point of the coast near the moorings. The Havelet was one of those creeks. This little harbour, which is the signification of the word, was near the town, but was so solitary that it seemed far off. This solitude was owing to the shelter of the high cliffs of Fort St. George, which overlook this retired inlet. The Havelet was accessible by several paths. The most direct was along the water's side. It had the advantage of leading to the town and to the church in 5 minutes' walk, and the disadvantage of being covered by the sea twice a day. The other paths were more or less abrupt, and led down to the creek through gaps in the steep rocks. Even in broad daylight it was dusk in the Havelet. Huge blocks overhanging it on all sides, and thick bushes and brambles cast a sort of soft twilight upon the rocks and waves below. Nothing could be more peaceful than this spot in calm weather, nothing more tumultuous during heavy seas. There were ends of branches there which were always wet with the foam. In the springtime the place was full of flowers, of nests, of perfumes, of birds, of butterflies and bees. Thanks to recent improvements, this wild nook no longer exists. Fine straight lines have taken the place of these wild features. Masonry, quays, and little gardens have made their appearance. Earthwork has been the rage, and taste has finally subdued the eccentricities of the cliff and the irregularities of the rocks below. Chapter 2. Despair confronts despair. It was a little before 10 o'clock in the morning. The crowd at Saint-Sampson, according to all appearance, was increasing. The multitude, feverish with curiosity, was moving towards the north, and the Havelet, which is in the south, was more deserted than ever. Notwithstanding this, there was a boat there, and a boatman. In the boat was a travelling bag. The boatman seemed to be waiting for someone. The Cashmere was visible at anchor in Rhodes, as she did not start till midday. There was as yet no sign of moving aboard. A passer-by who had listened from one of the ladder paths up the cliff overhead would have heard a murmur of words in the Havelet, and if he had leaned over the overhanging cliff might have seen, at some distance from the boat, in a corner among the rocks and branches, where the eye of the boatman could not reach them, a man and a woman. It was Caudray and Déruchette. These obscure nooks on the seashore, the chosen places of lady bathers, are not always so solitary as is believed. Persons are sometimes observed and heard there. Those who seek shelter and solitude in them may easily be followed through the thick bushes, and, thanks to the multiplicity and entanglement of the paths, the granite and the shrubs, which favour the stolen interview, may also favour the witness. Caudray and Déruchette stood face to face, looking into each other's eyes, and holding each other by the hand. Déruchette was speaking. Caudray was silent. A tear that had gathered upon his eyelash hung there, and did not fall. Grief and strong passion were imprinted in his calm, religious countenance. A painful resignation was there too, a resignation hostile to faith, though springing from it. Upon that face, simply devout until then, there was the commencement of a fatal expression. He who had hitherto meditated only on doctrine had begun to meditate on fate, an unhealthy meditation for a priest. Faith dissolves under its action. Nothing disturbs the religious mind more than that bending under the weight of the unknown. Life seems a perpetual succession of events to which man submits. We never know from which direction the sudden blow will come. Misery and happiness enter or make their exit like unexpected guests. Their laws, their orbit, their principle of gravitation are beyond man's grasp. Virtue conducts not to happiness, nor crime to retribution. Conscience has one logic, fate another, and neither coincide. Nothing is foreseen. We live confusedly and from hand to mouth. Conscience is the straight line, life is the whirlwind, which creates above man's head either black chaos or the blue sky. Fate does not practise the art of gradations. Her wheel turns sometimes so fast that we can scarcely distinguish the interval between one revolution and another, or the link between yesterday and today. Caudray was a believer whose faith did not exclude reason, and whose priestly training did not shut him out from passion. Those religious systems which impose celibacy on the priesthood are not without reason for it. Nothing really destroys the individuality of the priest more than love. All sorts of clouds seemed to darken Caudray's soul. He looked too long into Déruchette's eyes. These two beings worshipped each other. There was in Caudray's eyes the mute adoration of despair. Déruchette spoke. "You must not leave me. I shall not have strength. I thought I could bid you farewell. I cannot. Why did you come yesterday? You should not have come if you were going so soon. I never spoke to you. I loved you, but knew it not. Only that day when Monsieur Hérode read to us the story of Rebecca, and when your eyes met mine, my cheeks were like fire, and I thought only of how Rebecca's face must have burnt like mine. And yet, if anyone had told me yesterday that I loved you, I might have laughed at it. This is what is so terrible. It has been like a treason. I did not take heed. I went to the church. I saw you. I thought everybody there was like myself. I do not reproach you. You did nothing to make me love you. You did nothing but look at me. It is not your fault if you look at people. And yet that made me love you so much. I did not even suspect it. When you took up the book, it was a flood of light. When others took it, it was but a book. You raised your eyes sometimes. You spoke of archangels. Oh, you were my archangel. What you said penetrated my thoughts at once. Before then, I know not even whether I believed in God. Since I have known you, I have learnt to pray. I used to say to Douce, "Dress me quickly, lest I should be late at the service," and I hastened to the church. Such it was with me to love someone. I did not know the cause. I said to myself, "How devout I am becoming." It is from you that I learnt that I do not go to church for God's service. It is true, I went for your sake. You spoke so well, and when you raised your arms to heaven, you seemed to hold my heart within your two white hands. I was foolish, but I did not know it. Shall I tell you your fault? It was your coming to me in the garden. It was your speaking to me. If you had said nothing, I should have known nothing. If you had gone, I should perhaps have been sad, but now I should die. Since I know that I love you, you cannot leave me. Of what are you thinking? You do not seem to listen to me. Caudray replied, "You heard what was said last night?" "Ah, me! What can I do against that?" They were silent for a moment. Caudray continued, "There is but one duty left to me. It is to depart." "And mine to die. Oh, how I wish there was no sea, but only sky. It seems to me as if that would settle all, and that our departure would be the same. It was wrong to speak to me. Why did you speak to me? Do not go. What will become of me? I tell you, I shall die. You will be far off when I shall be in my grave. Oh, my heart will break. I am very wretched. Yet my uncle is not unkind." It was the first time in her life that Déruchette had ever said, "my uncle." Until then she had always said, "my father." Caudray stepped back and made a sign to the boatman. Déruchette heard the sound of the boat-hook among the shingle, and the step of the man on the gunwale of the boat. "No, no!" cried Déruchette. "It must be, Déruchette," replied Caudray. No, never, for the sake of an engine. Impossible. Did you see that horrible man last night? You cannot abandon me thus. You are wise. You can find a means. It is impossible that you bade me come here this morning with the idea of leaving me. I've never done anything to deserve this. You can have no reproach to make me. Is it by that vessel that you intended to sail? I will not let you go. You shall not leave me. Heaven does not open thus to close so soon. I know you will remain. Besides, it is not yet time. Oh, how I love you!" And pressing closely to him, she interlaced the fingers of each hand behind his neck, as if partly to make a bond of her two arms for detaining him, and partly with her joined hands to pray. He moved away this gentle restraint, while Déruchette resisted as long as she could. Déruchette sank upon a projection of the rock covered with ivy, lifting by an unconscious movement the sleeve of her dress up to the elbow and exhibiting her graceful arm. A pale suffused light was in her eyes. The boat was approaching. Caudray held her head between his hands. He touched her hair with a sort of religious care, fixed his eyes upon her for some moments, then kissed her on the forehead fervently, and in an accent trembling with anguish, and in which might have been traced the uprooting of his soul, he uttered the word which has so often resounded in the depths of the human heart: "Farewell!" Déruchette burst into loud sobs. At this moment they heard a voice near them, which said solemnly and deliberately, "Why should you not be man and wife?" Caudray raised his head. Déruchette looked up. Gilliatt stood before them. He had approached by a by-path. He was no longer the same man that he had appeared on the previous night. He had arranged his hair, shaved his beard, put on shoes and a white shirt, with a large collar turned over, sailor fashion. He wore a sailor's costume, but all was new. A gold ring was on his little finger. He seemed profoundly calm. His sunburnt skin had become pale. A hue of sickly bronze overspread it. They looked at him astonished. Though so changed, Déruchette recognised him. But the words which he had spoken were so far from what was passing in their minds at that moment, that they had left no distinct impression. Gilliatt spoke again. Why should she say farewell? Be man and wife, and go together. Déruchette started. A trembling seized her from head to foot. Gilliatt continued. Miss Lethierry is a woman. She is of age. It depends only on herself. Her uncle is but her uncle. You love each other. Déruchette interrupted in a gentle voice, and asked, "How came you here?" "Make yourselves one," repeated Gilliatt. Déruchette began to have a sense of the meaning of his words. She stammered out, "My poor uncle!" "If the marriage was yet to be," said Gilliatt, "he would refuse. When it is over, he will consent. Besides, you are going to leave here. When you return, he will forgive." Gilliatt added, with a slight touch of bitterness, "And then he is thinking of nothing just now but the rebuilding of his boat. This will occupy his mind during your absence. The Durande will console him." "I cannot," said Déruchette, in a state of stupor, which was not without its gleam of joy. "I must not leave him unhappy." "It will be but for a short time," answered Gilliatt. Caudray and Déruchette had been, as it were, bewildered. They recovered themselves now. The meaning of Gilliatt's words became plainer as their surprise diminished. There was a slight cloud still before them, but their part was not to resist. We yield easily to those who come to save. Objections to a return into paradise are weak. There was something in the attitude of Déruchette, as she leaned imperceptibly upon her lover, which seemed to make common cause with Gilliatt's words. The enigma of the presence of this man, and of his utterances, which, in the mind of Déruchette in particular, produced various kinds of astonishment, was a thing apart. He said to them, "Be man and wife." This was clear. If there was responsibility, it was his. Déruchette had a confused feeling that, for many reasons, he had the right to decide upon her fate. Caudray murmured, as if plunged in thought. "An uncle is not a father." His resolution was corrupted by the sudden and happy turn in his ideas. The probable scruples of the clergyman melted and dissolved in his heart's love for Déruchette. Gilliatt's tone became abrupt and harsh, and like the pulsations of fever. "There must be no delay," he said. "You have time, but that is all. Come." Caudray observed him attentively, and suddenly exclaimed, "I recognise you. It was you who saved my life." Gilliatt replied, "I think not." "Yonder," said Caudray, "at the extremity of the Banque." "I do not know the place," said Gilliatt. "It was on the very day that I arrived here." "Let us lose no time," interrupted Gilliatt. "And if I am not deceived, you are the man whom we met last night." "Perhaps." "What is your name?" Gilliatt raised his voice. "Boatman, wait there for us. We shall return soon. You asked me, Miss Lethierry, how I came to be here. The answer is very simple. I walked behind you. You are 21. In this country, when persons are of age and depend only on themselves, they may be married immediately. Let us take the path along the waterside. It is passable. The tide will not rise here till noon. But lose no time. Come with me." Déruchette and Caudray seemed to consult each other by a glance. They were standing close together, motionless. They were intoxicated with joy. There are strange hesitations sometimes on the edge of the abyss of happiness. They understood, as it were, without understanding. "His name is Gilliatt," whispered Déruchette. Gilliatt interrupted them with a sort of tone of authority. "What do you linger for?" he asked. "I tell you to follow me." "Whither?" asked Caudray. "There!" And Gilliatt pointed with his finger towards the spire of the church. Gilliatt walked on before, and they followed him. His step was firm, but they walked unsteadily. As they approached the church, an expression dawned upon those two pure and beautiful countenances, which was soon to become a smile. The approach to the church lighted them up. In the hollow eyes of Gilliatt there was the darkness of night. The beholder might have imagined that he saw a spectre leading two souls to paradise. Caudray and Déruchette scarcely took count of what had happened. The interposition of this man was like the branch clutched at by the drowning. They followed their guide with the docility of despair, leaning on the first comer. Those who feel themselves near death easily accept the accident which seems to save. Déruchette, more ignorant of life, was more confident. Caudray was thoughtful. Déruchette was of age, it was true. The English formalities of marriage are simple, especially in primitive parts, where the clergyman has almost a discretionary power. But would the dean consent to celebrate the marriage without even inquiring whether the uncle consented? This was the question. Nevertheless, they could learn. In any case, there would be but a delay. But what was this man? And if it was really he whom Lethierry the night before had declared should be his son-in-law, what could be the meaning of his actions? The very obstacle itself had become a providence. Caudray yielded, but his yielding was only the rapid and tacit assent of a man who feels himself saved from despair. The pathway was uneven, and sometimes wet and difficult to pass. Caudray, absorbed in thought, did not observe the occasional pools of water or the heaps of shingle, but from time to time Gilliatt turned and said to him, "Take heed of those stones. Give her your hand."
Chapter 3 of Book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Veldis. Toilers of the Sea, Part 3, Déruchette, by Victor Hugo. Translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, The Departure of the Cashmere. Chapter 3. The Forethought of Self-Sacrifice. It struck 10 as they entered the church. By reason of the early hour, and also on account of the desertion of the town that day, the church was empty. At the farther end, however, near the table, which in the Reformed Church fulfills the place of the altar, there were 3 persons. They were the Dean, his evangelist, and the registrar. The Dean, who was the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode, was seated. The evangelist and the registrar stood beside him. A book was open upon the table. Beside him, upon a credence table, was another book. It was the parish register, and also open, and an attentive eye might have remarked a page on which was some writing, of which the ink was not yet dry. By the side of the registrar were a pen and a writing-desk. The Reverend Jacquemin Hérode rose on perceiving Caudray. "I have been expecting you," he said. "All is ready." The Dean, in fact, wore his officiating robes. Caudray looked towards Gilliatt. The Reverend Doctor added, "I am at your service, brother," and he bowed. It was a bow which neither turned to right or left. It was evident from the direction of the Dean's gaze that he did not recognize the existence of any one but Caudray, for Caudray was a clergyman and a gentleman. Neither Déruchette, who stood aside, nor Gilliatt, who was in the rear, were included in the salutation. His look was a sort of parenthesis, in which none but Caudray were admitted. The observance of these little niceties constitutes an important feature in the maintenance of order and the preservation of society. The Dean continued, with a graceful and dignified urbanity, "I congratulate you, my colleague, from a double point of view. You have lost your uncle, and are about to take a wife. You are blessed with riches on the one hand, and happiness on the other. Moreover, thanks to the boat which they are about to rebuild, Mess Lethierry will also be rich, which is as it should be. Miss Lethierry was born in this parish. I have verified the date of her birth in the register. She is of age, and at her own disposal. Her uncle, too, who is her only relative, consents. You are anxious to be united immediately on account of your approaching departure. This I can understand. But this being the marriage of the rector of the parish, I should have been gratified to have seen it associated with a little more solemnity. I will consult your wishes by not detaining you longer than necessary. The essentials will be soon complied with. The form is already drawn up in the register, and requires only the names to be filled in. By the terms of the law and custom, the marriage may be celebrated immediately after the inscription. The declaration necessary for the license has been duly made. I take upon myself a slight irregularity, for the application for the license ought to have been registered 7 days in advance, but I yield to necessity and the urgency of your departure. Be it so, then. I will proceed with the ceremony. My evangelist will be the witness for the bridegroom. As regards the witness for the bride—" The Dean turned towards Gilliatt. Gilliatt made a movement of his head. "That is sufficient," said the Dean. Caudray remained motionless. Déruchette was happy, but no less powerless to move. "Nevertheless," continued the Dean, "there is still an obstacle." Déruchette started. The Dean continued. "The representative here present of Mess Lethierry applied for the licence for you, and has signed the declaration on the register." And with the thumb of his left hand the Dean pointed to Gilliatt, which prevented the necessity of his remembering his name. "The messenger from Mess Lethierry," he added, "has informed me this morning that, being too much occupied to come in person, Mess Lethierry desired that the marriage take place immediately. This desire, expressed verbally, is not sufficient. In consequence of having to grant the licence, and the irregularity which I take upon myself, I cannot proceed so rapidly without informing myself from Mess Lethierry personally, unless someone can produce his signature. Whatever might be my desire to serve you, I cannot be satisfied with a mere message. I must have some written document." "That need not delay us," said Gilliatt. He presented a paper to the Dean. The Dean took it, perused it by a glance, seemed to pass over some lines as unimportant, and read aloud: "Go to the Dean for the licence. I wish the marriage to take place as soon as possible. Immediately would be better." He placed the paper on the table and proceeded. "It is signed Lethierry. It would have been more respectful to have addressed himself to me, but since I am called on to serve a colleague, I ask no more." Caudray glanced again at Gilliatt. There are moments when mind and mind comprehend each other. Caudray felt that there was some deception. He had not the strength of purpose, perhaps he had not the idea of revealing it. Whether in obedience to a latent heroism, of which he had begun to obtain a glimpse, or whether from a deadening of the conscience arising from the suddenness of the happiness placed within his reach, he uttered no word. The Dean took the pen, and, aided by the clerk, filled up the spaces in the page of the register. Then he rose, and by a gesture invited Caudray and Déruchette to approach the table. The ceremony commenced. It was a strange moment. Caudray and Déruchette stood beside each other before the minister. He who has ever dreamed of a marriage in which he himself was chief actor may conceive something of the feeling which they experienced. Gilliatt stood at a little distance in the shadow of the pillars. Déruchette, on rising in the morning, desperate, thinking only of death and its associations, had dressed herself in white. Her attire, which had been associated in her mind with mourning, was suited to her nuptials. A white dress is all that is necessary for the bride. A ray of happiness was visible upon her face. Never had she appeared more beautiful. Her features were remarkable for prettiness rather than what is called beauty. Their fault, if fault it be, lay in a certain excess of grace. Déruchette in repose, that is, neither disturbed by passion or grief, was graceful above all. The ideal virgin is the transfiguration of a face like this. Déruchette, touched by her sorrow and her love, seemed to have caught that higher and more holy expression. It was the difference between the field daisy and the lily. The tears had scarcely dried upon her cheeks. One perhaps still lingered in the midst of her smiles. Traces of tears indistinctly visible form a pleasing but sombre accompaniment of joy. The Dean, standing near the table, placed his finger upon the open book, and asked in a distinct voice whether they knew of any impediment to their union. There was no reply. "Amen," said the Dean. Caudray and Déruchette advanced a step or two towards the table. "Joseph Ebenezer Caudray, wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife?" Caudray replied, "I will." The Dean continued, "Durand Déruchette Lethierry, wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband?" Déruchette, in an agony of soul springing from her excess of happiness, murmured rather than uttered, "I will." Then followed the beautiful form of the Anglican marriage service. The Dean looked around, and in the twilight of the church uttered the solemn words, "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" Gilliatt answered, "I do." There was an interval of silence. Caudray and Déruchette felt a vague sense of oppression in spite of their joy. The Dean placed Déruchette's right hand in Caudray's, and Caudray repeated after him, "I take thee, Durand Déruchette, to be my wedded wife, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish till death do us part, and thereto I plight thee my troth." The Dean then placed Caudray's right hand in that of Déruchette, and Déruchette said after him, "Take thee to be my wedded husband, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness or in health, to love and to cherish till death do us part, and thereto I plight thee my troth." The Dean asked, "Where is the ring?" The question took them by surprise. Caudray had no ring, but Gilliatt took off the gold ring which he wore upon his little finger. It was probably the wedding ring which had been sold that morning by the jeweller in the Commercial Arcade. The Dean placed the ring upon the book, and handed it to Caudray, who took Déruchette's little trembling left hand, passed the ring over her fourth finger, and said, "With this ring I thee wed." "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost," continued the Dean. "Amen," said his evangelist. Then the Dean said, "Let us pray." Caudray and Déruchette turned towards the table and knelt down. Gilliatt, standing by, inclined his head. So they knelt before God, while he seemed to bend under the burden of his fate. Chapter 4. For your wife when you marry. As they left the church, they could see the Cashmere making preparations for her departure. "You are in time," said Gilliatt. They chose again the path leading to the Havelet. Caudray and Déruchette went before, Gilliatt this time walking behind them. They were two somnambulists. Their bewilderment had not passed away, but only changed in form. They took no heed of whither they were going, or of what they did. They hurried on mechanically, scarcely remembering the existence of anything, feeling that they were united for ever, but scarcely able to connect two ideas in their minds. In ecstasy like theirs, it is as impossible to think as it is to swim in a torrent. In the midst of their trouble and darkness they had been plunged into a whirlpool of delight. They bore a paradise within themselves. They did not speak, but conversed with each other by the mysterious sympathy of their souls. Déruchette pressed Caudray's arm to her side. The footsteps of Gilliatt behind them reminded them now and then that he was there. They were deeply moved, but could find no words. The excess of emotion results in stupor. Theirs was delightful, but overwhelming. They were man and wife. Every other idea was postponed to that. What Gilliatt had done was well. That was all that they could grasp. They experienced towards their guide a deep but vague gratitude in their hearts. Déruchette felt that there was some mystery to be explained, but not now. Meanwhile, they accepted their unexpected happiness. They felt themselves controlled by the abruptness and decision of this man, who conferred on them so much happiness with a kind of authority. To question him, To talk with him seemed impossible. Too many impressions rushed into their minds at once for that. Their absorption was pardonable. Events succeed each other sometimes with the rapidity of hailstones. Their effect is overpowering. They deaden the senses. Falling upon existences habitually calm, they render incidents rapidly unintelligible, even to those whom they chiefly concern. We become scarcely conscious of our own adventures. We are overwhelmed without guessing the cause, or crowned with happiness without comprehending it. For some hours Déruchette had been subjected to every kind of emotion. At first, surprise and delight at meeting Caudray in the garden, then horror at the monster whom her uncle had presented as her husband, then her anguish when the angel of her dream spread his wings and seemed about to depart, and now her joy, a joy as such as she had never known before, founded on an inexplicable enigma. The monster of last night, himself restoring her lover, marriage arising out of her torture, this Gilliatt, the evil destiny of last night, become to-day her saviour. She could explain nothing to her own mind. It was evident that all the morning Gilliatt had had no other occupation than that of preparing the way for their marriage. He had done all. He had answered for Mess Lethierry, seen the Dean, obtained the licence, signed the necessary declaration, and thus the marriage had been rendered possible. But Déruchette understood it not. If she had, she could not have comprehended the reasons. They did nothing but close their eyes to the world, and, grateful in their hearts, yield themselves up to the guidance of this good demon. There was no time for explanations, and expressions of gratitude seemed too insignificant. They were silent in their trance of love. The little power of thought which they retained was scarcely more than sufficient to guide them on their way, to enable them to distinguish the sea from the land, and the Cashmere from every other vessel. In a few minutes they were at the little creek. Caudray entered the boat first. At the moment when Déruchette was about to follow, she felt her sleeve held gently. It was Gilliatt, who had placed his finger upon a fold of her dress. "Madam," he said, "you are going on a journey unexpectedly. It has struck me that you would have need of dresses and clothes. You will find a trunk aboard the Cashmere, containing a lady's clothing. It came to me from my mother. It was intended for my wife, if I should marry. Permit me to ask your acceptance of it." Déruchette, partially aroused from her dream, turned towards him. Gilliatt continued in a voice which was scarcely audible. "I do not wish to detain you, madam, but I feel that I ought to give you some explanation. On the day of your misfortune you were sitting in the lower room. You uttered certain words. It is easy to understand that you have forgotten them. We are not compelled to remember every word we speak. Mess Lethierry was in great sorrow. It was certainly a noble vessel, and one that did good service. The misfortune was recent. There was a great commotion. Those are things which one naturally forgets. It was only a vessel wrecked among the rocks. One cannot be always thinking of an accident. But what I wished to tell you was, that as it was said that no one would go, I went. They said it was impossible, but it was not. I thank you for listening to me a moment. You can understand, madam, that if I went there, it was not with the thought of displeasing you. This is a thing, besides, of old date. I know that you are in haste. If there was time, if we could talk about this, you might perhaps remember. But this is all useless now. The history of it goes back to a day when there was snow upon the ground, and then on one occasion that I passed you I thought that you looked kindly on me. This is how it was. With regard to last night, I had not had time to go to my home. I came from my labour. I was all torn and ragged. I startled you, and you fainted. I was to blame. People do not come like that into strangers' houses. I ask your forgiveness. This is nearly all I had to say. You are about to sail. You will have fine weather. The wind is in the east. Farewell. You will not blame me for troubling you with these things. This is the last minute." "I am thinking of the trunk you spoke of," replied Déruchette. "Why do you not keep it for your wife when you marry?" "It is most likely, madam," replied Gilliatt, "that I shall never marry." "That would be a pity," said Déruchette. "You are so good." And Déruchette smiled. Gilliatt returned her smile. Then he assisted her to step into the boat. In less than a quarter of an hour afterwards, Caudray and Déruchette Chapter 5 of Book 3 of Toilers of the Sea, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alison Valdis. Toilers of the Sea, Part 3, Déruchette, by Victor Hugo, translated by W. Moy Thomas. Book 3, The Departure of the Cashmere. Chapter 5, The Great Tomb. Gilliatt walked along the waterside, passed rapidly through St. Peter's Port, and then turned towards St. Sampson by the seashore. In his anxiety to meet no one whom he knew, he avoided the highways now filled with foot passengers by his great achievement. For a long time, as the reader knows, he had had a peculiar manner of traversing the country in all parts without being observed. He knew the by-paths and favoured solitary and winding routes. He had the shy habits of a wild beast who knows that he is disliked and keeps at a distance. When quite a child, he had been quick to feel how little welcome men showed in their faces at his approach, and he had gradually contracted that habit of being alone, which had since become an instinct. He passed through the Esplanade, then by the Salerie. Now and then he turned and looked behind him at the Cashmere in the roads, which was beginning to set her sails. There was little wind. Gilliatt went faster than the Cashmere. He walked with downcast eyes among the lower rocks at the water's edge. The tide was beginning to rise. Suddenly he stopped, and turning his back, contemplated for some minutes a group of oaks beyond the rocks which concealed the road to Vale. They were the oaks at the spot called the Basses Maisons. It was there that Déruchette once wrote with her finger the name of Gilliatt in the snow. Many a day had passed since that snow had melted away. Then he pursued his way. The day was beautiful, more beautiful than any that had yet been seen that year. It was one of those spring days when May suddenly pours forth all its beauty, and when nature seems to have no thought but to rejoice and be happy. Amidst the many murmurs from forest and village, from the sea and the air, a sound of cooing could be distinguished. The first butterflies of the year were resting on the early roses. Everything in nature seemed new. The grass, the mosses, the leaves, the perfumes, the rays of light. The sun shone as if it had never shone before. The pebbles seemed bathed in coolness. Birds but lately fledged sang out their deep notes from the trees, or fluttered among the boughs in their attempts to use their new-found wings. There was a chattering altogether of goldfinches, pewits, tomtits, woodpeckers, bullfinches, and thrushes. The blossoms of lilacs, May lilies, daphnes, and melilots mingled their various hues in the thickets. A beautiful kind of water-weed, peculiar to Guernsey, covered the pools with an emerald green, where the kingfishers and the water wagtails, which make such graceful little nests, came down to bathe their wings. Through every opening in the branches appeared the deep blue sky. A few lazy clouds followed each other in the azure depths. The ear seemed to catch the sound of kisses sent from invisible lips. Every old wall had its tufts of wallflowers. The plum trees and laburnums were in blossom. Their white and yellow masses gleamed through the interlacing boughs. The spring showered all her gold and silver on the woods. The new shoots and leaves were green and fresh. Calls of welcome were in the air. The approaching summer opened her hospitable doors for birds coming from afar. It was the time of the arrival of the swallows. The clusters of furze bushes bordered the steep sides of hollow roads in anticipation of the clusters of the hawthorn. The pretty and the beautiful reigned side by side. The magnificent and the graceful, the great and the little, had each their place. No note in the great concert of nature was lost. Green, microscopic beauties took their place in the vast universal plan, in which all seemed distinguishable as in limpid water. Everywhere a divine fullness, a mysterious sense of expansion, suggested the unseen effort of the sap in movement. Guttering things glittered more than ever. Loving natures became more tender. There was a hymn in the flowers, and a radiance in the sounds of the air. The wide diffused harmony of nature burst forth on every side. All things which felt the dawn of life invited others to put forth shoots. A movement coming from below and also from above stirred vaguely all hearts susceptible to the scattered and subterranean influence of germination. The flower shadowed forth the fruit. Young maidens dreamed of love. It was nature's universal bridal. It was fine, bright, and warm. Through the hedges in the meadows, children were seen laughing and playing at their games. The fruit trees filled the orchards with their heaps of white and pink blossom. In the fields were primroses, cowslips, milfoil, daffodils, daisies, speedwell, hyacinths, and violets. Blue borage and yellow irises swarmed with those beautiful little pink stars which flower always in groups, and are hence called companions. Creatures with golden scales glided between the stones. The flowering house-leek covered the thatched roofs with purple patches. Women were plaiting hives in the open air, and the bees were abroad, mingling their humming with the murmurs from the sea. Nature, sensitive to the touch of spring, exhaled delight. When Gilliatt arrived at St. Sampson, the water had not yet risen at the further end of the harbour, and he was able to cross it dry-footed, unperceived, behind the hulls of vessels fixed for repair. A number of flat stones were placed there at regular distances to make a causeway. He was not observed. The crowd was at the other end of the port, near the narrow entrance by the Bravées. There his name was in every mouth. They were, in fact, speaking about him so much that none paid attention to him. He passed, sheltered in some degree by the very commotion that he had caused. He saw from afar the sloop in the place where he had moored it, with the funnel standing between its four chains, observed a movement of carpenters at their work, and confused outlines of figures passing to and fro, and he could distinguish the loud and cheery voice of Mess Lethierry giving orders. He threaded the narrow alleys beyond the Bravées. There was no one there beside him. All curiosity was concentrated on the front of the house. He chose the footpath alongside the low wall of the garden, but stopped at the angle where the wild mallow grew. He saw once more the stone where he used to pass his time, saw once more the wooden garden seat where Déruchette was accustomed to sit, and glanced again at the pathways of the alley where he had seen the embrace of two shadows which had vanished. He soon went on his way, climbed the hill of Vale Castle, descended again, and directed his steps towards the Bû de la Rue. The Homme Paradis was a solitude. His house was in the same state in which he had left it in the morning after dressing himself to go to St. Peter's Port.
A window was open, through which his bagpipe might have been seen hanging to a nail upon the wall.
Upon the table was the little Bible given to him in token of gratitude by the stranger whom he now knew as Caudray. The key was in the door. He approached, placed his hand upon it, turned it twice in the lock, put the key in his pocket, and departed. He walked not in the direction of the town, but towards the sea. He traversed his garden diagonally, taking the shortest way without regard to the beds, but taking care not to tread upon the plants which he placed there, because he had heard that they were favourites with Déruchette. He crossed the parapet wall and let himself down upon the rocks. Going straight on, he began to follow the long ridge of rocks which connected the Bû de la Rue with the great natural obelisk of granite rising erect from the sea, which was known as the Beast's Horn. This was the place of the Guild seat. He strode on from block to block like a giant among mountains. To make long strides upon a row of breakers is like walking upon the ridge of a roof. A fisherwoman with dredge nets, who had been walking naked-footed among the pools of sea-water at some distance, and had just regained the shore, called to him, "Take care, the tide is coming." But he held on his way. Having arrived at the great rock of the point, the Horn, which rises like a pinnacle from the sea, he stopped. It was the extremity of the promontory. He looked around. Out at sea a few sailing boats at anchor were fishing. Now and then rivulets of silver glittered among them in the sun. It was the water running from the nets. The Cashmere was not yet off St. Sampson. She had set her main topsail, and was between Herm and Jethou. Gilliatt rounded the rock and came under the Guild seat, at the foot of that kind of abrupt stairs where, less than 3 months before, he had assisted Caudray to come down. He ascended. The greater number of the steps were already under water. 2 or 3 only were still dry, by which he climbed. The steps led up to the Guild seat. He reached the niche, contemplated it for a moment, pressed his hand upon his eyes, and let it glide gently from one eyelid to the other, a gesture by which he seemed to obliterate the memory of the past, then sat down in the hollow, with the perpendicular wall behind him, and the ocean at his feet. The Cashmere at that moment was passing the great round half-submerged tower, defended by 1 sergeant and a cannon, which marks the half-way in the roads between Herm and St. Peter's Port. A few flowers stirred among the crevices in the rock about Gilliatt's head. The sea was blue as far as I could reach. The wind came from the east. There was a little surf in the direction of the island of Sark, of which only the western side is visible from Guernsey. In the distance appeared the coast of France like a mist, with the long yellow strips of sand about Carteret. Now and then a white butterfly fluttered by. But butterflies frequently fly out to sea. The breeze was very slight. The blue expanse, both above and below, was tranquil. Not a ripple agitated those species of serpents, of an azure more or less dark, which indicate on the surface of the sea the lines of sunken rocks. The Cashmere, little moved by the wind, had set her topsail and studding sails to catch the breeze. All her canvas was spread, but the wind being a side one, her studding sail only compelled her to hug the Guernsey coast more closely. She had passed the beacon of St. Sampson, and was off the hill of Vale Castle. The moment was approaching when she would double the point of the Bout de la Rue. Gilliatt watched her approach. The air and sea were still. The tide rose not by waves, but by an imperceptible swell. The level of the water crept upward without a palpitation. The subdued murmur from the open sea was soft as the breathing of a child. In the direction of the harbour of St. Sampson, faint echoes could be heard of carpenters' hammers. The carpenters were probably the workmen constructing the tackle, gear, and apparatus for removing the engine from the sloop. The sounds, however, scarcely reached Gilliatt, by reason of the mass of granite at his back. The Cashmere approached with the slowness of a phantom. Gilliatt watched it still. Suddenly a touch and a sensation of cold caused him to look down. The sea had reached his feet. He lowered his eyes, then raised them again. The Cashmere was quite near. The rock in which the rains had hollowed out the Gild Holm seat was so completely vertical, that there was so much water at its base, that in calm weather vessels were able to pass without danger within a few cables' lengths. The Cashmere was abreast of the rock. It rose straight upwards as if it had grown out of the water, or like the lengthening out of a shadow. The rigging showed black against the heavens and in the magnificent expanse of the sea. The long sails, passing for a moment over the sun, became lighted up with a singular glory and transparence. The water murmured indistinctly, but no other noise marked the majestic gliding of that outline. The deck was as visible as if he had stood upon it. The steersman was at the helm. A cabin boy was climbing the shrouds. A few passengers, leaning on the bulwarks, were contemplating the beauty of the scene. The captain was smoking, but nothing of all this was seen by Gilliatt. There was a spot on the deck on which the broad sunlight fell. It was on this corner that his eyes were fixed. In this sunlight were Déruchette and Caudray. They were sitting together side by side like two birds, warming themselves in the noonday sun, upon one of those covered seats with a little awning, which well-ordered packet-boats provided for passengers, and upon which was the inscription, when it happened to be an English vessel, for ladies only. Déruchette's head was leaning upon Caudray's shoulder. His arm was around her waist. They held each other's hands with their fingers interwoven. A celestial light was discernible in those two faces formed by innocence. Their chaste embrace was expressive of their earthly union and their purity of soul. The sea was a sort of alcove, almost a nest. It was at the same time a glory round them, the tender aureola of love, passing into a cloud. The silence was like the calm of heaven. Caudray's gaze was fixed in contemplation. Déruchette's lips moved, and amidst that perfect silence, as the wind carried the vessel near shore, and it glided within a few fathoms of the Gild Holm seat, Gilliatt heard the tender and musical voice of Déruchette exclaiming, "Look yonder! It seems as if there were a man upon the rock." The vessel passed. Leaving the promontory of the Bout de la Rue behind, the Cashmere glided on upon the waters. In less than a quarter of an hour Her masts and sails formed only a white obelisk, gradually decreasing against the horizon. Gilliatt felt that the water had reached his knees. He contemplated the vessel speeding on her way. The breeze freshened out at sea. He could see the Cashmere run out her lower studding sails and her staysails to take advantage of the rising wind. She was already clear of the waters of Guernsey. Gilliatt followed the vessel with his eyes. The waves had reached his waist. The tide was rising. Time was passing away. The sea mews and cormorants flew about him restlessly, as if anxious to warn him of his danger. It seemed as if some of his old companions of the Douvres rocks, flying there, had recognized him. An hour had passed. The wind from the sea was scarcely felt in the roads, but the form of the Cashmere was rapidly growing less. The sloop, according to all appearance, was sailing fast. It was already nearly off the Casquettes. There was no foam around the Gild Holm 'Ur. No wave beat against its granite sides. The water rose peacefully. It was nearly level with Gilliatt's shoulders. Another hour had passed. The Cashmere was beyond the waters of Aurigny. The Ortoc rock concealed it for a moment. It passed behind it, and came forth again as from an eclipse. The sloop was veering to the north upon the open sea. It was now only a point glittering in the sun. The birds were hovering about Gilliatt, uttering short cries. Only his head was now visible. The tide was nearly at the full. Evening was approaching. Behind him in the roads a few fishing boats were making for the harbour. Gilliatt's eyes continued fixed upon the vessel in the horizon. Their expression resembled nothing earthly. A strange lustre shone in their calm and tragic depths. There was in them the peace of vanished hopes, a calm but sorrowful acceptance of an end far different from his dreams. By degrees the dusk of heaven began to darken in them, though gazing still upon the point in space. At the same moment the wide waters round the Gild Holm 'Ur and the vast gathering twilight closed upon them. The Cashmere, now scarcely perceptible, had become a mere spot in the thin haze. Gradually the spot, which was but a shape, grew paler. Then it dwindled, and finally disappeared. At the moment when the vessel vanished on the line of the horizon, the head of Gilliatt disappeared. Nothing was visible now but the sea.